This is Audible.
The Oregon Trail by Francis Parkman, narrated by Frank Muller.
Preface. Francis Parkman's journal, written more than 150 years ago, is a richly detailed record of this young Bostonian's journey across the American plains to spend the summer of 1846 living and hunting in the Rocky Mountains as a guest in a village of the Dakota Sioux. Parkman, a recent Harvard graduate, had an artist's eye for the panoramic vistas that spread out before him, but he also paid careful attention to the smaller details that reveal the character of those he lived among and give the ring of authenticity to his description of daily life in the village. Only 23 at the time of his adventure on the Oregon Trail, Parkman expresses the exuberant confidence of his era, when a young Boston Brahmin such as he looked upon the North American continent as manifestly his by right of his superior civilization. This attitude colors many of Parkman's observations, but most of the time he was able to escape this narrow perspective and open himself to the magnificent flood of experience his journey brought. The Oregon Trail rides the tide of an expansive moment in American history, recording its drama with clarity, humor, and unabashed appreciation. This eyewitness account of frontier life established Francis Parkman as an important 19th century historian. Chapter 1. The Frontier. Last spring, 1846, was a busy season in the city of St. Louis. Not only were emigrants from every part of the country preparing for the journey to Oregon and California, but an unusual number of traders were making ready their wagons and outfits for Santa Fe. The hotels were crowded, and the gunsmiths and saddlers were kept constantly at work. Steamboats were leaving the levee and passing up the Missouri, crowded with passengers on their way to the frontier. In one of these, the Radnor, my friend and relative Quincy Adams Shaw, and myself left on the 28th of April on a tour of curiosity and amusement to the Rocky Mountains. The boat was loaded until the water broke over her guards. Her upper deck was covered with large wagons for the Santa Fe trade, and her hold was crammed with goods for the same destination. There were also the mules and horses, saddles, and harness of a party of Oregon emigrants. Almost hidden in this medley was a small French cart, a tent, and an assortment of boxes and barrels destined for our long and arduous journey. The passengers corresponded with the freight. They included Santa Fe traders, gamblers, speculators, Oregon emigrants, mountain men, Negroes, and a party of Kansas Indians. The boat struggled 8 days against the current of the Missouri, hanging for 2 or 3 hours at a time upon sandbars. We entered the Missouri in a drizzling rain, but the weather soon became clear and showed distinctly the broad and turbid river, with its eddies, its sandbars, its ragged islands, and forest-covered shores. On a rainy day, near sunset, we reached the landing for Independence, which is some miles from the river on the extreme frontier of Missouri. Parties of emigrants were encamped near the bank on their way to Independence. Here also stood some 30 or 40 dark, slavish-looking Spaniards, and in the midst of these, crouching over a smoldering fire, was a group of Indians belonging to a remote Mexican tribe. French hunters with their long hair and buckskin dresses were looking at the boat, and seated on a log close at hand were 3 men with rifles across their knees. The foremost, a tall, strong figure with a clear blue eye and an open, intelligent face, might well represent the restless and intrepid pioneers whose axes and rifles have opened a path from the Alleghenies to the western prairies. Early the next morning we reached Kansas, about 500 miles from the mouth of the Missouri. We landed and set out in a wagon for Westport to procure mules and horses. It was a fresh and beautiful May morning. The woods were lighted by bright sunshine and enlivened by a multitude of birds. We overtook our late fellow travelers, the Kansas Indians, who, adorned with their finery, made a striking and picturesque feature in the forest landscape. Westport was full of Indians whose little shaggy ponies were tied along the fences. Sacs and foxes with shaved heads and painted faces, Shawanoes and Delawares fluttering in calico frocks and turbans, Wyandottes dressed like white men, and a few wretched Kansas wrapped in blankets. As I stood at the door of the tavern, a remarkable-looking personage came up the street. He had a ruddy face garnished with the stumps of a bristly red beard and mustache. On one side of his head was a round cap such as Scottish labourers wear. A little black pipe was stuck in his mouth. In this curious attire I recognized Captain C. of the British Army, who with his brother and Mr. R., an English gentleman, was bound on a hunting expedition. I had seen the captain and his companions at St. Louis. They had now been for some time at Westport, making preparations and waiting for a reinforcement, since they were too few to attempt it alone. The captain urged that we should join forces and proceed to the mountains in company. We thought the arrangement a good one and consented. Our future fellow travelers had installed themselves in a little log house, where we found them surrounded by saddles, harness, guns, pistols, telescopes, knives, and in short their complete appointments for the prairies. R., who had a taste for natural history, sat at a table stuffing a woodpecker. The brother of the captain, who was an Irishman, was splicing a trail rope. Their hunter, a surly-looking Canadian named Sorrel, and their muleteer, an American ruffian, were lounging about the building. "No party ever went upon the prairie better provided," said the captain. Being at leisure one day, I rode over to Independence. The town was crowded. Shops had sprung up to furnish emigrants and Santa Fe traders for their journey. There was an incessant hammering from a dozen blacksmith sheds. While I was in the town, a train of emigrant wagons from Illinois passed through. A multitude of healthy children's faces were peeping out, and here and there a buxom damsel was seated on horseback, holding over her sunburnt face an old parasol. The men, very sober-looking countrymen, stood about their oxen, and I noticed 3 old fellows zealously discussing the doctrine of regeneration. The emigrants, however, are not all of this stamp. Among them are some of the vilest outcasts in the country. In 8 days we had brought our preparations to a close. Meanwhile, our friends had completed theirs and told us that they would set out in advance and wait at the crossing of the Kansas. Accordingly, R. and the muleteer went forward with the wagon, while the captain and his brother, together with Sorrel and a trapper named Boisvert, followed with the horses. The commencement of the journey was ominous, for the captain's party was scarcely a mile from Westport when a tremendous thunderstorm drenched them to the skin. They hurried on to reach the place about 7 miles off where R. was to have the camp in readiness, but this prudent person, when he saw the storm approaching, had selected a sheltered glade where he pitched his tent and was sipping a cup of coffee while the captain galloped for miles through the rain to look for him. At length the storm cleared away, and the sharp-eyed trapper succeeded in discovering his tent. R. had by this time finished his coffee and was seated on a buffalo robe smoking his pipe. The captain was one of the most easy-tempered men in existence, so he bore his ill luck with great composure, shared the dregs of the coffee with his brother, and lay down to sleep in his wet clothes. We had our share of the deluge. We were leading a pair of mules to Kansas when the storm broke. Such sharp and incessant flashes of lightning, such stunning and continuous thunder I had never known. The woods were obscured by the diagonal sheets of rain, and the streams swelled so rapidly we could hardly ford them. At length we saw the log house of Colonel Chick, who received us with bland hospitality. The storm clearing away at sunset opened a noble prospect. The sun streamed from the breaking clouds upon the swift and angry Missouri and on the vast forest that stretched back to the distant bluffs. Returning on the next day to Westport, we received a message from the captain, who had ridden back to deliver it, but finding that we were in Kansas, had entrusted it with Vogel, who kept a small grocery and liquor shop. Whiskey, by the way, circulates more freely in Westport than is altogether safe in a place where every man carries a loaded pistol in his pocket. As we passed, we saw Vogel's broad German face thrust from his door. He had something to tell us and invited us to take a dram. Neither his liquor or his message were very palatable. R, who assumed the direction of his party, had determined upon another route. Instead of taking the course of the traders, he had resolved to pass northward by Fort Leavenworth and follow the path marked out by the dragoons last summer. To adopt such a plan without consulting us we looked upon as a high-handed proceeding. But suppressing our dissatisfaction as well as we could, we made up our minds to join them at Fort Leavenworth. Our preparation now complete, we attempted one fine morning to begin our journey. No sooner were our animals put in harness than the shaft mule reared and plunged, burst ropes and straps, and nearly flung the cart into the Missouri. This foretaste of prairie experience was soon followed by another. Westport was scarcely out of sight when we encountered a deep, muddy gully, and here, for an hour or more, the cart stuck fast. Chapter 2. Breaking the Ice. Emerging from the mud holes of Westport, we pursued our way for some time in the checkered sunshine and shadow of the woods, till at length, issuing into the broad light, we left behind the farthest outskirts of the great forest and saw the green, ocean-like expanse of prairie, stretching swell beyond swell to the horizon. It was a mild, calm spring day. I rode in advance, and as a nook of grass offered a strong temptation, I dismounted and lay down. All the trees and saplings were in flower or budding into fresh leaf. The red clusters of the maple blossoms and the rich flowers of the Indian apple were there in profusion, and I was half inclined to regret leaving behind the land of gardens. Meanwhile, the party came in sight. Foremost rode Henry Chatillon, our guide and hunter, mounted on a hardy gray Wyandotte pony. He wore a white blanket coat, a broad hat of felt, moccasins, and trousers of deerskin ornamented along the seams with rows of long fringes. His knife was stuck in his belt, his bullet pouch and powder horn hung at his side, and his rifle lay resting against the high pommel of his saddle, which had seen hard service. Shaw followed close, mounted on a little sorrel horse. His outfit, which resembled mine, consisted of a plain black Spanish saddle with holsters of heavy pistols, a blanket rolled up behind, and the trail rope attached to his horse's neck hanging coiled in front. He carried a double-barreled smoothbore, while I had a rifle of some 15 pounds weight. His shirt was red flannel, belted around the waist. Our muleteer, Delorier, brought up the rear with his cart, which had a white covering to protect the articles within, our provisions, a tent, ammunition, blankets, and presents for the Indians. Delorier was a Canadian, with all the characteristics of the true Jean-Baptiste. Neither fatigue, exposure, nor hard labor could ever impair his cheerfulness or his politeness to his bourgeois, and when night came, he would sit down by the fire, smoke his pipe, and tell stories with the utmost contentment. The prairie was his element. Henry Chatillon was of a different stamp. He was born in a little French town near St. Louis, and from the age of 15 years had been constantly in the neighborhood of the Rocky Mountains. As a hunter, he had but one rival in the whole region, a man named Simoneau, with whom he was on terms of closest friendship. Arriving at St. Louis the day before from the mountains, where he had been for 4 years, he had asked only to go and spend a day with his mother before setting out on another expedition. His age was about 30. He was 6 feet high and very powerfully and gracefully molded. The prairies had been his school. He could neither read nor write, but he had a natural refinement and delicacy of mind. His manly face was a mirror of uprightness, simplicity, and kindness of heart. He had, moreover, a keen perception of character and a tact that would preserve him from flagrant error in any society. He was content to take things as he found them, and his chief fault arose from an excess of generosity. The property of others was always safe in his hands. His bravery was as much celebrated as his skill in hunting, but he was very seldom involved in quarrels. Once or twice his quiet good nature had been presumed upon, but the consequences of the error were such that no one was ever known to repeat it. The common report was that he had killed more than 30 grizzly bears. He was a proof of what unaided nature will sometimes do. I have never, in the city or in the wilderness, met a better man than my true-hearted friend, Henry Chatillon. We were soon free of the woods and bushes and fairly upon the broad prairie. Now and then a Shawanoe passed us, riding his little shaggy pony at a lope, his calico shirt, his gaudy sash, and the handkerchief around his snaky hair fluttering in the wind. At noon we stopped, not far from a creek, replete with frogs and young turtles. There had been an Indian encampment at the place, and the framework of the lodges still remained, enabling us to gain shelter from the sun by spreading blankets over them. Thus shaded, we sat upon our saddles, while Delorier squatted over the hotbed of coals, regulating the hissing contents of the frying pan. A drowsy, spring-like sultriness pervaded the air, and the voices of 10,000 young frogs, just awakened into life, rose in varied chorus. A visitor approached, an old Kansas Indian, a man of distinction, if one might judge from his dress. His head was shaved and painted red, and from the tuft of hair remaining on the crown dangled several eagle's feathers and the tails of rattlesnakes. His cheeks were daubed with vermilion, his ears were adorned with green glass pendants, a collar of grizzly bear's claws surrounded his neck, and necklaces of wampum hung on his breast. Having shaken us by the hand, he sat cross-legged on the ground. We offered him a cup of sweetened water, and he was beginning to tell us how great a man he was and how many Pawnees he had killed, when suddenly a motley concourse appeared, wading the creek and filing past, men, women, and children, all squalid and wretched. Old squaws mounted astride of shaggy, meager little ponies with perhaps one or two snake-eyed children seated behind, tall, lank young men on foot with bows and arrows in their hands, and girls whose native ugliness not all the charms of glass beads and scarlet cloth could disguise made up the procession. They were the dregs of the Kansas nation, who had left the village on a begging expedition to Westport. When this ragamuffin horde had passed, we resumed our journey. A few hours' ride brought us to the banks of the river Kansas. Traversing the woods that lined it, we encamped not far from the bank. Our tent was erected for the first time, and we began to think of supper. An old Delaware woman of some 300 pounds weight sat nearby in the porch of a log house, and a pretty half-breed girl was feeding a large flock of turkeys gobbling about the door. No offers of money or tobacco could induce her to part with one. Instead, Delorier set before us a repast of biscuit and bacon and a large pot of coffee. As it grew dark and the voices of whippoorwills succeeded the whistle of the quails, we removed our saddles to the tent to serve as pillows, spread our blankets upon the ground, and prepared to bivouac for the first time that season. We crossed the river Kansas the following day into the country of the Delawares, rafting over our horses and equipment with much difficulty and unloading our cart to make our way up the ascent on the farther bank. It was Sunday morning, warm, tranquil, and bright, and a perfect stillness reigned over the rough enclosures and neglected fields of the Delawares. Now and then an Indian rode past to the meeting house, or through the dilapidated entrance of some shattered log house an old woman might be discerned enjoying the luxury of idleness. Upon that rude settlement was the same spirit of Sabbath repose as in some New England village. A military road led to Fort Leavenworth, and for many miles the farms and cabins of the Delawares were scattered at intervals on either side. The alternation of rich green prairies and groves had the softened and polished beauty of a region that has been for centuries under the hand of man. The woods were flushed with the red buds of the maple, and the green swells of the prairie were studded with blossoms. Encamping near a spring, we resumed our journey in the morning, and early in the afternoon were within a few miles of Fort Leavenworth. The road crossed a stream densely bordered with trees, and we were about to descend when a wild, confused procession appeared coming up toward us. They were Delawares, just returned from a hunting expedition. All, both men and women, were mounted on horseback and drove a number of pack mules laden with furs. At the rear was an old man who stopped his horse to speak. "Who's your chief?" he immediately inquired. Henry Chatillon pointed to us. The old Delaware fixed his eyes on us a moment, then sententiously remarked, "No good. Too young." With this flattering comment, he rode after his people. The Delawares, once the peaceful allies of William Penn, are now the most dreaded warriors upon the prairies. They make war with true rancor upon tribes unknown to their fathers in the ancient seats in Pennsylvania, sending war parties as far as the Rocky Mountains and into the Mexican territories. Their neighbors, the Shawanoes, are prosperous, but the Delawares dwindle every year. Soon after leaving this party, we saw the forests that follow the Missouri. At a distance were the white barracks of Fort Leavenworth, visible through the trees above a bend in the river. A wide green meadow, as level as a lake, lay between us and the Missouri, and upon this, close to a line of trees, stood the tent of the captain and his companions, with their horses feeding around it. We discovered the captain's brother, Jack, sitting in the tent. He welcomed us in his broad Irish brogue. We pitched our tent not far off, and after supper a council was held. It was resolved to remain one day at Fort Leavenworth, and on the next to bid adieu to the frontier, or in the phraseology of the region, to jump off. Our deliberations were conducted by the ruddy light from a distant swell of the prairie where the long, dry grass of last summer was on fire. Chapter 3. Fort Leavenworth. The next morning we rode to Fort Leavenworth, which is in fact no fort, being without defensive works except 2 blockhouses. No rumors of war disturbed its tranquility. The men lounged among the trees, though not many weeks afterwards it presented a different scene, for here the offscourings of the frontier were congregated for the expedition against Santa Fe. Passing through the garrison, we rode toward the Kickapoo village along the ridge of high bluffs that border the Missouri. On the left stretched the prairie, rising into swells and undulations, its curvatures swelling against the horizon, often surmounted by sunny woods. On the right was a tract of ragged and broken woods. We could look down on the tops of the trees, some living and some dead, some erect, others leaning at every angle, and others piled in masses by a hurricane. The path led inland, and we crossed an open meadow to the Kickapoo trader's establishment. As it chanced, he was beset with half the Indians of the settlement. They had tied their ponies by dozens along the fences and were lounging about or crowding into the trading house. The trader was a blue-eyed, open-faced man who betrayed none of the roughness of the frontier, though he was obliged to keep a lynx eye on his customers, who were climbing on his counter and seating themselves among his boxes. The village illustrated the condition of its unfortunate and self-abandoned occupants. Fancy to yourself a swift stream working its devious way down a woody valley, sometimes wholly hidden under fallen trees, sometimes spreading into a broad, clear pool, and on its banks, in nooks cleared among the trees, miniature log houses in utter ruin and neglect. A labyrinth of narrow, obstructed paths connected these habitations. Sometimes we met a stray calf, a pig, or a pony belonging to the villagers, who usually lay in the sun in front of their dwellings and looked at us with cold, suspicious eyes. Exhausted by the sultriness of the day, we returned to our friend the trader, who invited us into his white and green cottage in the style of the old French settlements, and ushered us into a neat, well-furnished room. The blinds were closed, and the room was as cool as a cavern. It was neatly carpeted, and the sofas, chairs, tables, and well-filled bookcase would not have disgraced an eastern city, though there were a few tokens of the rather questionable civilization of the region. A pistol, loaded and capped, lay on the mantelpiece, and through the glass of the bookcase, peeping above the works of John Milton, glittered the handle of a very mischievous-looking knife. When we took leave of the trader, Shaw passed on to the camp while I called upon Colonel, now General, Kearny. I found him at table with the captain, who dangled his cap in his hand and talked of steeplechases. There, too, was R. For the last time we tasted the luxuries of civilization and drank adieus to it in wine good enough to make us regret the leave-taking. Then, mounting, we rode together to the camp, where everything was in readiness for departure on the morrow. Chapter 4. Jumping Off. Our transatlantic companions had a wagon crammed with provisions for 6 months, ammunition enough for a regiment, spare rifles and fowling pieces, ropes and harness, personal baggage, and miscellaneous articles. Their persons were decorated with telescopes and compasses, and they carried English double-barreled rifles slung to their saddles dragoon fashion. By sunrise on the 23rd of May, all was prepared. "Avance donc! Get up!" cried Delorier to his mule. Wright, our friend's muleteer, after some swearing and lashing, got his insubordinate train in motion. Thus we bade a long adieu to bed and board. The day was auspicious, and yet Shaw and I felt certain misgivings, having just learned that not a single man in the party knew the way. R's plan was to strike the trail of several companies of dragoons, but we rode for an hour or two when a familiar cluster of buildings appeared. "Hello!" shouted the Kickapoo trader. "Where are you going?" A few emphatic exclamations might have been heard among us when we found that we had gone miles out of our way. We turned in the direction the trader indicated, and with the sun for a guide, began to trace a beeline across the prairies. We struggled through copses and lines of wood. We waded brooks and pools. We traversed prairies as green as an emerald, expanding before us mile after mile. On the next morning we had gone but a mile or two when we came to an extensive belt of woods, through the midst of which ran a stream, wide, deep, and of an appearance particularly muddy and treacherous. Delorier jerked his pipe from his mouth, lashed his mules, and poured forth a volley of Canadian ejaculations. In plunged his cart, but midway it stuck fast. He leaped out, knee-deep in water, and by dint of sacre and the vigorous application of the whip, urged the mules out of the slough. Then approached the long team and heavy wagon of our friends, but it paused on the brink. "Now, my advice is," began the captain. "Drive on," cried R. But Wright, the muleteer, sat still in his seat on one of the shaft mules, whistling in a low, contemplative strain to himself. "My advice is," resumed the captain, "that we unload, for I'll bet any man £5 that if we try to go through we shall stick fast." "By the powers, we shall," echoed Jack, the captain's brother. Drive on, cried R. petulantly. "Well," observed the captain, turning to us, "I can only give my advice, and if people won't be reasonable, why, they won't, that's all." Meanwhile, Wright had made up his mind. He suddenly began to shout forth a volley of oaths that, compared with the French imprecations of Delorier, sound like the roar of heavy cannon after the popping and sputtering of Chinese firecrackers. At the same time, he discharged a shower of blows upon his mules, who dived into the mud and drew the wagon lumbering after them. Wright writhed in his saddle and swore and lashed like a madman, but at the most critical point the brutes fell into disorder. The wagon was up to the hub in mud and visibly settling every instant. There was nothing for it but to unload, then to dig away the mud from before the wheels and lay a causeway of bushes and branches. This agreeable labor accomplished, the wagon at length emerged, but as some interruption of this sort occurred at least 4 or 5 times a day for a fortnight, our progress toward the Platte was not without its obstacles. Should anyone ever be impelled to visit the prairies, and should he choose the route of the Platte, the best, perhaps, that can be adopted, he need not think to enter at once upon the paradise of his imagination. A dreary preliminary, a protracted crossing of the threshold awaits before he finds himself fairly upon the verge of the great American desert, the haunts of the buffalo and the Indian. The intervening country, though tame, is graceful and pleasing. Here are level plains, too wide for the eye to measure, green undulations like motionless swells of ocean. But be as enthusiastic as he may, he will find enough to damp his ardor. His wagons will stick in the mud. His horses will break loose. Harness will give way and axle trees prove unsound. His bed will be black mud of the richest consistency. As for food, he must content himself with biscuit and salt provisions, for strange as it may seem, this tract of country produces very little game. He will find himself beset with varmint innumerable. The wolves will entertain him with a concert at night and skulk around him by day just beyond rifle shot. His horse will step into badger holes. From every marsh and mud puddle will arise the bellowing, croaking, and trilling of legions of frogs. A profusion of snakes will glide away from under his horse's feet or quietly visit him in his tent at night, while the pertinacious humming of unnumbered mosquitoes will banish sleep. When, thirsty with a long ride in the scorching sun, he comes to a pool of water, he discovers a troop of tadpoles sporting at the bottom of his cup. Add to this that all morning the sun beats upon him with a sultry, penetrating heat, and that, with provoking regularity at about 4 p.m, a thunderstorm drenches him to the skin. One day the captain took it into his head to ride forward. "Come, Parkman," said he, "will you go with me?" We set out together and rode a mile or two in advance. The captain was an entertaining companion. He cracked jokes and told stories until, looking back, we saw the prairies stretching without a horseman or wagon in sight. "We had better stop until the main body comes up," the captain said. I was of the same opinion. We found a level meadow and sat down on the grass. With an old stump of a tree for a target, I began to display the superiority of the backwoods rifle over the foreign innovation borne by the captain. At length voices could be heard in the distance. "There they come," said the captain. "Let's go and see how they get through the creek." We saw a confused crowd of horsemen riding through the water, and among the dingy habiliments of our party glittered the uniforms of 4 dragoons. Shaw came whipping his horse up the bank with an indignant countenance. The first word he spoke was a blessing, fervently invoked on the head of R., who was riding with a crestfallen air in the rear. Thanks to the ingenious devices of this gentleman, we had missed the track entirely. In extremely bad temper, we encamped on this ill-starred spot. Chapter 5. The Big Blue. The great medley of Oregon and California emigrants around Independence had heard reports that several parties were setting out from St. Joseph, farther to the northward. The prevailing impression was that these were Mormons, 2,300 in number, and a great alarm was excited. The people of Illinois and Missouri, who composed by far the greater part of the emigrants, have never been on the best terms with the Latter-day Saints, and it is notorious how much blood has been spilt in their feuds, even far from within the limits of the settlements. The women and children at Independence raised a great outcry. The men were seriously alarmed and sent to Colonel Kearny, requesting an escort of dragoons as far as the Platte. This was refused, and as the sequel proved, there was no occasion for it. The St. Joseph emigrants were as good Christians and as zealous Mormon haters as the rest. We were now upon this St. Joseph trail. Large parties were a few days in advance of us, and as we supposed them to be Mormons, we had some apprehension. The journey was monotonous. One day we rode without seeing a tree or bush. On either side stretched the vast expanse, rolling with a succession of graceful swells covered with the carpet of fresh green grass. Here or there a crow, a raven, or a turkey buzzard relieved the uniformity. "What shall we do tonight for wood and water?" we began to ask. At length a dark green speck appeared. It was a tree, and we made haste towards it. It proved to be the vanguard of a cluster of low trees that surrounded pools of water in an extensive hollow, so we encamped. It was a gorgeous sunset. "I must have a bath tonight," said Shaw. "Delorier, any chance for a swim down there?" "Ah, I cannot tell. Just as you please, monsieur." "Come," he called to me. "We can see for ourselves." We set out together, soon finding the ground rather treacherous. We could only get along by stepping upon large clumps of tall, rank grass. Shaw went off to the right while I kept straight forward. At last I came to young water willows covered with their caterpillar-like blossoms, but intervening between them and the last grass clump was a black and deep slough, over which, by a vigorous exertion, I jumped. I shouldered my way through the willows till I came to a wide stream of water 3 inches deep, creeping over a bottom of sleek mud. My arrival produced a commotion. A huge green bullfrog uttered an indignant croak and jumped off the bank with a loud splash. His webbed feet twinkled above the surface, and I could see him ensconcing himself in the unresisting slime at the bottom when several large bubbles struggled lazily to the top. "Any chance for a bath where you are?" called Shaw. The answer was not encouraging. I rejoined him. Not far on the right, a rising ground covered with trees seemed to sink down to water. When we reached the place, we were impeded by obstinate young birch trees. In the twilight, we snatched at the touch-me-not stem of ancient sweetbriar to support ourselves. Shaw suddenly uttered an emphatic monosyllable, and looking up I saw him with one hand grasping a sapling and one foot immersed in the water, his whole attention on the movements of a water snake about 5 feet long, curiously checkered with black and green. There being no stick or stone at hand, we looked at him in silent disgust and then pushed forward. Our perseverance was at last rewarded. We emerged upon a level nook among the brushwood, where the weeds and floating sticks had drawn apart and left a few yards of clear water. We sounded it with a stick. It was 4 feet deep. It seemed reasonably transparent, so the time for action had arrived. But our ablutions were interrupted by 10,000 punctures, like poisoned needles, and the humming of myriads of overgrown mosquitoes. We were fain to retreat with all possible speed. It was late the next morning before we were on the march, and early in the afternoon we were compelled to camp, for a thunder gust enveloped us in whirling sheets of rain. With much ado we pitched our tents. All night long thunder bellowed and growled over our heads. In the morning light, peaceful showers succeeded the cataracts of rain. About noon we got in motion again. Not a breath of air stirred over the prairie. The clouds were like piles of cotton, and where the blue sky was visible it wore a hazy and languid aspect. The sun beat down on us. The horses hung their heads as they waded fetlock deep through the mud. Towards evening the whole sky was densely shrouded, and prairie and cluster of woods assumed a purple hue beneath the inky shadows. Suddenly, from the densest fold of the cloud, the flash leaped out, quivering again and again down to the edge of the prairie, and at the same instant the sharp burst and long rolling peal of the thunder. A cool wind, filled with the smell of rain, overtook us, leveling the tall grass. "Ride for it!" shouted Shaw, rushing by at full speed, his led horse snorting at his side. The whole party broke into a gallop and made for the trees. Passing these, we found a meadow. We rode pell-mell, leaped from horseback, tore off our saddles, and in an instant each man was kneeling at his horse's feet. The hobbles were adjusted and the animals turned loose. Then, as the wagons came wheeling rapidly to the spot, we seized the tent poles, and just as the storm broke, we were prepared to receive it. It came upon us almost with the darkness of night. The trees were completely shrouded by the roaring torrents of rain. Awakening in the morning, the prospect was not cheerful. The rain no longer poured, but pattered with a quiet pertinacity upon the strained and saturated canvas. We disengaged ourselves from our blankets, every fiber of which glistened with bead-like drops of water. The clouds in lead-colored volumes rested on the dismal verge of the prairie. At noon the sky was clear, and we set out, trailing through mud and slime 6 inches deep. In 2 days, we reached the river called the Big Blue. We had struggled through ditches and little brooks all that morning, but this stream, swollen by the rains, was wide, deep, and rapid. No sooner were we on the spot that R flung off his clothes and swam or splashed through the shallows with a rope between his teeth. We all looked on, wondering what might be the object of this energetic preparation, but soon we heard him shouting, "Give that rope a turn around that stump! You, Sorel, you hear? Look sharp now, Boisvert. Come over, some of you, and help me." The men to whom these orders were directed paid not the least attention to them. Henry Chatillon directed the work, and it proceeded quietly and rapidly. Our sharp, rattling voice might have been heard incessantly, and he was leaping about with the utmost activity. When he saw that the men would not do as he told them, he accommodated himself, and with the utmost vehemence ordered them to do precisely that which they were at the time engaged upon. A raft was at length complete. We piled our goods upon it with the exception of our guns. Sorel, Boisvert, Wright, and Delorier took their stations at the four corners to hold it together and swim across with it, and in a moment all our earthly possessions were floating on the turbid waters of the Big Blue. We sat on the bank, anxiously watching, until we saw the raft safe landed in a little cove. The empty wagons were easily passed across, and then, each man mounting a horse, we rode through the stream. Chapter 6. The Platte and the Desert. We were now at the end of our solitary journeyings along the St. Joseph Trail. On the evening of the 23rd of May, we encamped near its junction with the old legitimate trail of the Oregon emigrants. We had ridden long that afternoon, trying in vain to find wood and water, until we saw the sunset sky reflected from a pool encircled by bushes and rocks. The water lay in the bottom of a hollow, the smooth prairie gracefully rising in ocean-like swells on every side. We pitched our tents by it, not, however, before the keen eye of Henry Chatillon had discerned some unusual object upon the faintly defined outline of the distant swell. But in the moist, hazy atmosphere of the evening, nothing could be distinguished. As we lay around the fire after supper, a low and distant sound, strange amid the loneliness of the prairie, reached our ears, peals of laughter, and the faint voices of men and women. For 8 days we had not encountered a human being, and this singular warning of their vicinity had an effect extremely impressive. About dark, a sallow-faced fellow descended the hill on horseback, and splashing through the pool rode up to the tents. He was enveloped in a huge cloak, and his broad felt hat was weeping about his ears with the drizzling moisture of the evening. Another followed, a stout, square-built, intelligent-looking man who announced himself as leader of an immigrant party and camped a mile in advance. About 20 wagons were with him. The rest of his party was on the other side of the Big Blue, waiting for a woman who was in the pains of childbirth, and quarreling, meanwhile, among themselves. These were the first emigrants we had overtaken, although we had found abundant and melancholy traces of their progress throughout the course of the journey. Sometimes we passed the grave of one who had sickened and died on the way. The earth was usually torn up and covered thickly with wolf tracks. One morning, a piece of plank standing on the summit of a grassy hill attracted our notice, and riding up to it we found the following words roughly traced upon it, apparently with a red-hot piece of iron. Mary Ellis, died May 7, 1845, aged 2 months. Such tokens were of common occurrence. We were late in breaking camp the following morning, and scarcely had we ridden a mile when we saw, drawn against the horizon, a line of objects stretching at regular intervals along the level edge of the prairie. A swell soon hid them from sight, until ascending it we saw the emigrant caravan, with its heavy white wagons creeping on in slow procession, and a large drove of cattle following behind. Half a dozen yellow-visaged Missourians mounted on horseback were cursing and shouting among them, their lank, angular proportions enveloped in brown homespun. As we approached, they called out, "How are you, boys? Are you for Oregon or California?" Children's faces were thrust out from the white coverings to look at us, while the careworn, thin-featured matron or the buxom girl seated in front suspended her knitting to stare at us with wondering curiosity. By the side of each wagon stalked the proprietor, urging on his patient oxen, who shouldered heavily along. It was easy to see that fear and dissension prevailed among them. Some of the bachelors looked wistfully upon us as we rode lightly and swiftly by. Others were unwilling to advance at all until the party they had left behind rejoined them. Many were murmuring against the leader they had chosen. We soon left them behind and hoped that we had taken a final leave, but our companion's wagon stuck so long in a ditch that before it was extricated, the van of the emigrant caravan appeared again. Wagon after wagon plunged through the mud, and as it was noon and the place promised shade and water, we saw with satisfaction that they were resolved to encamp. Soon the wagons were wheeled into a circle, the cattle were grazing over the meadow, and the men with sour, sullen faces were looking about for wood and water. They met with indifferent success. As we left the ground, I saw a tall, slouching fellow with the nasal accent of down east contemplating the contents of his tin cup, which he had just filled with water. "Look here, you," said he, "it's chock full of animals." The cup, as he held it out, exhibited an extraordinary variety of animal and vegetable life. Riding up and looking back on the meadow, we could easily see that all was not right in the camp of the emigrants. The men were crowded together, and an angry discussion seemed to be going forward. R was missing, and the captain told us that he had remained behind to get his horse shod by a blacksmith attached to the emigrant party. Something whispered in our ears that mischief was on foot. We kept on, however, and coming to a stream of tolerable water, we stopped. Still the absentee lingered behind. At last he and his horse appeared, sharply defined against the sky on the summit of a hill, and close behind a huge white object rose slowly into view. "What is that blockhead bringing with him now?" A moment dispelled the mystery. Solemnly, one behind the other, 4 long trains of oxen and 4 emigrant wagons rolled over the crest and gravely descended, while R rode in state in the van. It seems that during the process of shoeing the horse, the smothered dissensions among the emigrants broke into open rupture. Some insisted on pushing forward, some on remaining where they were, and some on going back. Kearsley, their captain, threw up his command in disgust. "And now, boys," said he, "if any of you are for going ahead, just you come along with me." 4 wagons with 10 men, 1 woman, and 1 small child made up the go-ahead faction, and R, with his usual proclivity toward mischief, had invited them to join our party. Fear of Indians must have induced him to court so burdensome an alliance. The men were all that could be desired, rude in manners, but frank, manly, and intelligent. To tell them we could not travel with them was out of the question. I merely reminded Kearsley that if his oxen could not keep up with our mules, he must expect to be left behind. But he replied that his oxen should keep up, and if they couldn't, why, he allowed he'd find out how to make 'em. On the next day, as it chanced, our English companions broke the axle-tree of their wagon, and down came the whole cumbrous machine, lumbering into the bed of a brook. Here was a day's work cut out for us. Meanwhile, our emigrant associates urged on their powerful oxen so vigorously that with the broken axle-tree and other mishaps, it was a week before we overtook them. At this stage of our journey, it was probable that the Pawnees would attempt to rob us. We began therefore to stand guard, dividing the night into 3 watches and appointing 2 men for each. Delorier and I, holding guard together, wrapped ourselves in our blankets and sat by the fire, and Delorier, combining his culinary functions with his duties as a sentinel, employed himself with boiling the head of an antelope for our breakfast. Yet we were models of vigilance in comparison with some of the party, for the ordinary practice of the guard was to lay his rifle on the ground and, enveloping his nose in his blanket, meditate on his mistress or whatever subject best pleased him. This was well enough when among Indians who do not habitually proceed further in their hostility than robbing travelers of their horses and mules, but farther to the west, The guard must beware how he exposes his person to the light of the fire, lest some keen-eyed, skulking marksman should let fly a bullet or an arrow from the darkness. Among tales that circulated around our campfire was one told by Boisvert, who was trapping once on the skirts of the Blackfoot country. The man on guard kept aloof from the firelight and sat watching intently on all sides. At length he was aware of a dark, crouching figure stealing noiselessly into the circle of light. He hastily cocked his rifle, but the click of the lock caught the ear of the Blackfoot. Raising his arrow, already fitted to the string, he shot in the direction of the sound. So sure was his aim that he drove it through the throat of the unfortunate guard, and then, with a loud yell, bounded from the camp. As I looked at the partner of my watch, puffing and blowing over his fire, it occurred to me that he might not prove the most efficient auxiliary in time of trouble. "Delorier," said I, "would you run away if the Pawnees should fire at us?" "Ah, oui, monsieur," he replied decisively. At this instant, a whimsical variety of voices, barks, howls, yelps, and whines sounded from the prairie, not far off, as if a conclave of wolves were assembled there. Delorier looked up from his work with a laugh and began to imitate this medley of sounds with a ludicrous accuracy. At this they were repeated, with redoubled emphasis, the musician being apparently indignant at the successful efforts of a rival. They all proceeded from the throat of one little wolf, not larger than a spaniel, seated at some distance. He was a prairie wolf, a grim-visaged but harmless little brute, whose worst propensity is creeping among horses and gnawing the ropes of rawhide. Other beasts roam the prairies, far more formidable in aspect. These are the large white and gray wolves, whose deep howl we heard at intervals from far and near. At last I fell into a doze, and awakening from it found Delorier fast asleep. I was about to stimulate his vigilance with the stock of my rifle, but compassion prevailing, I let him sleep a while. Now and then I walked the rounds among the silent horses. The night was chill, damp, and dark, the dank grass bending under the icy dewdrops. At the distance of a rod or two, the tents were invisible, and nothing could be seen but the obscure figures of the horses, deeply breathing, restlessly starting as they slept, or still slowly champing the grass. Far off, beyond the black outline of the prairie, there was a ruddy light, gradually increasing, like the glow of a conflagration, until at length the broad disk of the moon, blood-red and vastly magnified by the vapors, rose slowly on the darkness, flecked by one or two little clouds. And as the light poured over the gloomy plain, a fierce and stern howl seemed to greet it as an unwelcome intruder. There was something impressive and awful in the place and the hour, for I and the beasts were all that had consciousness for many a league around. Some days elapsed and brought us near the Platte. Two men on horseback approached us one morning, and we watched them with the curiosity and interest that upon the solitude of the plains such an encounter always excites. They were evidently whites from their mode of riding. Neither of them carried a rifle. "Fools," remarked Henry Chatillon, "to ride that way on the prairie. Pawnee find them, then they catch it." Pawnee had found them, and they have come very near catching it. Indeed, nothing saved them but the approach of our party. Shaw and I knew one of them, a man named Turner, whom we had seen at Westport. He and his companion belonged to an emigrant party encamped a few miles in advance and had returned to look for some stray oxen, leaving their rifles with characteristic rashness or ignorance behind them. Just before we came up, half a dozen Indians approached, and one of the rascals seized the bridle of Turner's horse and ordered him to dismount. Turner was wholly unarmed, but the other jerked a pistol out of his pocket, at which the Pawnee recoiled. And then, some of our men appearing in the distance, the whole party whipped their rugged little horses and made off. Long after leaving him, and late that afternoon, in the midst of a gloomy and barren prairie, we came suddenly upon the great trail of the Pawnees, leading from their villages on the Platte to their war and hunting grounds to the southward. Here every summer passes the motley concourse, thousands of savages, men, women, and children, horses and mules laden with their weapons and implements, and an innumerable multitude of unruly wolfish dogs who have not acquired the civilized accomplishment of barking, but howl like their wild cousins of the prairie. The permanent winter villages of the Pawnees stand on the lower Platte, but through the summer the greater part of the inhabitants wander the plains, a treacherous, cowardly banditti. Our friend Kearsley and his men went after buffalo on the day after they reached the Platte. Mounting a high grassy ridge after an hour's riding, they found themselves confronted by about 30 mounted Pawnees. Amazement and consternation were mutual. Having nothing but their bows and arrows, the Indians thought their hour was come. They began, one and all, to shout forth the most cordial salutations, running up with extreme earnestness to shake hands with the Missourians, who were as much rejoiced as they were to escape the expected conflict. When we reached the long-expected valley of the Platte, we all drew rein and sat joyfully looking down upon the prospect, which was right welcome and striking to the imagination, and yet had not one picturesque or beautiful feature. League after league, a plain as level as a lake was outspread beneath us. Here and there the Platte, divided into a dozen thread-like sluices, traversed it. No living thing was moving except the lizards that darted over the sand and through the rank grass and prickly pears at our feet. We had passed the more tedious part of the journey, but 400 miles still intervened between us and Fort Laramie, and to reach that point cost us 3 more weeks. During this time we were passing up the middle of a long, narrow, sandy plain, reaching like an outstretched belt nearly to the Rocky Mountains. 2 lines of sand hills, broken often into the wildest and most fantastic forms, flanked the valley. Skulls and whitening bones of buffalo were scattered everywhere. The ground was tracked by myriads of them. From every gorge and ravine descended well-worn paths, where the buffalo issue twice a day in regular procession to drink in the Platte. Early in the morning after we reached the Platte, a long procession of squalid savages approached our camp. Each was on foot, leading his horse. His attire consisted merely of a scanty cincture and an old buffalo robe, tattered and begrimed by use, which hung over his shoulders. His head was close-shaven, except a ridge of hair reaching over the crown from the middle of the forehead. He carried his bow and arrow, while his meager little horse was laden with dried buffalo meat. They were the Pawnees whom Kearsley had encountered. I went out to meet them and had an amicable conference with the chief, presenting him with half a pound of tobacco, at which unmerited bounty he expressed much gratification. These fellows, or some of their companions, had committed a dastardly outrage upon an emigrant party in advance of us. 2 men at a distance from the rest were seized but broke away and fled. At this the Pawnees raised the yell and shot at them, transfixing the hindmost through the back with several arrows, while his companion galloped away and brought the news to his party. The panic-stricken emigrants remained several days in camp, not daring even to send out in quest of the dead body. Our New England climate is mild and equable compared with that of the Platte. This very morning, for instance, was close and sultry, the sun rising with a faint, oppressive heat, when suddenly darkness gathered and a blast of sleet and hail drove full in our faces. It felt like a storm of needles. The horses faced about in extreme displeasure, holding their tails like whipped dogs and shivering. Wright's long train of mules came sweeping round before the storm like a flight of snowbirds driven by a winter tempest. The instant the wind subsided, we pitched our tents. The emigrants also encamped near at hand. Around our fire gathered a group of uncouth figures shivering in the drizzling rain. Conspicuous were 2 of the half-savage men who spend their reckless lives in trapping or trading. They were of Canadian extraction. Their hard, weather-beaten faces and bushy mustaches looked out from beneath their hoods with a bad and brutish expression, as if they might be the willing agents of any villainy. And such, in fact, is the character of many of these men. Chapter 7. The Buffalo. 4 days on the Platte and yet no buffalo. Last year's signs of them were provokingly abundant, and wood being extremely scarce, we found an admirable substitute in the bois de vache, which burns like peat, producing no unpleasant effects. The wagons, one morning, had left the camp. Shaw and I were already on horseback, but Henry Chatillon still sat cross-legged by the dead embers of the fire. "What is it, Henry?" "Ah, I feel lonesome. I never been here before, but I see away yonder over the buttes and down there on the prairie black, all black with buffalo." In the afternoon, he and I left the party in search of an antelope. The vast plain waved with tall, rank grass that swept our horses' bellies. It swayed to and fro in billows with the light breeze, and far and near antelope and wolves were moving through it, the hairy backs of the latter appearing and disappearing as they bounded awkwardly along, while the antelope, with the simple curiosity peculiar to them, would approach us, their little horns and white throats visible above the grass tops as they gazed eagerly at us with their round black eyes. I dismounted and amused myself with firing at the wolves. Henry attentively scrutinized the landscape. At length he gave a shout and called me to mount again, pointing in the direction of the sand hills. A mile and a half from us, two black specks slowly traversed the bare, glaring face of one of them. "Let us go!" cried Henry, and we galloped through the rank grass towards the base of the hills. We entered a deep ravine and were surrounded by the bleak sand hills. Half of their steep sides were bare, the rest were scantily clothed with clumps of grass and gashed with numberless ravines. The sky had suddenly darkened and a cold, gusty wind arisen, but Henry's face was all eagerness. He tore off a little hair from the piece of buffalo robe under his saddle and threw it up to show the course of the wind. The game were to windward, and it was necessary to make our best speed to get round them. We scrambled from this ravine and found another, winding like a snake among the hills, and so deep that it completely concealed us. Henry abruptly jerked his rein and slid out of his saddle. Full a quarter of a mile distant, on the outline of the farthest hill, a long procession of buffalo were walking, with the utmost gravity and deliberation. Then more clambered from a hollow not far off, and a shaggy head and a pair of short, broken horns issued out of a ravine close at hand, and with a slow, stately step, one by one, the enormous brutes came into view, wholly unconscious of an enemy. In a moment Henry was worming his way, lying flat on the ground, through grass and prickly pears. He had both my rifle and his own. He was soon out of sight. For a long time all was silent. I sat holding his horse, when suddenly, in rapid succession, came the sharp reports of two rifles, and the line of buffalo quickened their pace into a clumsy trot and gradually disappeared over the ridge. "You have missed them," said I. "Yes," said Henry. "Let us go." He loaded the rifles and mounted his horse. We rode up the hill after the buffalo. The herd was out of sight when we reached the top, but lying on the grass was one quite lifeless and another violently struggling in the death agony. "You see, I miss him," remarked Henry. He had fired for more than 150 yards, and both balls had passed through the lungs, the true mark in shooting buffalo. The darkness increased, and a driving storm came on. Tying our horses to the horns of the victims, Henry began the bloody work of dissection, slashing away with the science of a connoisseur, while I vainly tried to imitate him. Heavily burdened with the more eligible portions of the buffalo, we set out on our return. Scarcely had we emerged from the labyrinth of gorges and ravines when the prickling sleet came driving, gust upon gust, directly in our faces. It was strangely dark, though wanting still an hour of sunset. The storm penetrated to the skin, but the uneasy trot of our heavy-gaited horses kept us warm enough as we forced them unwillingly in the teeth of the sleet by the powerful suasion of our Indian whips. A flourishing colony of prairie dogs had burrowed into the prairie, and the mounds of fresh earth around their holes were about as numerous as the hills in a cornfield, but not a yelp was to be heard. Not the nose of a single citizen was visible. All had retired to the depths of their burrows, and we envied them their dry and comfortable habitations. An hour's hard riding showed us our tent dimly looming through the storm, one side puffed out by the force of the wind and the other collapsed in proportion. Shaw, like a patriarch, sat on his saddle in the entrance, with a pipe in his mouth and his arms folded, contemplating with cool satisfaction the piles of meat we flung on the ground before him. A dark and dreary night succeeded. When we returned from a reconnoitering tour the next morning, Henry shouted, "Here's old Pepin and Frederic, down from Fort Laramie." We had expected this encounter. Pepin, the bourgeois, or boss, of Fort Laramie, had come down the river with the buffalo robes and the beaver, the produce of the last winter's trading. I had a letter back in my baggage to commit to their hands, so requesting Henry to detain the boats, I set out after the wagons, about 4 miles in advance. Returning with the letter, I found a strange assembly. The boats, 11 in number, deep laden with the skins, hugged close to the shore to escape being borne down by the swift current. Pepin sat in the middle of one of the boats, surrounded by the rowers, swarthy, ignoble Mexicans. He was a stout, robust fellow with a little gray eye that had a peculiarly sly twinkle. Frederic stretched his tall, raw-boned proportions close by, and mountain men completed the group, some lounging in the boats, some strolling on shore, some attired in gaily painted buffalo robes like Indian dandies, some with hair saturated with red paint and plastered with glue to their temples, and one bedaubed with vermilion upon the forehead and each cheek. I shook hands with the bourgeois and delivered the letter. Then the boats swung round into the stream and floated away. They had reason for haste, for already the voyage from Fort Laramie had occupied a full month, and the river was growing daily more shallow. 50 times a day the boats had been aground. 2 of these boats, the property of private traders, afterwards separating from the rest, got hopelessly involved in the shallows not far from the Pawnee villages, and were soon surrounded by a swarm of the inhabitants. They carried off everything that they thought valuable, including most of the robes, and amused themselves by tying up the men left on guard and soundly whipping them with sticks. We encamped that night upon the bank of the river. Among the emigrants was an overgrown boy, some 18 years old, with a head as round and about as large as a pumpkin. Fever and ague fits had dyed his face of a corresponding color. He wore an old white hat, tied under his chin with a handkerchief. His body was short and stout, but his legs were of disproportioned and appalling length. I observed him at sunset, breasting the hill with gigantic strides, and standing against the sky on the summit like a colossal pair of tongs. A moment later we heard him screaming frantically behind the ridge, and nothing doubted but that he was in the clutches of Indians or grizzly bears. Some of the party caught up their rifles and ran to the rescue. His outcries, however, were but an ebullition of joyous excitement. He had chased 2 wolf pups to their burrow, and was on his knees grubbing away like a dog at the mouth of the hole. Before morning he caused more serious disquiet in the camp. It was his turn to hold the middle guard, but no sooner was he called up than he coolly arranged a pair of saddlebags under the wagon, laid his head upon them, closed his eyes, opened his mouth, and fell asleep. The guard on our side contented himself with watching our own horses and mules. The wolves, he said, were unusually noisy, but still no mischief was anticipated, until the sun rose, when not a hoof or horn was in sight. The cattle were gone. While Tom was quietly slumbering, the wolves had driven them away. Then we reaped the fruits of our precious plan of traveling in company with emigrants. To leave them in their distress was not to be thought of, and we felt bound to wait until the cattle could, if possible, be recovered. You may be curious to know what punishment awaited the faithless Tom. By the wholesome law of the prairie, he who falls asleep on guard is condemned to walk all day, leading his horse by the bridle. But instead, the emigrants decreed that since Tom couldn't stand guard without falling asleep, he shouldn't stand guard at all. and henceforth his slumbers were unbroken. Establishing such a premium on drowsiness could have no very beneficial effect upon the vigilance of our sentinels, for it is far from agreeable, after riding from sunrise to sunset, to feel your slumbers interrupted by the butt of a rifle nudging your side and a sleepy voice growling in your ear that you must get up to shiver and freeze for 3 weary hours at midnight. Chapter 8. Taking French Leave. On the 8th of June, we reached the South Fork of the Platte, at the usual fording place. For league upon league, the desert uniformity of the prospect was almost unbroken. The hills were dotted with tufts of shriveled grass, but betwixt these the white sand was glaring in the sun, and the channel of the river, almost on a level with the plain, was but one great sandbed about 1/2 mile wide. It was covered with water, but so scantily that the bottom was scarcely hidden. For wide as it is, the average depth of the Platte does not at this point exceed 1.5 feet. Stopping near its bank, we gathered bois de vache and made a meal of buffalo meat. Far off, on the other side, was a green meadow where we could see the white tents and wagons of an emigrant camp, and just opposite to us we could discern a group of men and animals at the water's edge. 5 horsemen soon entered the river, and in 10 minutes had waded across and clambered up the loose sand bank. They were ill-looking fellows, thin and swarthy, with careworn, anxious faces and lips rigidly compressed. They had good cause for anxiety. On the night of their arrival, they had lost 123 of their best cattle, driven off by the wolves through the neglect of the man on guard. This calamity was not the first that had overtaken them. Since leaving the settlements, they had met with nothing but misfortune. Some of their party had died, one man had been killed by the Pawnees, and about a week before they had been plundered by the Dakotas of all their best horses. They had encamped, they told us, near sunset by the side of the Platte, and their oxen were scattered over the meadow while the horses were feeding a little farther off. Suddenly, the ridges of the hills were alive with a swarm of mounted Indians, at least 600 in number, who came pouring with a yell down towards the camp, rushing up within a few rods to the great terror of the emigrants, when suddenly wheeling, they swept around the band of horses and in 5 minutes disappeared with their prey through the openings of the hills. The emigrants recrossed the river and we followed, but our little mule cart was ill-fitted for the passage of so swift a stream. We watched it with anxiety till it seemed a motionless white speck in the midst of the waters, and it was motionless, for it had stuck fast in a quicksand. The mules were losing their footing, the wheels were sinking deeper and deeper, and the water began to rise through the bottom and drench the goods within. We, on the hither bank, galloped to the rescue. The men jumped into the water, adding their strength to that of the mules, until by much effort the cart was extricated and conveyed across. As we gained the other bank, a rough group of men surrounded us. They were not robust nor large of frame, yet they had an aspect of hardy endurance. Finding at home no scope for their energies, they had betaken themselves to the prairie, and in them seemed to be revived with redoubled force that fierce spirit which impelled their ancestors, scarcely more lawless than themselves, from the German forests to inundate Europe and overwhelm the Roman Empire. A fortnight afterwards, this unfortunate party passed Fort Laramie while we were there. Not one of their missing oxen had been recovered, and they had been compelled to abandon a great part of their baggage and provisions and yoke cows and heifers to their wagons. It is worth noticing that on the Platte one may sometimes see the shattered wrecks of ancient claw-footed tables, well waxed and rubbed, or massive bureaus of carved oak. These, some of them the relics of ancestral prosperity in the colonial time, must have encountered strange vicissitudes. Brought perhaps from England, then with the declining fortunes of their owners borne across the Alleghanies to the wilderness of Ohio or Kentucky, then to Illinois or Missouri, and now at last fondly stowed away in the family wagon for the interminable journey to Oregon. But the stern privations of the way are little anticipated. The cherished relic is soon flung out to scorch and crack upon the hot prairie. We resumed our journey, but we had gone scarcely a mile when R called out from the rear, "We'll camp here." "Why do you want to camp? Look at the sun. It's not 3 o'clock yet." "We'll camp here." This was the only reply vouchsafed. Delorier was in advance with his cart. Seeing the mule wagon wheeling from the track, he began to turn his own team in the same direction. "Go on, Delorier." And the little cart advanced again. As we rode on, we soon heard the wagon of our Confederates creaking and jolting behind us, and the driver, Wright, discharging a furious volley of oaths against his mules. Something of this sort had frequently occurred. Our English companion was by no means partial to us, and we thought we discovered in his conduct an intention to thwart and annoy us, especially by retarding the movements of the party. He would insist on encamping at all unseasonable hours, saying that 15 miles was a sufficient day's journey. Finding our wishes disregarded, we took affairs into our own hands. Keeping always in advance, to the inexpressible indignation of R, we encamped at the time and place we thought proper, not much caring whether the rest chose to follow or not. They always did so, pitching their tent near ours with sullen and wrathful countenances. Traveling together on these terms did not suit our tastes, and for some time we had meditated a separation. We resolved to leave camp early in the morning and push forward as rapidly as possible for Fort Laramie, which we hoped to reach in 4 or 5 days. The captain soon trotted up between us, and we explained our intentions. "A very extraordinary proceeding, upon my word," he remarked. The impression in his mind evidently was that we were deserting his party in what he regarded as a very dangerous stage of the journey. We ventured to suggest that we were only 4 in number, while his party still included 16 men, and as we were to go forward, a full proportion of the perils would fall upon us. But the austerity of the captain's features would not relax. "A very extraordinary proceeding, gentlemen." Repeating this, he rode off to confer with his principal. Before sunrise on the next morning, our tent was down. We harnessed our best horses to the cart and left the camp. But first we shook hands with our friends, the emigrants, who sincerely wished us a safe journey, though some others of the party might easily have been consoled had we encountered an Indian war party. The captain and his brother were standing on the top of a hill. We waved adieu as we rode off. The captain replied with a salutation of the utmost dignity, which Jack tried to imitate. We took the shortest cut to reach the main stream of the Platte. A deep ravine intercepted us. We skirted its sides until we found them less abrupt, and then plunged through in the best way we could. We stopped for a short nooning by a pool of rainwater, but soon resumed, and some hours before sunset descended the ravines and gorges opening downward upon the Platte. Our horses waded to the fetlock in sand. The sun scorched like fire. We followed the Platte for about 5 miles and saw, just as the sun was sinking, a great meadow dotted with hundreds of cattle, and beyond them an encampment of emigrants. A party of them came out to meet us, looking upon us with cold and suspicious faces. Seeing 4 men, different in appearance and equipment from them, emerging from the hills, they had taken us for the van of the much-dreaded Mormons. We made known our true character, and then they greeted us cordially, expressing much surprise that so small a party should venture to traverse that region, though such attempts are often made by trappers and Indian traders. We rode to their camp. Some 50 wagons were arranged in a circle, the best horses picketed within, and the circumference glowing with the dusky light of fires, displaying the forms of women and children crowded around them. This patriarchal scene was striking, but we made our escape with all possible dispatch, being tormented by the intrusive questioning of the men who thronged about us. Yankee curiosity was nothing to theirs. They demanded our names, whence we came, whither we were going, and what was our business. The last query was particularly embarrassing, since traveling in that country, or indeed anywhere, from any other motive than gain was an idea of which they took no cognizance. Yet they were fine-looking fellows, with an air of frankness, generosity, and even courtesy, having come from one of the least barbarous frontier counties. We encamped about a mile beyond them. Being too few to stand guard, we extinguished our fire lest it should attract wandering Indians, and slept undisturbed till morning. For 3 days we traveled, and on the third evening encamped by the well-known spring on Scott's Bluff. Henry Chatillon and I rode out in the morning, and descending the western side of the bluff were crossing the plain when something that seemed to be a file of buffalo came into view. But Henry reined in his horse, and peering with a more practiced eye soon discovered its real nature. "Indians," he said. "Old Smoke's lodges, I believe. Come, let us go. Ha! Get up now." Laying on the lash with good will, he galloped forward, and I rode at his side. Not long after, a black speck became visible, and growing larger, assumed the form of a man and horse. Soon we could discern a naked Indian careening at full gallop towards us. When within a furlong, he wheeled his horse in a wide circle and made him describe various mystic figures upon the prairie. Henry immediately compelled his horse to execute similar evolutions. "It is Old Smoke's village," said he, interpreting these signals. "Didn't I say so?" As the Indian approached, we stopped to wait for him, when suddenly he vanished into one of the deep ravines. Then, in an instant, the rough head of his horse stretched upwards from the edge, and the rider and steed came scrambling out and bounded up to us. A sudden jerk of the rein brought the wild, panting horse to a full stop. Then followed the needful formality of shaking hands. Our visitor was a young fellow of no note in his nation, yet he was a good specimen of a Dakota warrior in his traveling dress. Like most of his people, he was nearly 6 feet high, lithely and gracefully yet strongly proportioned, and with a skin singularly clear and delicate. He wore no paint, his head was bare, and his long hair was gathered in a clump behind, to the top of which was attached transversely, both by way of ornament and talisman, the mystic whistle, made of the wing-bone of the war eagle and endowed with various magic virtues. From the back of his head descended a line of glittering brass plates, tapering from the size of a doubloon to that of a half-dime, a cumbrous ornament in high vogue among the Dakotas, and for which they pay the traders a most extravagant price. His chest and arms were naked, the buffalo robe, worn over them when at rest, had fallen about his waist, and was confined there by a belt. This, with the gay moccasins on his feet, completed his attire. For arms, he carried a quiver of dogskin at his back, and a rude but powerful bow in his hand. His horse had no bridle. A cord of hair, lashed around his haw, served in place of one. The saddle was made of wood covered with rawhide, and both pommel and cantle rose perpendicularly full 18 inches, so that the warrior was wedged firmly in his seat. Advancing with our new companion, we found more of his people, seated in a circle on the top of a hill, while a rude procession came straggling down the neighboring hollow, men, women, and children, with horses dragging the lodge poles behind them. All that morning, as we moved forward, tall savages were stalking silently about us. At noon we reached Horse Creek. The main body of the Indians had arrived before us. On the farther bank stood a large and strong man, nearly naked, holding a white horse by a long cord, and eyeing us as we approached. This was the chief, whom Henry called Old Smoke. Just behind him, his youngest and favorite squaw sat astride a fine mule covered with caparisons of whitened skins, garnished with blue and white beads, and fringed with little ornaments of metal that tinkled with every movement of the animal. The girl had a light, clear complexion, enlivened by a spot of vermilion on each cheek. She smiled, not to say grinned, upon us, showing 2 gleaming rows of white teeth. In her hand she carried the tall lance of her unchivalrous lord, fluttering with feathers. His round white shield hung at the side of her mule, and his pipe was slung at her back. Her dress was a tunic of deerskin made beautifully white by means of a species of clay found on the prairie, ornamented with beads, arranged with figures more gay than tasteful, and with long fringes at all the seams. Not far from the chief stood a group of stately figures, their white buffalo robes thrown over their shoulders, gazing coldly upon us, and in the rear, for several acres, the ground was covered with a temporary encampment. Warriors, women, and children swarmed like bees. Hundreds of dogs of all sizes and colors ran restlessly about, and close at hand the wide, shallow stream was alive with boys, girls, and young squaws, splashing, screaming, and laughing in the water. At the same time, a long train of emigrants with their heavy wagons was crossing the creek, and dragging on in slow procession by the encampment of the people whom they and their descendants in the space of a century are to sweep from the face of the earth. The encampment itself was merely a temporary one during the heat of the day. None of the lodges were pitched, but their heavy leather coverings and the long poles used to support them were scattered everywhere, among weapons, domestic utensils, and the rude harness of mules and horses. The squaws of each lazy warrior had made him a shelter from the sun by stretching a few buffalo robes upon poles. And here he sat in the shade, with a favorite young squaw perhaps at his side, glittering with all imaginable trinkets. Before him stood the insignia of his rank as a warrior, his white shield of bull hide, his medicine bag, his bow and quiver, his lance and pipe raised aloft on a tripod of poles. Except the dogs, the most active and noisy tenants of the camp were the old women, ugly as Macbeth's witches, with hair streaming loose in the wind and nothing but the tattered fragment of an old buffalo robe to hide their shriveled limbs. The day of their favoritism passed 2 generations ago. Now the heaviest labors of the camp devolved upon them. They must harness the horses, pitch the lodges, dress the buffalo robes, and bring in meat for the hunters. With the cracked voices of these hags, the clamor of dogs, the shouting and laughing of children and girls, and the listless tranquility of the warriors, the whole scene had an effect too lively and picturesque to be forgotten. We stopped not far from the Indian camp, and having invited some of the chiefs and warriors to dinner, placed before them a repast of biscuit and coffee. Squatted in a half-circle on the ground, they soon disposed of it. As we rode forward on the afternoon journey, several of our late guests accompanied us. Among the rest was a bloated savage of more than 300 pounds weight, christened Le Cochon, in consideration of his preposterous dimensions and certain corresponding traits of his character. The hog bestrode a little white pony, scarcely able to bear up under the enormous burden, though the rider kept both feet playing alternately against his ribs. The old man was not a chief. He never had ambition enough to become one. He was not a warrior nor a hunter, for he was too fat and lazy, but he was the richest man in the village. Riches among the Dakotas consist in horses, and the hog had more than 30. His appetite for horses was insatiable. Trotting up to me, he shook my hand and gave me to understand that he was my devoted friend. Then he began a series of signs and gesticulations, his oily countenance radiant with smiles, and his little eyes peeping out with a cunning twinkle from between the masses of flesh. Henry explained his meaning. The hog was anxious to conclude a matrimonial bargain and barter, one of his daughters for my horse. These overtures I chose to reject, at which the hog, still laughing with undiminished good humor, gathered his robe about his shoulders and rode away. Where we encamped that night, an arm of the Platte ran between high bluffs. It was turbid and swift, but trees were growing on its crumbling banks, and there was a nook of grass between the water and the hill. Through the ragged boughs we saw the sun setting in crimson behind the peaks of the Black Hills. The restless bosom of the river was suffused with red, our white tent was tinged with it, and the sterile bluffs partook of the same fiery hue. It soon passed away. No light remained but that from our fire, blazing high among the dusky trees and bushes, while we lay around it wrapped in our blankets, smoking and conversing through half the night. We crossed the sun-scorched plain on the next morning, the line of old cottonwood trees that fringed the bank of the Platte forming its extreme verge. Nestled close beneath them, we could discern something like a building, and as we came nearer, it proved to be a little trading fort belonging to 2 private traders. Intended to form a hollow square, with rooms within, but with only 2 sides completed, the place was ill-fitted for defense. 2 lodges were pitched close to the fort. The sun beat scorching upon the logs. No living thing was stirring except one old squaw who thrust her round head from the opening of the nearest lodge, and 3 stout young puppies peeping from under the covering. In a moment the door opened and a little, swarthy, black-eyed Frenchman came out. His dress was rather singular. His black, curling hair was parted in the middle and fell below his shoulders. He wore a tight frock of smoked deerskin, gaily ornamented with figures worked in dyed porcupine quills. His moccasins and leggings were also gaudily adorned, and had a line of long fringes reaching down the seams. The small frame of Richard, for by this name Henry made him known to us, was in the highest degree athletic and vigorous. There was no superfluity, and indeed there seldom is among the white men of this country, but every limb was compact and hard. Every sinew had its full tone and elasticity, and the whole man wore an air of mingled hardihood and buoyancy. Richard committed our horses to a Navajo slave, a mean-looking fellow taken prisoner on the Mexican frontier, and relieving us of our rifles with ready politeness, led the way into a room 10 feet square. The walls and floor were of black mud and the roof of rough timber. There was a huge fireplace made of 4 flat rocks. An Indian bow, an otter-skin quiver, several gaudy articles of Rocky Mountain finery, an Indian medicine bag, and a pipe and tobacco pouch garnished the walls, and rifles rested in a corner. There was no furniture except a sort of rough settle covered with buffalo robes, upon which lolled a tall half-breed with his hair glued in masses upon each temple and saturated with vermilion. 2 mountain men sat cross-legged on the floor. Their attire was not unlike that of Richard, but the most striking figure was a naked Indian boy of 16 with a handsome face and light, active proportions, who sat in an easy posture near the door. Not one of his limbs moved the breadth of a hair. His eye was fixed immovably on the fireplace opposite him. On the prairies, the custom of smoking with friends is seldom omitted. The pipe was taken from the wall, and its red bowl crammed with the tobacco and shongsasha mixed in suitable proportions. It passed round the circle, each man inhaling a few whiffs and handing it to his neighbor. Having spent half an hour here, we took our leave. Bidding them adieu, we turned our horses' heads towards the fort. An hour elapsed. The barren hills closed across our front, and we could see no farther, until, having surmounted them, a rapid stream appeared at the foot of the descent, running into the Platte. Beyond was a green meadow, dotted with bushes, and in the midst of these, at the point where the 2 rivers joined, were the low clay walls of a fort. This was not Fort Laramie, but another post of less recent date, which, having sunk before its successful competitor, was now deserted and ruinous. A moment after, the hills seeming to draw apart as we advanced, disclosed Fort Laramie itself, its high bastions and perpendicular walls of clay crowning an eminence beyond the stream, while behind stretched a line of arid ridges, and behind these again, towering 7,000 feet aloft, rose the grim Black Hills. We tried to ford Laramie Creek near the fort, but the stream, swollen with rains, was too rapid. We passed along its bank to find a better crossing place. Men gathered on the wall to look at us. "There's Bordeaux," called Henry, his face brightening. "Him there with the spyglass. And there's old Vasquez, and Tucker, and May, and by George, there's Simoneau." This Simoneau was Henry's fast friend, and the only man in the country who could rival him in hunting. We soon found a ford. Henry led the way, the pony approaching the bank with a countenance of cool indifference, bracing his feet and sliding into the stream with the most unmoved composure. We followed. The water boiled against our saddles, but our horses bore us easily through. The unfortunate little mules were nearly going down with the current, cart and all, and we watched them with some solicitude scrambling over the loose round stones on the bottom and bracing stoutly against the stream. All landed safely at last. We crossed a little plain, descended a hollow, and riding up a steep bank, found ourselves before the gateway of Fort Laramie. Chapter 9. Scenes at Fort Laramie. We were met but not cordially welcomed at the gate of Fort Laramie until Henry Chatillon explained that we were not traders, and we, in confirmation, handed the bourgeois a letter of introduction from his principals. He took it, turned it upside down, and tried hard to read it. But his literary attainments not being adequate to the task, he applied for relief to the clerk, a sleek, smiling Frenchman named Montalon. The letter read, Bordeaux, the bourgeois, seemed gradually to awaken to a sense of what was expected of him. Discarding all formalities, he did not honor us with a single word, but walked swiftly across the area, while we followed in some admiration to a railing and a flight of stairs opposite the entrance. He signed us to fasten our horses to the railing. Then he walked up the steps, tramped along a rude balcony, and kicked open a door into a large room. It had a rough bedstead, but no bed, 2 chairs, a chest of drawers, a tin pail, and a board to cut tobacco upon. A brass crucifix hung on the wall, and close at hand a recent scalp, with hair full a yard long. I shall again have occasion to mention this dismal trophy, its history being connected with our subsequent proceeding. This apartment was that usually occupied by the legitimate bourgeois, Papin, in whose absence the command devolved upon Bordeaux. The latter, a stout, bluff little fellow, much inflated by his new authority, began to roar for buffalo robes. These being brought and spread upon the floor formed our beds. Our arrangements made, we stepped out to the balcony to survey the long-looked-for haven at which we had arrived at last. Beneath us was the square, surrounded by little rooms which opened upon it. These served chiefly for the accommodation of the men employed at the fort, or of the squaws they were allowed to maintain in it. Opposite rose the blockhouse, adorned with the figure of a horse at full speed, daubed upon the boards with red paint, and exhibiting a skill rivaling that displayed by the Indians upon their robes and lodges. Fort Laramie is one of the posts established by the American Fur Company, which well-nigh monopolizes the Indian trade of this region. Here its officials rule. The arm of the United States has little force, for the extreme outposts of her troops were 700 miles to the eastward. The little fort is built of bricks dried in the sun, of an oblong form, with bastions of clay at 2 of the corners. The walls are about 15 feet high and surmounted by a slender palisade. Within, the fort is partitioned. On one side is the square area surrounded by the storerooms, offices, and apartments. On the other is the corral, a narrow place encompassed by the high clay walls, where at night, or in presence of dangerous Indians, the horses and mules of the fort are crowded for safekeeping. The main entrance has 2 gates with an arched passage intervening. A little square window high above the ground opens into this passage, so that when the inner gate is closed and barred, a person without may still hold communication with those within through this aperture. This precaution is seldom resorted to at Fort Laramie, where, though men are frequently killed in the neighborhood, no apprehensions are felt of any general designs of hostility from the Indians. We did not long enjoy our new quarters undisturbed. The door was silently pushed open, and 2 eyeballs and a visage as black as night looked in. Then a red arm and shoulder intruded, and a tall Indian, gliding in, shook us by the hand, grunted his salutation, and sat down on the floor. Others followed, letting fall their heavy robes from their shoulders, and taking seats quite at ease in a semicircle before us. The pipe was lighted and passed. Those who smoked with us were men of standing and repute. 2 or 3 others dropped in also, young fellows, abashed in the presence of their superiors, who stood aloof, never withdrawing their eyes from us. Never having signalized themselves as hunters or performed the honorable exploit of killing a man, they were diffident and bashful. This influx of visitors were bent on inspecting everything in the room. Our equipments and our dress alike underwent their scrutiny. For though the contrary has been asserted, few beings have more curiosity than Indians in regard to subjects within their ordinary range of thought. As to other matters, they seem utterly indifferent. An Indian never launches into speculation and conjecture. His reason moves in its beaten track. His soul is dormant, and no exertions of the missionaries, Jesuit or Puritan, of the Old World or the New, have as yet availed to arouse it. As we were looking at sunset from the wall upon the desolate plains that surround the fort, we observed a cluster of scaffolds rising in the distance against the red western sky. This was the place of sepulture of some Dakota chiefs whose remains their people place in the vicinity of the fort in the hope they may be protected from violation by their enemies. Yet it happened more than once, and quite recently, that war parties of Crow Indians ranging through the country have thrown the bodies from the scaffolds and broken them to pieces amid the yells of the Dakota who remained pent up in the fort, too few to defend the honored relics from insult. On the ground, buffalo skulls were arranged in the mystery circle, commonly seen at Indian places of sepulture upon the prairie. We soon discovered a band of 50 or 60 horses being driven into the corral for the night. A gate opened into this enclosure. By the side of it stood an old Canadian with gray, bushy eyebrows and a dragoon pistol stuck into his belt. His comrade mounted on horseback, his rifle laid across the saddle in front, and his long hair blowing before his swarthy face, rode at the rear of the disorderly troop, urging them up the ascent. In a moment the corral was thronged with the half-wild horses, kicking, biting, and crowding restlessly together. The discordant jingling of a bell summoned us to a supper of cakes of bread and dried buffalo meat, an excellent thing for strengthening the teeth. At this meal were seated the bourgeois and superior dignitaries of the establishment, among whom Henry Chatillon was worthily included. No sooner was it finished than the table was spread a second time, the luxury of bread being now omitted, for the benefit of certain hunters and trappers of inferior standing, while the ordinary Canadiens engagés were regaled on dried meat in one of their lodging rooms. We were sitting on the following morning conversing with the traders May and Vasquez, when an ugly diminutive Indian, wretchedly mounted, came up at a gallop and rode by us into the fort. On being questioned, he said that Smoke's village was close at hand. Only a few minutes elapsed before the hills beyond the river were covered with a disorderly swarm of savages. May finished his story, and by that time the whole array had descended into Laramie Creek and begun to cross it in a mass. I walked down to the bank. The stream is wide and was then between 3 and 4 feet deep with a very swift current. For several rods the water was alive with dogs, horses, and Indians. The long poles used in pitching the lodges are carried by the horses, fastened by the heavier end, 2 or 3 on each side, to a rude sort of pack saddle, while the other end drops on the ground. About a foot behind the horse, a large basket is suspended between the poles and lashed in place. On the back of the horse, luggage is piled. The basket is also filled with domestic utensils, or quite as often a litter of puppies, a brood of small children, or an old man. Numbers of these travaux, as the Canadians called these curious vehicles, splashed through the stream. Among them swam countless dogs, often burdened with miniature travaux, and dashing on horseback came the warriors, then the slender figure of some lynx-eyed boy clinging fast behind them. The women sat perched on the pack saddles. The confusion was prodigious. The dogs yelled and howled in chorus, the puppies and the travaux set up a dismal whine as the water invaded, the little black-eyed children from 1 year of age upward clung fast with both hands to the edge of their basket and looked over in alarm at the water rushing so near them, sputtering and making wry mouths as it splashed against their faces. Some of the dogs, encumbered by their load, were carried down by the current, yelping piteously, and the old squaws would rush into the water, seize their favorites by the neck, and drag them out. As each horse gained the bank, he scrambled up as he could. Stray horses and colts came among the rest, often breaking away at full speed through the crowd, followed by the old hags screaming after their fashion on all occasions of excitement. Buxom young squaws, blooming in all the charms of vermilion, stood here and there on the bank, holding aloft their master's lance as a signal to collect the scattered portions of his household. In a few moments the crowds melted away. Each family, with its horses and equipage, filed off to the plain at the rear of the fort. Here, in the space of half an hour, arose 60 or 70 of their tapering lodges. Their horses were feeding by the hundreds on the prairie, and their dogs were roaming everywhere. The fort was full of warriors, and the children were whooping and yelling incessantly under the walls. These newcomers were scarcely arrived when Bordeaux ran shouting to his squaw to bring him his spyglass. A heavy caravan of the emigrant wagons could be seen advancing from the hills. They gained the river and, without pausing, plunged in, passed through, and slowly ascending the bank, kept directly on their way by the fort and the Indian village until, gaining a spot a quarter of a mile distant, they wheeled into a circle. For some time the emigrants were preparing their encampment, but no sooner was this accomplished than Fort Laramie was taken by storm. A crowd of broad-brimmed hats, thin visages, and staring eyes appeared suddenly at the gate. Tall, awkward men in brown homespun, women with cadaverous faces, and long, lank figures came thronging in together, and as if inspired by the very demon of curiosity, ransacked every nook and corner of the fort. We withdrew in all speed to our chamber, hoping it might prove a sanctuary. The emigrants prosecuted their investigations with untiring vigor. They penetrated the rooms, or rather dens, inhabited by the astonished squaws. Resolved to search every mystery to the bottom, they explored the apartments of the men and even that of the bourgeois. At last a numerous deputation appeared at our door, but found no encouragement to remain. Having satisfied their curiosity, the men procured supplies, either buying them or giving in exchange superfluous articles of their own. The emigrants felt a violent prejudice against the French Indians, as they called the trappers and traders. They thought, and with some reason, that these men bore them no good will. Many were persuaded that the French were instigating the Indians to attack and cut them off. On visiting the encampment, we were struck with the perplexity and indecision that prevailed among them. They seemed like men totally out of their element, bewildered and amazed, like a troop of schoolboys lost in the woods. It was impossible to be among them without being conscious of the bold spirit with which most of them were animated. But on the prairie, the backwoodsman is totally at a loss. This state of mind could not have been cowardice, but they knew absolutely nothing of the country and its inhabitants. They had already experienced much misfortune and apprehended more. A full share of suspicion fell on us. Being strangers, we were looked upon as the enemies. Having occasion for a supply of lead and a few other necessary items, we used to go over to the emigrant camps to obtain them. After some hesitation, some dubious glances, and fumbling of the hands in the pockets, the terms would be agreed upon, the price tendered, and the emigrant would go off to bring the article. After waiting until our patience gave out, we would go in search of him and find him seated on the tongue of his wagon. "Well, stranger," he would observe, "I reckon I won't trade." Some friend of his had whispered in his ear that we meant clearly to cheat him. This timorous mood of the emigrants exposed them to real danger. Assume in the presence of Indians a bold bearing, self-confident yet vigilant, and you will find them tolerably safe neighbors. But if you betray timidity or indecision, you convert them for that moment into dangerous enemies. The Dakotas saw clearly enough the perturbation of the emigrants and instantly availed themselves of it. They became extremely insolent and exacting in their demands. It has become a custom with them to go to the camp of every party as it arrives and demand a feast. Smoke's village had come with this express design, having made several days' journey with no other object than enjoying a cup of coffee and 2 or 3 biscuit. So the feast was demanded, and the emigrants dare not refuse it. The Ogallala and the other bands of Dakota, or Sioux, are thorough savages, unchanged by any contact with civilization. Until within a year or two, when the emigrants began to pass through their country on their way to Oregon, they had seen little of whites, except the few employed about the fur company's posts. They thought them a wise people, inferior only to themselves. But when the swarm of Meneaska with their oxen and wagons began to invade them, their astonishment was unbounded. They could scarcely believe that the earth contained such a multitude of white men. Their wonder is now giving way to indignation, and the result, unless vigilantly guarded against, may be lamentable in the extreme. Shaw and I spent most of our evenings in the Indian village, Shaw's assumption of the medical character giving us a fair pretext. I will describe one of our visits. The sun had just set, and the horses were driven into the corral. The prairie cock, a noted beau, came in at the gate with a bevy of young girls, with whom he began a dance in the area, leading them round and round in a circle, while he jerked up from his chest a succession of monotonous shouts, to which they kept time in a rueful chant. Outside the gate, boys and young men were idly frolicking, and looking grimly upon them stood a warrior in his robe, with his face painted jet black, in token that he had lately taken a Pawnee scalp. Passing these, the tall, dark lodges rode between us and the red western sky. We repaired to the lodge of Old Smoke himself. It was by no means better than the others. Indeed, it was rather shabby, for in this democratic community the chief never assumed superior state. Smoke sat cross-legged on a robe, and his grunt of salutation was unusually cordial, out of respect for Shaw's medical character. Seated around the lodge were several squaws and an abundance of children. The complaint of Shaw's patients was, for the most part, a severe inflammation of the eyes, occasioned by exposure to the sun, a disorder he treated with some success. He had a homeopathic medicine chest, and was, I presume, the first who introduced that harmless system of treatment among the Ogallala. No sooner had a robe been spread for our accommodation than a patient made her appearance. The chief's daughter, the best-looking girl in the village, placed herself readily under the physician's hands, and submitted with a good grace to his applications, laughing during the whole process. This case dispatched, a different kind succeeded. A hideous, emaciated old woman sat in the darkest corner of the lodge, rocking with pain and hiding her eyes from the light. At Smoke's command, she came forward unwillingly and exhibited a pair of eyes nearly disappeared from excess of inflammation. No sooner had the doctor fastened his grip upon her than she set up a dismal moaning and writhed so in his grasp that he lost all patience. But being resolved to carry his point, he succeeded at last in applying his favorite remedies. "It is strange," he said, when the operation was finished, "that I forgot to bring any Spanish flies. We must have a counter-irritant." So, in the absence of a better, he seized upon a red-hot brand from the fire and clapped it against the temple of the old squaw, who set up an unearthly howl, at which the rest of the family broke into a laugh. During these medical operations, Smoke's eldest squaw entered the lodge with a mallet in her hand, the stone head of which was precisely like those sometimes plowed upon in the fields of New England. I had observed a litter of well-grown black puppies comfortably nestled among some buffalo robes, but this newcomer disturbed their enjoyment, for seizing one by the hind paw, she dragged him out and, carrying him to the entrance, hammered him on the head till she killed him. I looked through a hole at the back of the lodge and saw the squaw holding the puppy by the legs, swinging him through the fire until the hair was singed off. This done, she unsheathed her knife and cut him into small pieces, which she dropped into a kettle to boil. In a few moments, a large wooden dish was set before us, filled with this delicate preparation. A dog feast is the greatest compliment a Dakota can offer, and to refuse eating would be an affront. We attacked the little dog and devoured him. Smoke, in the meantime, was preparing his pipe. It was lighted, and we passed it from one to another until the bowl was empty. Chapter 10. The War Parties. The summer of 1846 was a season of warlike excitement among the Dakota. In 1845, they had encountered great reverses. Many war parties had been sent out, some had been cut off, and the others had returned broken and disheartened, so that the whole nation was in mourning. Among the rest, 10 warriors had gone to the Snake Country, led by the son of a prominent Ogallala chief called the Whirlwind. In passing over Laramie Plains, they encountered a superior number of their enemies and were killed to a man. Then the Snakes became alarmed. Dreading the resentment of the Dakota, they hastened to signify their wish for peace by sending the scalp of the slain partisan with a small parcel of tobacco attached to his tribesmen and relations. They had employed old Vasquez, and the scalp was the same that hung in our room at the fort. But the Whirlwind proved inexorable. He hated the Snakes with his whole soul. Long before the scalp arrived, he had made his preparations for revenge. He sent messengers with presents and tobacco to all the Dakota within 300 miles, proposing a grand combination to chastise the Snakes. The plan was adopted, and at this moment many villages, probably embracing 5,000 or 6,000 souls, were slowly creeping toward the common center at Labonte's camp on the Platte. Here warlike rites were to be celebrated, and 1,000 warriors were to set out for the enemy's country. We resolved on no account to miss the rendezvous at Labonte's camp, but as we made our preparations, a young Indian came to the fort and brought evil tidings. This newcomer was an arrant dandy. His ugly face was painted with vermilion, on his head fluttered the tail of a prairie cock, in his ears were hung pendants of shell, and a flaming red blanket was wrapped around him. He carried a dragoon's sword for display, and a bow and arrows in an otter skin at his back. In this guise, the horse, for that was his name, rode in at the gate, casting glances askance at the groups of squaws who, with their mongrel progeny, were sitting in the sun. The evil tidings were that the squaw of Henry Chatillon, a woman with whom he had been connected for years by the strongest ties which in that country exist between the sexes, was dangerously ill. She and her children were in the village of the Whirlwind, at the distance of a few days' journey. Henry was anxious to see the woman before she died and provide for the safety and support of his children, of whom he was extremely fond. We determined to go with him to meet the Whirlwind. I had been ill for several weeks with the same disorder that occasioned such heavy losses to the army on the Rio Grande. I could not walk without pain and effort. Having no medical adviser nor any choice of diet, I resolved to throw myself upon Providence for recovery. So on the 20th of June we set out from Fort Laramie to meet the Whirlwind's village. Though aided by the high-bowed mountain saddle, I could scarcely keep my seat on horseback. A long-haired Canadian named Raymond, with a face like an owl's, and a vagrant trader named Reynal joined us, together with Reynal's squaw, Margot, her 2 nephews, our dandy friend, the horse, and his younger brother, the Hailstorm. Thus accompanied, we betook ourselves to the prairie. Reynal, the image of sleek and selfish complacency, carried the horse's dragoon's sword, delighting in this useless parade, for from spending half his life among Indians, he had caught not only their habits but their ideas. Margot, a female of 200 pounds, was couched in the basket of a travaux, leading a pack horse by a trail rope. Delorier walked briskly by the side of the cart, and Raymond came behind, swearing at the spare horses. The restless young Indians, their quivers at their backs and their bows in their hands, galloped over the hills, often startling a wolf or an antelope from the sage bushes. Shaw and I were in keeping with the rest, having adopted the buckskin attire of the trappers. Henry rode in advance. Thus we passed hill after hill, a country arid, broken, and so parched that none of the plants familiar to our more favored soil would flourish upon it, though there were strange medicinal herbs and multitudes of cactus hanging like reptiles at the edges of every ravine. At length we looked down on Laramie Creek, which far below us wound like a writhing snake from side to side of the narrow interval amid a ground of shattered cottonwood and ash trees. Tall cliffs, white as chalk, shut in this green strip of woods and meadowlands into which we descended and encamped for the night. In the morning we passed a wide, grassy plain. There was a grove with myriads of wild roses, with their sweet perfume fraught with recollections of home. As we emerged, a rattlesnake, as large as a man's arm, lay coiled on a rock, fiercely rattling and hissing at us. A gray hare, twice as large as those of New England, leaped from the ferns, curlew flew screaming over our heads, and a host of prairie dogs sat yelping at us. Advancing a little, we beheld on the farther bank of the stream a herd of some 200 elk coming out upon the meadow, their antlers clattering as they walked in a dense throng. Seeing us, they broke into a run and disappeared among the trees and scattered groves. We found ourselves at length at the edge of a deep valley, with long, rank grass and scattered trees stretching along the course of the stream. Reaching the farther end, we stopped and encamped. A huge cottonwood spread its branches over our tent. Laramie Creek, circling before our camp, half enclosed us. There were dense copses on our right. The cliffs were half hidden by bushes, though behind us friend or enemy could be discerned at a mile. Here we resolved to await the whirlwind, who would certainly pass this way towards Labonte's camp. We had good grass, good water, tolerable fish from the stream, and plenty of antelope and deer, though no buffalo. There was one drawback, an extensive tract of bushes just behind us which sheltered a numerous brood of rattlesnakes. Henry Chatillon dispatched the horse to the village with a message to his squaw that she and her relatives should leave the rest and push on as rapidly as possible to our camp. That camp is daguerreotyped in my memory. The old tree, the white tent with Shaw sleeping in the shadow of it, and Reynal's miserable lodge close by the bank of the stream. It was a wretched, oven-shaped structure made of begrimed and tattered buffalo hides stretched over a frame of poles. One side was open, and at the side of the opening hung the powder horn and bullet pouch of the owner, together with his long red pipe and a rich quiver of otter skin with a bow and arrows. In the darkness of their cavern-like habitation might be discerned Madame Margot, her overgrown bulk stowed away among her furs, robes, blankets, and painted cases of rawhide in which dried meat is kept. Here she sat from sunrise to sunset. When sunset came, the horses were driven in and picketed close about the camp. As the prairie darkened, we conversed around the fire, until, becoming drowsy, we spread our saddles on the ground, wrapped our blankets around us, and lay down. We never placed a guard, having become too indolent, but Henry Chatillon folded his loaded rifle in the same blanket with himself. Henry was too bold a man to use such a precaution without good cause. Several Crow war parties were in the vicinity. One of them, that passed here some time before, had peeled the bark from a tree and engraved upon the white wood certain hieroglyphics to signify that they had invaded the territories of the Dakota and set them at defiance. One morning a thick mist covered the whole country. Shaw and Henry went out to ride and soon came back with a startling piece of intelligence. They had found within rifle shot of our camp the recent trail of about 30 horsemen who must have been Crows. Thanks to that friendly mist, we had escaped a hard battle. If our camp were not altogether safe, still it was comfortable enough. At least it was to Shaw, for I was tormented with illness. When a respite in my disorder gave me some returning strength, I rode out, well-armed, upon the prairie, or bathed with Shaw in the stream, or waged a petty warfare with the inhabitants of a neighboring prairie dog village. Around our fire at night we inveighed against the fickleness and inconstancy of Indians and execrated the Whirlwind and all his crew. At last the waiting grew insufferable. "Tomorrow morning," said I will start for the fort and see if I can hear any news there. Late that evening, when the fire had sunk low and all the camp were asleep, a loud cry sounded from the darkness. Henry leaped up, recognized the voice, replied to it, and our dandy friend the horse rode in among us, returned from his mission to the village. He coolly picketed his mare without saying a word, sat down by the fire, and began to eat. But his imperturbable philosophy was too much for our patience. Where was the village? About 50 miles south of us. It was moving slowly and would not arrive in less than a week. And where was Henry's squaw? Coming fast as she could with Mato, Tatonka, and the rest of her brothers, but she would never reach us, for she was dying and asking every moment for Henry. Henry's manly face became clouded and downcast. He said that if we were willing, he would go in the morning to find her, at which Shaw offered to accompany him. We saddled our horses at sunrise. Reynal protested against being left with nobody but the 2 Canadians and the young Indians when enemies were in the neighborhood. Disregarding his complaints, we left him, and coming to the mouth of the Chugwater, separated, Shaw and Henry turning up the bank of the stream while I made for the fort. Fort Laramie was not more than 18 miles distant, and I reached it in 3 hours. A shriveled little figure, wrapped from head to foot in a dingy white Canadian capote, stood in the gateway, holding by a cord a shaggy wild horse he had lately caught. His prominent features and keen snake-like eyes looked out from the shadowy hood of the capote, which was drawn over his head like the cowl of a Capuchin friar. His face was like an old piece of leather, and his mouth spread from ear to ear. He welcomed me, for we were excellent friends. We had made an exchange of horses to our mutual benefit. Paul was his name, and he said he was going to sell his horse to some emigrants at Richard's trading house. He asked me to go with him. We forded the stream and passed over the sandy plains, and Paul grew communicative. He was a cosmopolitan in his way. He had been to the settlements of the whites and visited, in peace and war, most of the tribes within the range of 1,000 miles. He spoke a jargon of French and another of English, yet he was a thorough Indian. As he told of the bloody deeds of his own people, his little eyes would glitter with a fierce luster. He told how the Dakota exterminated a village of Hohays on the upper Missouri, slaughtering men, women, and children, and how in overwhelming force they cut off 16 of the brave Delawares, who fought like wolves to the last. Paul was finishing his story as we came in sight of Richard's fort. There was a disorderly crowd around it and an emigrant camp a little in front. Pushing through the noisy, drunken crowd, I entered an apartment of logs and mud, the largest in the fort. It was full of men of various races and complexions, all more or less drunk. A company of California emigrants, it seemed, had made the discovery that they had encumbered themselves with too many supplies. A part, therefore, they had thrown away or sold at great loss to the traders, but had determined to get rid of their copious stock of Missouri whiskey by drinking it on the spot. Here were maudlin squaws stretched on piles of buffalo robes, squalid Mexicans armed with bows and arrows, Indians sedately drunk, long-haired Canadians and trappers, and American backwoodsmen in brown homespun, the well-beloved pistol and bowie knife displayed openly at their sides. In the middle of the room, a tall, lank man with a dingy broadcloth coat was haranguing the company in the style of the stump orator. With one hand he sawed the air, and with the other clutched firmly a brown jug of whiskey, which he applied every moment to his lips, forgetting that he had drained the contents long ago. Richard formally introduced me to this personage, once a leader of the party. Instantly the orator began to define his position. His men, he said, had mutinied and deposed him, but he still exercised over them the influence of a superior mind. In all but name, he was yet their chief. As he spoke, I looked round on the wild assemblage and could not help thinking that he was ill-fitted to conduct such men across the deserts. Conspicuous among the rest were 3 tall young men, grandsons of Daniel Boone. They had clearly inherited the adventurous character of that prince of pioneers, but I saw no signs of the quiet and tranquil spirit that so remarkably distinguished him. Fearful was the fate that months after overtook some of that party. General Kearney, on his late return from California, brought their story. They were interrupted by deep snows among the mountains, and maddened by cold and hunger, fed upon each other's flesh. I got tired of the confusion. "Come, Paul," said I, "we will be off." Paul sat in the sun under the wall of the fort. He jumped up, mounted, and we rode towards Fort Laramie. When we reached it, a man came out with a pack at his back and a rifle on his shoulder. Others were taking his leave. I thought it strange that a man should set out alone and on foot. I soon got an explanation. Perrault, for that was the Canadian's name, had quarreled with the bourgeois, and the fort was too hot to hold him. Bordeaux, inflated with his transient authority, had abused him and received a blow in return. The men then sprang at each other and grappled. In an instant, Bordeaux was at the mercy of the incensed Canadian. Had not an old Indian, the brother of his squaw, seized Perrault, it would have fared ill for Bordeaux. Perrault broke loose from the Indian, and both the white men ran for their guns. But when Bordeaux, looking from his room, saw the Canadian, gun in hand, standing and calling him to come out and fight, he chose to remain where he was. Bordeaux's squaw screamed that he was a dog and an old woman. It all availed nothing. Bordeaux's prudence got the better of his valor, and he would not stir. Perrault stood showering opprobrious epithets at the recreant bourgeois, till, growing tired of this, he made up a pack of dried meat, and slinging it at his back, set out alone for Fort Pierre on the Missouri, a distance of 300 miles over desert country full of hostile Indians. I remained in the fort that night. In the morning, as I was coming from breakfast, talking with a trader named McCluskey, I saw a strange Indian leaning against the gate. He was a tall, strong man with heavy features. "Who is he?" I asked. "That's the Whirlwind," said McCluskey. "He is the fellow that made all this stir about the war. It's always the way with the Sioux. They never stop cutting each other's throats. If this war goes on, we'll make poor trade next season, I reckon." All the traders were vehemently opposed to the war, from the injury that it must occasion to their interest. The Whirlwind had left his village the day before to visit the fort. His warlike ardor had abated. The complicated preparations for the expedition were too much for his fickle disposition. That morning, Bordeaux had told him that he was a fool to think of going to war, and had better make up his mind to sit quietly in his lodge and smoke his pipe like a wise man. The Whirlwind's purpose was evidently shaken. He had become tired, like a child, of his favorite plan. My philanthropy was no match for my curiosity. I was vexed that I might lose the opportunity of seeing the ceremonies of war. The Whirlwind, however, had thrown the firebrand, and the conflagration was become general. All the western Dakota had been bent on war. But about noon an Indian came from Richard's fort with the news that they were quarreling and dispersing. So much for the whiskey of the emigrants who had sold the residue to the Indians, and it needed no prophet to foretell the result. A spark dropped in a powder magazine would not have produced a quicker effect. Instantly old jealousies and rivalries and smothered feuds broke out into furious quarrels. They forgot the warlike enterprise that had already brought them 300 miles. Several were stabbed in the drunken tumult, and in the morning they scattered and moved back towards the Missouri in small parties. I feared that the meeting and ceremonies might never take place, and I should lose an opportunity of seeing the Indian under his most fearful and characteristic aspect. However, in foregoing this, I should avoid a fair probability of being plundered and stripped, and stabbed or shot into the bargain. Consoling myself with this reflection, I carried the news back to the camp. I caught my horse, and to my vexation found that he had lost a shoe and broken his hoof. Horses are shod at Fort Laramie at the moderate rate of $3 a foot. I summoned Robidoux the blacksmith. Robidoux, with the hoof between his knees, was at work with hammer and file, and I was inspecting the process when a strange voice addressed me. "2 more gone under. Well, there's more of us left yet. Here's Gingras and me off to the mountains tomorrow. Our turn will come next, I suppose. It's a hard life, anyhow." I looked up and saw a man not much more than 5 feet high, but of very square and strong proportions. In appearance he was particularly dingy, for his buckskin frock was black and polished with time and grease, and his belt, knife, pouch, and powder horn appeared to have seen the roughest service. The first joint of each foot was entirely gone, having been frozen off several winters before, and his moccasins were curtailed in proportion. His whole appearance and equipment bespoke the free trapper. He had a round, ruddy face, animated with a spirit of carelessness and gaiety not at all in accordance with the words he had spoken. "2 more gone," said I. "What do you mean?" "Oh, the Arapahoes have just killed 2 of us in the mountains. Old Bulltail has come to tell us. They stabbed one behind his back and shot the other with his own rifle. That's the way we live here. I mean to give up trapping after this year. My squaw wants a pacing horse and some red ribbons. I'll make enough beaver to get them, and then I'm done. I'll go below and live on a farm." "Your bones will dry on the prairie, Rouleau," said another trapper, a strong, brutal-looking fellow with a face as surly as a bulldog's. Rouleau only laughed and began to hum a tune and shuffle a dance on his stumps of feet. When I rode out, emigrant wagons were passing across the stream. "Where are you going, stranger?" Thus I was saluted. "About 18 miles up the creek." "It's late to be going that far. Make haste, and keep a bright lookout for Indians." I thought the advice too good to be neglected, and yet, caught up in the wild solitude of the place, I did stop to hunt antelope along the way, killing one at 204 paces, then cutting up and hanging the meat on the back of my saddle. As I rode on, the hills closed around me. When I came to the mouth of the Chugwater, it was totally dark. I let my horse take his own course. He trotted on, and by 9 o'clock was scrambling down into the meadows where we were encamped. My horse gave a loud neigh, which was answered by another neigh from the distance. In a moment I was hailed from the darkness by Reynal, who had come out, rifle in hand. Shaw and Henry Chatillon were still absent from camp, but at noon the following day they came back, their horses looking none the better for the journey. Henry seemed dejected. The woman was dead, and his children must henceforward be exposed without a protector to the vicissitudes of Indian life. Even in his grief, he had not forgotten his attachment to his bourgeois, for he had procured among his Indian relatives 2 beautifully ornamented buffalo robes as a present to us. Shaw lighted his pipe and told about his journey. At sunset of their first day, they had found the lodges pitched by a stream. The woman lay reduced to a mere skeleton. For some time she had been unable to move or speak. Indeed, nothing had kept her alive but the hope of seeing Henry, to whom she was strongly and faithfully attached. No sooner did he enter the lodge than she revived and conversed with him the greater part of the night. Early in the morning she was lifted into a travaux, and the whole party set out towards our camp. There were but 5 warriors, and the whole were in great alarm at the proximity of the Crow war party. Henry was riding with Shaw in advance when Mato Tatonka hastily called after them. Turning back, they found all the Indians crowded around the travaux. They reached her just in time to hear the death rattle in her throat. In a moment, she lay dead in the basket of the vehicle. That night, the largest of the lodges was illumined by the blaze of a fire within, glowing through the half-transparent rawhides. There was perfect stillness when Henry Chatillon approached, with Shaw at his side. The lodges seemed without a tenant. Entering the largest lodge, they found it crowded with Indians. A fire was burning, and mourners encircled it in a triple row. A robe was spread for them, and a pipe lighted and handed to them in perfect silence. Thus they passed the greater part of the night. At times the fire would subside into a heap of embers, then a squaw would drop upon it a piece of buffalo fat, and a bright flame, instantly springing up, would reveal the crowd of wild faces, motionless as bronze. The silence continued unbroken. Chapter 11. Scenes at the Camp. Reynal heard guns fired one day, and visions of Crow war parties began to haunt his imagination. The day after, the cause of his alarm appeared. 4 trappers, called Morin, Séraphin, Rouleau, and Gingras, came to our camp and joined us. They it was who fired the guns and disturbed the dreams of Reynal. They soon encamped at our side. With this reinforcement, the agitation of Reynal's nerves subsided. Their rifles, dingy and battered with hard service, rested with ours against the old tree. Their strong, rude saddles, their buffalo robes, their traps, and the few rough and simple articles of their traveling equipment were piled near our tent. Their mountain horses were turned to graze in the meadow among ours, and the men, no less rough and hardy, used to lie half the day in the shade of our tree, lazily smoking and telling stories of their adventures. I defy the annals of chivalry to furnish a record of a life more wild and perilous than that of a Rocky Mountain trapper. It was time to change our quarters. The grass was trampled into mud and clay. So we removed to another old tree a furlong distant. Its trunk, a full 6 feet in diameter, was marked by Indians with various hieroglyphs commemorating some warlike enterprise, and aloft among the branches were the remains of a scaffold where dead bodies had once been deposited after the Indian manner. "There comes Boulbert," said Henry Chatillon as we sat on the grass at dinner. Looking up, we saw several horsemen coming over the neighboring hill, and in a moment 4 stately young men rode up and dismounted. One of them was Boulbert, or Mato Tatonka, who was the principal chief in the Ogallala band. We shook hands, and when we had finished our meal, we handed each a tin cup of coffee and a biscuit, at which they ejaculated from the bottom of their throats, "How! How!" a monosyllable by which an Indian expresses half the emotions of which he is susceptible. Then we lighted the pipe. "Where is the village?" "There," said Mato Tatanka, pointing southward. "It will come in 2 days." "Will they go to the war?" "Yes." No man is a philanthropist on the prairie. We welcomed this news cordially and congratulated ourselves that Bordeaux's efforts to divert the whirlwind from his congenial vocation of bloodshed had failed. For several days Mato Tatanka and his friends remained our guests. They devoured the relics of our meals, they filled the pipe for us, and also helped us to smoke it. Sometimes they stretched side by side in the shade, indulging in raillery and jokes, ill-becoming the dignity of brave and aspiring warriors. The Indian village did not come, so we rode out to look for it, meeting one solitary savage who told us that the Indians had changed their plans. When we retraced our footsteps to the camp, we saw that our little white tent no longer stood alone. A huge old lodge was erected by its side, discolored by rain and storms, rotten with age, with the uncouth figures of horses and men and outstretched hands painted upon it well-nigh obliterated. A greatly increased population of various colors swarmed about our quiet encampment. Morin, having been absent a few days, had returned, bringing his family. He had taken a wife, for whom he had paid the established price of 1 horse. This looks cheap at first sight, but the purchase involves not only the payment of the price, but the burden of feeding and supporting a rapacious horde of the bride's relatives. Morin had not made an aristocratic match. His bride's relatives occupied but a contemptible position in Ogallala society, for among these democrats of the prairie, as among others more civilized, there are distinctions of rank. Morin's partner was not the most beautiful of her sex, and he had the bad taste to array her in an old calico gown bought from an emigrant woman instead of a neat tunic of whitened deerskin. The moving spirit of the establishment was an old hag of 80. Human imagination never conceived hobgoblin or witch more ugly. You could count all her ribs through the wrinkles of her leathery skin. Her withered face more resembled an old skull than a living being, even to the hollow, darkened sockets, at the bottom of which glittered her little black eyes. Her arms had dwindled to nothing but whipcord and wire. Her hair, half black, half gray, hung in total neglect nearly to the ground, and her sole garment was a remnant of discarded buffalo robe tied around her waist. Yet the old squaw's meager anatomy was wonderfully strong. She pitched the lodge, packed the horses, and did the hardest labor of the camp, screaming like a screech owl when anything displeased her. Her brother, a medicine man or magician, was equally gaunt and sinewy. His mouth spread from ear to ear, and his appetite was ravenous in proportion. The other inmates of the lodge were a young bride and bridegroom, the latter one of those idle, good-for-nothing fellows who infest an Indian village as well as more civilized communities. He was fit neither for hunting nor war, as one might see from the stolid, unmeaning expression of his face. The happy pair had just entered upon the honeymoon. They would stretch a buffalo robe upon poles and spread a couch of furs under it, then would sit affectionately half the day, though I could not discover that much conversation passed between them. Probably they had nothing to say, for an Indian's supply of topics for conversation is far from being copious. There were 6 children, too, whooping about the camp, shooting birds with little bows and arrows, or making miniature lodges of sticks, as children of a different complexion build houses of blocks. A day passed, and Indians began rapidly to come in. Small parties would ride up and silently seat themselves on the grass. On the 4th day, about noon, horsemen appeared on the neighboring ridge. Behind followed a wild procession, hurrying in haste and disorder down the hill. Horses, mules, and dogs, heavily burdened travaux, mounted warriors, squaws walking amid the throng, and a host of children. For a full half-hour they poured down, and keeping directly to the bend of the stream within a furlong of us, assembled there until, as if by magic, 150 tall lodges sprang up. The whirlwind was come at last. One question remained to be answered. Will he go to the war in order that we, with so respectable an escort, may pass over to the somewhat perilous rendezvous at Lebante's camp? This still remained in doubt. Characteristic indecision perplexed their counsels. Indians cannot act in large bodies. Though their object be of the highest importance, they cannot combine to attain it by a series of connected efforts. King Philip, Pontiac, and Tecumseh all felt this to their cost. The Ogallala once had a war chief who could control them, but he was dead, and now they were left to the sway of their own unsteady impulses. As this Indian village will hold a prominent place in the rest of the story, it may not be amiss to glance for an instant at the savage people of which they form a part. The Dakota, or Sioux, range over a vast territory from the River St. Peter to the Rocky Mountains. They are divided into several independent bands, acknowledging no common head. The same language, usages, and superstitions form the sole bond between them. They do not unite even in their wars. The bands of the east fight the Ojibwas on the upper lakes. Those of the west make incessant war upon the Snake Indians in the Rocky Mountains. As the whole people is divided into bands, so each band is divided into villages, each with a chief, who is obeyed only so far as his personal qualities may command respect and fear. Courage and enterprise may raise any warrior to the highest honor, especially if he be the son of a former chief or the member of a numerous family to support him and avenge his quarrels. But he holds the station of chief by a frail tenure. He must conciliate his subjects. Many a man in the village lives better, owns more squaws and more horses, and goes better clad. Like the Teutonic chiefs of old, he ingratiates himself with his young men with presents, often impoverishing himself. The western Dakota have no fixed habitations. Hunting and fighting, they wander incessantly through summer and winter. Some follow the herds of buffalo, others traverse the Black Hills, thronging on horseback and on foot through the dark gulfs and somber gorges, and emerging at last upon the parks, those beautiful but most perilous hunting grounds. The buffalo supplies them with the necessaries of life, with habitation, food, clothing, beds, and fuel, strings for their bows, glue, thread, cordage, trail ropes for their horses, coverings for their saddles, vessels to hold water, boats to cross streams, and the means of purchasing all that they want from the traders. When the buffalo are extinct, they too must dwindle away. War is the breath of their nostrils. Against most of the neighboring tribes, they cherish a rancorous hatred, transmitted from father to son and inflamed by constant aggression and retaliation. Many times a year, the Great Spirit is called upon, fasts are made, the war parade is celebrated, and the warriors go out, by handfuls at a time, against the enemy. This fierce spirit awakens their most eager aspirations and calls forth their greatest energies. It is chiefly this that saves them from lethargy and utter abasement. Without its powerful stimulus, they would be like the unwarlike tribes beyond the mountains, scattered among the caves and rocks like beasts and living on roots and reptiles. These latter have little of humanity except the form, but the proud and ambitious Dakota warrior can sometimes boast heroic virtues. It is seldom that distinction and influence are attained among them by any other course than that of arms. Their superstition, however, sometimes gives great power to those who pretend to the character of magicians, and their orators have their share of the honor. But to return. Look into our tent, or enter if you can bear the stifling smoke and the close air. You will see the circle of stout warriors passing the pipe, joking, telling stories, and making themselves merry. We were also infested with little copper-colored naked boys and snake-eyed girls. They would come up to us, muttering certain words which meant "come and eat." Then we would rise, cursing the pertinacity of Dakota hospitality, which allowed scarcely an hour of rest between sun and sun. This was particularly burdensome to me, as I was scarcely able to walk from the effects of illness and poorly qualified to dispose of 20 meals a day. One morning we were summoned to the lodge of an old man, the Nestor of his tribe. We found him half reclining on a pile of buffalo robes. His long hair was jet black, though he had seen some 80 winters. His dark, wasted features were still prominent and commanding, bearing the stamp of mental energies. Opposite this patriarch was his nephew, the young aspirant Mato Tatonka. The old man was one of a powerful family renowned for warlike exploits. When a young man, he had submitted to the rite which most of his tribe subject themselves to before entering upon life. He painted his face black, then seeking out a cavern in a sequestered part of the Black Hills, he lay for several days, fasting and praying to the spirits. In the dreams and visions produced by his weakened and excited state, he fancied that he saw supernatural revelations. Again and again the form of an antelope appeared. The antelope is the graceful peace spirit of the Ogallala, but seldom does this gentle visitor present itself during the initiatory fasts of their young men. The terrible grizzly bear, the divinity of war, usually appears to fire them with martial ardor. At length the antelope spoke. It told the young dreamer that a life of peace and tranquility was marked out for him, that he was to guide the people and protect them from the evils of their own feuds. Others were to gain renown by fighting the enemy, but greatness of a different kind was in store for him. The visions beheld during the period of this fast usually determined the whole course of the dreamer's life. From that time, Le Borgne, which was the name by which we knew him, devoted himself to the labors of peace. He told his vision to the people. They honored his commission and respected him. A far different man was Mato Tatonka, who had left his name, his features, and many of his qualities to his son. He was the father of Henry Chatillon's squaw, which secured to us the friendship of perhaps the most noted and influential family in the whole Ogallala band. Mato Tatonka, in his way, was a hero. No chief could vie with him in warlike renown or in power over his people. He had a fearless spirit and an impetuous and inflexible resolution. His will was law. He was politic and sagacious. When he had resolved on any course of conduct, he would call the warriors together to deliberate, and when their debates were over, quietly state his opinion, which no one ever disputed. Mato Tatonka raised himself to power little short of despotic. He had a host of enemies, our old friend Smoke in particular, together with his kinsmen. Smoke sat one day in his lodge when Mato Tatonka approached and challenged him to come out and fight. Smoke would not move. At this, Mato Tatonka proclaimed him a coward and stabbed his best horse. Even this insult failed to bring Smoke out. Mato Tatonka moved haughtily away, but his hour of reckoning was near. One hot day, 5 or 6 years ago, numerous lodges of Smoke's kinsmen were gathered about some of the fur company's men, trading various articles, whiskey among the rest. Mato Tatonka was also there with a few of his people. A fray arose. The war whoop was raised, bullets and arrows flew, and the camp was in confusion. The chief came out from his lodge and shouted to the combatants to cease. Instantly, for the attack was preconcerted, came the reports of guns and the twanging of bows, and the savage hero, mortally wounded, pitched forward headlong to the ground. Rouleau was present and told me the particulars. The feud between the two families was still rankling. Thus died Mato Tatonka, but he left behind a goodly army of descendants to perpetuate his renown and avenge his fate. Besides daughters, he had 30 sons. We saw many of them, all marked by the same dark complexion and the same peculiar cast of features. Of these, our visitor, young Mato Tatonka, was the eldest, and some reported him as likely to succeed to his father's honors. Though he appeared not more than 21, he had oftener struck the enemy and stolen more horses and squaws than any young man in the village. Now anyone can steal a squaw and afterwards make an adequate present to her rightful proprietor. The easy husband, for the most part, rests content. Yet this is regarded as a mean-spirited transaction. Mato Tatonka proceeded after a more dashing fashion. Out of the several dozen squaws he had stolen, he had never paid for one, but snapping his fingers in the face of the injured husband had defied his indignation. He was following close the footsteps of his father. The young men would always follow him to war, and he had an unrivaled charm in the eyes of the young squaws. Perhaps his impunity may excite some wonder. An arrow shot from a ravine or a stab given in the dark require no great valor. But his enemies did not forget that he was one of 30 warlike brethren. Should they wreak their anger upon him, an avenger would dog their footsteps. To kill Mato Tatonka would be suicide. Though he found favor in the eyes of the fair, he never arrayed himself in gaudy blankets and glittering necklaces, but left his statue-like form, limbed like an Apollo of bronze, to win favor. His voice sounded from his chest like the deep notes of an organ. Yet, after all, he was but an Indian. See him as he lies in the sun before our tent, kicking his heels in the air and cracking jokes with his brother. Does he look like a hero? See him now in the hour of his glory, when at sunset the village empties itself to behold him, for tomorrow he goes out against the enemy. His headdress is adorned with a crest of war eagle's feathers, rising in a waving ridge about his brow and sweeping far behind him. His round white shield hangs at his breast, with feathers radiating from the center like a star. His quiver is at his back, his tall lance in his hand, the iron point flashing while the long scalp locks of his enemies flutter from the shaft. Thus, gorgeous as a champion in panoply, he rides within the great circle of lodges, balancing with a graceful buoyancy to the movements of his warhorse, while he sings his song to the Great Spirit. One day the whirlwind invited us to his lodge. I expressed admiration of the pipe as it began to circulate. "If the Miniaska likes the pipe," asked the whirlwind, "why does he not keep it?" Such a pipe is valued at the price of a horse. But the whirlwind gave the pipe, confident that I would make a present of equal or superior value. Soon after, I arranged upon a gaudy calico handkerchief an assortment of vermilion, tobacco, knives, and gunpowder, and begged the chief's acceptance of this slight token of my friendship. Ejaculating, how, he folded up the offerings. One afternoon, a party of Indians on horseback came suddenly in sight, leading a mule on whose back was a wretched Negro with shrunken cheeks and his shriveled lips drawn back from his teeth like a corpse. When they lifted him from the saddle, he crawled a short distance and with a look of utter misery sat down on the grass. All the children and women came pouring out of the lodges and with screams and cries made a circle about him. The wretch was starving to death. For 33 days he had subsisted on crickets and lizards, wild onions, and 3 eggs from the nest of a prairie dove. He had walked, then crawled on his knees till the bone was laid bare. He chose the night for traveling, lying down by day to sleep in the glaring sun, dreaming, he said, of broth and corn cake. Every man in the camp was astonished at his escape, not only from starvation, but from grizzly bears and wolves. Reynal recognized him the moment the Indians brought him in. He had run away from his master and joined the party of Richard, who was then leaving the frontier for the mountains. At the end of May, he, with Reynal, went out in search of stray horses. He was separated from the rest in a storm. No one dreamed he could still be living. Delorier made him a bowl of gruel, and at length he raised the spoon to his lips. Again and again he did so, and then his appetite seemed inflamed into madness, for he seized the bowl, swallowed all its contents, and demanded meat. This we refused, telling him to wait until morning, but he begged so eagerly that we gave him a small piece, which he devoured like a dog. He said he must have more. We told him his life was in danger if he ate immoderately at first. He assented, but he must have meat. This we refused, but the squaws slyly brought dried meat and pomme blanche. Still, this was not enough. When it grew dark, he contrived to creep between the legs of the horses into the Indian camp. Here he fed to his heart's content. In the morning, Gingra, the trapper, put him on horseback and carried him to the fort. He managed to survive his greediness. Though slightly deranged, he was otherwise in tolerable health, and expressed his firm conviction that nothing could kill him. When the sun was yet an hour high, half the population deserted the close and heated lodges and betook themselves to the water. and here you might see boys and girls and young squaws splashing, swimming, and diving with merry screams and laughter. But when the sun was resting above the broken peaks and the purple mountains threw their shadows over the prairie, when our old tree basked peacefully in the horizontal rays and the swelling plains and scattered groves were softened to a tranquil beauty, the scene was worthy of a Salvator. Savage figures on horseback sat motionless as statues. Others sat on the grass, holding their shaggy horses by a rope, with nothing to conceal the matchless symmetry of their forms. There was one in particular, a ferocious fellow named the Mad Wolf, who might have seemed the Pythian Apollo himself. When the prairie grew dark, a circle of children and young girls sat round the gleaming fire, their round, merry faces glowing in the ruddy light. We could hear the monotonous drum from the Indian camp, with the chant of the war song and the long chorus of quavering yells. For several nights, too, we heard mournful cries, like the melancholy voice of a wolf, coming from the sisters and female relatives of Mato Tatonka, who were gashing their limbs and bewailing the death of Henry Chatillon's squaw. The hour would grow late before all went to rest, and nothing could be heard but the restless motions of the horses. I recall these scenes with a mixed feeling of pleasure and pain. I was so reduced by illness that I could seldom walk without reeling like a drunken man. Such a state is not enviable anywhere. In a country where a man's life may depend upon the strength of his arm, it is particularly inconvenient. I sometimes suffered the extremity of exhaustion, and was in a tolerable way of atoning for my love of the prairie by resting there forever. I tried repose and a very sparing diet, sustaining life for 5 days on 1 biscuit a day. At the end of that time I was weaker, but the disorder seemed shaken in its stronghold. I used to lie with my eyes turned towards the Black Hills. There is a spirit that mountains impart to all who approach them. I did not know how many superstitions and legends are associated with the Black Hills in the minds of Indians, but I felt an eager desire to explore the chasms, precipices, black torrents, and silent forests concealed there. Chapter 12. Ill Luck. At length the Whirlwind and his warriors determined not to go to the rendezvous at Labante's camp, but to pass through the Black Hills and hunt buffalo on the other side until they had provisions and hides enough to make their lodges for the next season. Reynal, having conceived a liking for us, or rather for our biscuit and coffee, was anxious that we should go with the village, which he intended to follow. He was certain that no Indians would meet at the rendezvous. In view of the difficulties and uncertainties of visiting the rendezvous, Shaw and I recalled the old proverb about a bird in the hand and decided to follow the village. Both camps, the Indians and our own, broke up on the morning of the 1st of July. I was so weak that the aid of whiskey, swallowed at short intervals, alone enabled me to sit my horse. For half a mile before us and behind, the prairie was covered with the moving throng of savages. Far in front rose the precipitous ridge of the Black Hills. In time, Henry Chatillon, looking backward over the distant prairie, exclaimed that a horseman was approaching, and in truth we could just discern a small black speck slowly moving over the distant swell like a fly creeping on a wall. It rapidly grew larger as it approached, disappeared into a hollow, then came galloping through the crowd, his long hair streaming in the wind. We recognized the ruddy face of Gingras. Just arrived from Fort Laramie, he had a message for us. A trader named Bissonnette, one of Henry's friends, was leading a party to Labante's camp, where, Gingras assured us, 12 villages of Indians would certainly assemble. Bissonnette promised his men would protect our horses and baggage while we were among the Indians. Shaw and I stopped, held a council, and in an evil hour resolved to go. For the rest of that day, our course and that of the Indians was the same, and we pitched our tent nearby when the lodges went up on the margin of a stream. We spent the afternoon in the village. The day was glorious. Groups of children were laughing gaily. An old woman with true Indian hospitality brought a bowl of boiled venison and placed it before us. We watched a few young squaws playing, chasing each other. The warriors had mounted their horses and ridden toward the neighboring hills. Suddenly, a war whoop came pealing from the hills, and a crowd of horsemen appeared, rushing down their sides and riding at full speed toward the village, each warrior's long hair flying behind. As they approached, the confused throng assumed a regular order, and entering 2 by 2, they circled round the area at full gallop, each warrior singing his war song. They wore crests of feathers and tunics of antelope skins, fringed with the scalp locks of their enemies. White Shield rode at their head, mounted on a black and white horse. Mato Tatonka and his brothers took no part in this parade, for they were in mourning, sitting in their lodges bedaubed from head to foot in white clay, a lock of hair cut from the forehead of each. The warriors rode 3 times round the village, and as each noted champion passed, the old women would scream out his name to honor his bravery. Little urchins followed the warlike pageant with glittering eyes and gazed with eager admiration at the heroes of their tribe. The parade over, we were entertained with an episode of Indian domestic life. A vicious-looking squaw, beside herself with rage, was berating her spouse, who, with a look of total unconcern, sat in the middle of his lodge smoking his pipe. At length, maddened by his coolness, she seized the poles which supported the lodge and tugged at them one after another, till she brought down the whole structure, poles, hides, and all, clattering on his head, burying him in the wreck of his habitation. He pushed aside the hides, and presently his head emerged. Still he sat, smoking sedately as before, a wicked glitter in his eyes alone betraying the storm within. The squaw, scolding all the while, saddled her horse and cantered out of the camp, intending to return to her father's lodge. The warrior now coolly arose, broke a stout cudgel from a lodge pole, mounted his buffalo horse, and galloped majestically over the prairie to discipline his offending helpmate. The next morning the Indians turned west, and we turned north, traveling until night and encamping by a little brook, where the whole of the next day we waited in vain for Bissonnette. On the second morning we resumed our journey, traversing a forlorn and dreary monotony of sun-scorched plains. When noon came, we came to a welcome growth of trees, marking a stream called Horseshoe Creek. They stood wide asunder, spreading a thick canopy of leaves above the rich, tall grass. The stream ran swiftly, as clear as crystal, through the bosom of the wood, sparkling over its bed of white sand and darkening again as it entered a cavern of foliage. I was thoroughly exhausted and flung myself on the ground, scarcely able to move. In the morning, as glorious a sun rose upon us as ever animated that wilderness. A plain, flat and hard, lay before us. There was no sight or sound of man or beast. We pushed forward and at length emerged upon the plain, and saw not encampments swarming with life, but an unbroken desert without bush or tree or anything that had life. We drew rein and gave to the winds our sentiments concerning the whole aboriginal race of America. Where were the Indians? They were mustered in great numbers at a spot about 20 miles distant, where at the very moment they were dancing their war dances. Shaw lashed his horse and galloped forward. Though much more vexed, I was not strong enough to vent my feelings, so I followed at a quiet pace. We rode up to a solitary tree, which seemed the only place fit for encampment. Half its branches were dead, and the rest so scantily furnished with leaves that they cast but a meager and wretched shade. We threw down our saddles and sat down upon them in silent indignation. Chapter 13. Hunting Indians. At last we had reached Labonte's camp, toward which our eyes had turned so long. I lay under the tree, reflecting on what course to pursue. Shaw and Henry had ridden out on a scouting expedition and did not return till the sun was setting. "We have been 10 miles, said Shaw. "We climbed the highest butte and could not see buffalo or Indians." Their horses were greatly fatigued. Later, around the fire, I proposed we wait 1 day longer for Bissonnette, and if he should not come, attempt to overtake the Whirlwind's village. Shaw was averse to the plan. I therefore resolved to go alone, though in the present state of my health the attempt would be painful and hazardous. When I ordered Raymond to set out with me, he rolled his eyes vacantly about, then withdrew to his bed under the cart. He was a heavy-moulded fellow with a broad face expressing impenetrable stupidity and entire self-confidence. As for his good qualities, he had a stubborn fidelity and insensibility to danger, and an instinct or sagacity which sometimes led him right where better heads were at a loss. Besides this, he knew how to handle a rifle and picket a horse. Through the following day, the distant blue prairie seemed quivering under the glare of the sun. There was dead silence through our camp, and the Indians kept close within their lodge, except the newly married pair who sat under their awning, and the old conjurer, who with his hard, emaciated face and gaunt ribs perched like a turkey vulture on the lookout for enemies. After we dined, Shaw rode off to look for Bissonnette. I occupied myself cleaning my rifle and pistols and preparing for the journey. When I lay down that night, Shaw had not returned. About midnight, an attack of pain awoke me, and for some hours I could not sleep. The moon was quivering on the broad breast of the Platte. Nothing could be heard except those low, inexplicable sounds, like whisperings and footsteps, which no one who has spent the night alone amid deserts and forests will be at a loss to understand. As I was falling asleep, a familiar voice shouting from the distance awoke me. Shaw hastily entered the camp. "Where's your horse?" said I, raising myself on my elbow. "Lost," said Shaw. "Where's Bissonnette?" "The Lord knows. There's nobody at Horse Creek." Shaw's moccasins were worn to tatters and his feet severely lacerated. He sat down to eat and described how he had tied his horse while he bathed in a stream, but his horse broke loose. After trying to catch him for 2 hours, he had set out on foot to join us. My last recollection before falling asleep was of Shaw regaining his usual equanimity, sitting before the fire smoking his pipe. When I awoke, there was a fresh, damp smell in the air. My new mare, Pauline, was standing by the fire as we ate a last meal together. She did not look as if equipped for a morning pleasure ride. In front of the black, high-bowed mountain saddle were holsters with pistols, a pair of saddlebags, a blanket tightly rolled, a small parcel of Indian presents, bags of flour and tea secured behind, and a long trail rope round her neck. "I will meet you at Fort Laramie on the 1st of August, said I to Shaw. Raymond and I shook hands with our friends and rode out onto the high plains. The land wore the cursed and forlorn aspect of broken hills, and deep hollows all glared with an insupportable whiteness under the burning sun. There was nothing to relieve the desert uniformity, save here and there a pine tree clinging at the edge of a ravine, stretching its rough, shaggy arms into the scorching air. In my fancy I heard the plunging and gurgling waters and saw the pine-clad mountains and long green mosses of New England. We reached Bitter Cottonwood Creek and flung down our saddles. The clear stream ran musically over its white sands. Small water birds were splashing in the shallows and filling the air with cries and flutterings. I almost felt a sense of returning health. The sun was just sinking among gold and crimson clouds behind Mount Laramie. We built our fire. Night came, and the wolves began to howl. Such sounds do not disturb one's sleep upon the prairie. We picketed the mare and mule and did not awake until daylight. The next morning we turned them loose, still hobbled, to feed for an hour. But before I could eat breakfast, the animals broke their hobbles and galloped away. I fired my rifle and shouted to recall Raymond, who was out hunting for antelope. In a moment he came running through the stream with a red handkerchief bound round his head. Muttering between his teeth, he set out at full speed. I sat down at the foot of a tree. Wearily and anxiously, hour after hour passed. The loose bark dangling from the trunk and the mosquitoes drowsily humming were the only sound of life throughout the burning landscape. If the animals were not recovered, my situation was one of serious difficulty. Fort Laramie was 40 miles distant, and I could not walk a mile without great effort. Not then having learned the philosophy of yielding to disproportionate obstacles, I resolved to continue in pursuit of the Indian village. Revolving plans in my mind, I left the camp to see what game I could find. I shot 2 large curlews and was returning to camp when a small dark object like a human head suddenly appeared and vanished among the bushes along the stream. I threw forward the muzzle of my rifle. In a moment I saw the disconsolate countenance of the black mule and the yellow visage of Pauline. Raymond came upon the mule, pale and haggard, complaining of a fiery pain in his chest. I took charge of the animals while he kneeled by the stream to drink. He had kept the runaways in sight a distance of 10 miles before catching them. He had dropped his rifle in his pursuit. This loss might prove serious, but I was much rejoiced at the recovery of the animals and the fidelity of Raymond. I made some tea for him and gave him 2 hours for resting before we set out. He had eaten nothing, but he lay down immediately to sleep. When I awoke Raymond, we went in search of the lost rifle and were fortunate to find it. Then we turned westward toward the Black Hills. The heat no longer tormented us, for a cloud was before the sun. The air grew fresh and cool, and the distant mountains frowned more gloomily. There was a low muttering of thunder, and dense black masses of cloud rose behind the broken peaks. At first they were fringed with silver by the afternoon sun, but soon thick blackness overspread the sky. There was an awful sublimity in the hoarse murmuring of the thunder. The storm broke with a zigzag blinding flash, a terrific crash of thunder, and a hurricane that howled over the prairie, dashing floods of water against us. Halfway down the side of a deep ravine, we saw an old pine tree. We led our animals down to it, fastened them to large stones, and crouched beneath the old tree, while around us a deluge of rain poured for what seemed a full hour. When the rain began to abate, we loosened the animals and led them upon the rocky throat of the ravine to the plain above. All around us was obscurity, but a bright spot above the mountains grew wider and ruddier, until at length a flood of sunbeams poured down, streaming along the precipices and involving them in a thin blue haze. That night Raymond kindled a fire with great difficulty. I gazed on the evening landscape. The mountains, whose stern features had frowned so gloomily, seemed lighted up with a benignant smile, and the green, waving undulations of the plain were gladdened with sunshine. Wet, ill, and wearied as I was, I drew from this view an augury of good. The next day, as we were passing the foot of a hill, Raymond suddenly jerked the reins of his mule, slid from his seat, and ran in a crouching posture up a hollow. Then I heard the crack of his rifle. A wounded antelope came running on 3 legs over the hill. I lashed Pauline, and she soon brought me by his side. After leaping and bounding for a few moments in vain, he stood still, with his glistening eyes turned up towards my face with so piteous a look that it was with feelings of infinite compunction that I shot him through the head. Raymond skinned and cut him up, and we hung the forequarters to our saddles, much rejoiced that our exhausted provisions were renewed. Before noon we reached the banks of Laramie Creek and began anxiously to search for footprints of Indians. We followed the stream for several miles, scrutinizing every sandbar and every muddy bank. At length I heard Raymond shouting and saw him jump from his mule to examine some object under the shelving bank. I rode up to his side. It was the impression of an Indian moccasin. Encouraged, we continued our search, till at last I found tracks made by men and children. Just then Raymond observed across the stream the mouth of a brook. He forded the water, rode in at the opening, and in a moment I heard shouting again and joined him. He was stooping over footprints of 3 or 4 horses. Proceeding, we found those of a man, then those of a child, then those of more horses, till at last the bushes were beaten down with a multitude of footsteps, and the sands were scored with furrows made by the lodge-poles. We had found the trail. I pushed through the bushes, and on the prairie beyond found the ashes of 150 lodge fires. Hardship and exposure had thriven with me wonderfully. I had gained both health and strength since leaving Lebante's camp. Raymond and I dined in high spirits, for we rashly presumed that having found one end of the trail we should have little difficulty in reaching the other. But when the animals were led in the next morning, we found that our ill luck had not ceased. As I was saddling Pauline, I saw that her eye was dull as lead, and the hue of her yellow coat visibly darkened. I placed my foot in the stirrup to mount, when she staggered and fell flat on her side. Gaining her feet, she stood with a drooping head. Whether she had been bitten by a snake or poisoned by some noxious plant or attacked by a sudden disorder, it was hard to say, but her sickness was sufficiently ill-timed and unfortunate. I succeeded in mounting her, and with a slow pace we followed the trail up a hill and over a dreary plain, and here the traces almost disappeared from the flinty surface of the ground. An Indian village in its disorderly march is scattered to a width of half a mile, so that its trail is nowhere clearly marked. By good fortune, many large anthills were scattered over the plain, and these were frequently broken by the footprints of men and horses and marked by traces of the lodge-poles. We found the trail, then lost it again. Late in the afternoon, we stood without a clue, with the plain around us, league after league, and the long, dark ridge of mountains stretching before us from north to south. From a dark valley near Mount Laramie, we discerned white smoke rising. "I think," said Raymond, "some Indians must be there. Perhaps we had better go." But this plan was not likely to be adopted, and we determined to continue our search after the lost trail. Our good stars prompted us to this decision, for we afterward had reason to believe, from information given us by the Indians, that the smoke was raised as a decoy by a Crow war party. Evening was coming on, and there was no wood or water nearer than the foot of the mountains. So thither we turned, reaching Laramie Creek when the bare tops of the mountains were still bright with sunshine. The little river was breaking with an angry current from its dark prison. There was something in the close vicinity of the mountains and the loud surging of the rapids wonderfully cheering and exhilarating. Here, on a grass plot by the river bank, surrounded by low ridges which would effectually screen us and our fire, we lay down and did not awake till the sun was up. A large rock projected from the shore, and behind it the deep water was slowly eddying round and round. I threw off my clothes, leaped in, suffered myself to be borne once round with the current, and then, seizing a strong root of a water plant, drew myself to the shore. The effect was so refreshing that I mistook it for returning health. But scarcely were we mounted before the momentary glow passed. I hung on as usual, scarcely able to hold myself erect. On Raymond's suggestion, we headed for a gap like a deep notch cut into the mountain ridge, and here we found an anthill furrowed with the mark of a lodge-pole. As we rode on, the opening growing narrower, the Indians had been compelled to march in closer order, and the traces became numerous and distinct. The gap terminated in a rocky gateway leading into a rough and steep defile between two precipitous mountains. Here the grass and weeds were bruised to fragments by the throng. We moved slowly over the rocks, up the passage for an hour or two. Bare precipices, hundreds of feet high, shot up on either hand. Pauline strained up the highest ascent of the defile, moaning and stumbling, and then came to a dead stop, unable to proceed. I dismounted and attempted to lead her, but my own exhausted strength gave out. I loosened the trail rope from her neck and, tying it round my arm, gained the top on my hands and knees, the sweat drops trickling from my forehead. Pauline stood like a statue by my side, her shadow falling upon the scorching rock, and in this shade I lay for some time, scarcely able to move. All around, the black crags, sharp as needles at the top, stood baking in the sun. After a while I could mount again, and we moved on, descending the defile on its western side. There was something ridiculous in the situation. Man and horse were helpless alike. Raymond's saddle girth slipped, and while I proceeded, he stopped to repair the mischief. I came to the top, where a nook of fresh green grass greeted my eye, and the low sound of falling water reached my ear. Pauline turned of her own accord, and pushing through the boughs, we found a black rock overarched by a cool green canopy. An icy stream was pouring from its side into a wide basin of white sand. While I filled a tin cup, Pauline was eagerly plunging her head deep in the pool. All around were the footprints of elk, deer, and the Rocky Mountain sheep, and the grizzly bear, too, had left the recent prints of his broad foot with its frightful array of claws. When we left the spring, our course was down from the mountains, across a plain thickly peopled with prairie dogs, and through thick woods in the shade and sunlight of overhanging boughs, back into mountains, which gradually drew apart into a plain, where again we found traces of an Indian encampment. We stopped for an hour's rest and refreshment. When we finished our meal, Raymond lit his pipe and sat at the foot of a tree puffing with unusual solemnity. Then, slowly taking the pipe from his lips, he remarked that we had better not go any farther. "Why not?" asked I. He said we were entering the range of the Snakes, Arapahoes, and Gros Ventre Blackfeet, and if any of their wandering party should meet us, it would cost us our lives. But he added with blunt fidelity that he would go anywhere I wished. I told him to bring up the animals, and mounting we proceeded. I confess that the prospect seemed a doubtful one. I would have given the world for my ordinary elasticity of body and mind, and for a horse of such strength and spirit as the journey required. Closer and closer the rocks gathered round us, growing taller and steeper and pressing more and more upon our path. We entered a defile I have never seen rivaled. The mountain was cracked from top to bottom, and we were creeping along the bottom of the fissure, in dampness and gloom, with the clink of hoofs on the loose shingly rocks and the hoarse murmuring of a petulant brook which kept us company. Sometimes the water, foaming among the stones, overspread the whole narrow passage. Sometimes it gave us room to pass dry shod. Looking up, we could see a narrow ribbon of bright blue sky between the dark edges of the opposing cliffs. The passage soon widened, and the sunbeams found their way down, flashing on the black waters. Before we reached the end of it, the unshod hoofs of our animals were broken and their legs cut by the sharp stones. Issuing from the mountains, we found a plain with a circle of precipices standing all around. It seemed the impersonation of silence and solitude. The only outlet lay over a hill, up which we moved with difficulty. Looking from the top, we saw that at last we were free of the mountains. The prairie spread before us, but so wild and broken that the view was everywhere obstructed. Far on our left, one tall hill swelled up against the sky, on the smooth, pale green surface of which 4 slowly moving black specks were discernible. They were evidently buffalo, and we hailed the sight as a good augury, for where the buffalo were, there the Indians would probably be found. We hoped on that very night to reach the village, but as we rode on, the sun was sinking. We ascended a hill. The prairie, like a turbulent ocean, lay half in light and half in shadow, as the rich sunshine, yellow as gold, was pouring over it. Wild sage was everywhere, and before us a bright, verdant line of grass was winding along the plain. Here and there glistened pools of water. We went down to it, kindled a fire, and turned our horses loose to feed. We placed our last piece of antelope before the fire. Just then a large gray hare came jumping along. I thoughtlessly raised my rifle, but Raymond called to me not to fire, for fear the report would reach the Indians. That night, for the first time, we considered that we were exposed to danger from the proximity of the people whom we intended to visit. The problem was that had any straggling party of these faithful friends caught sight of us from the hilltop, they would probably have returned in the night to plunder us of our horses and perhaps of our scalps. But the prairie is unfavorable to nervousness. For 8 hours, pillowed on our saddles, we lay insensible as logs. Pauline's yellow head was stretched over me when I woke. I rose and examined her. Her feet were bruised and swollen, but her eye was brighter, her motions livelier, and her mysterious malady had abated. We moved on, hoping soon to come in sight of the Indian village, but the trail disappeared upon a hard and stony plain. All was open and exposed, yet not a buffalo or Indian was visible. "We had better turn round," Raymond said. But Raymond's bourgeois thought otherwise. Neither Pauline's limbs nor my own could carry me back to Fort Laramie. The most prudent course was to keep forward. After shooting at one antelope and missing, we approached several pools. Wolves and antelopes bounded away through the tall grass. But the water of these pools disappointed us. Its margin was so mired by the crowd of buffalo that our animals were afraid to approach. So we turned toward the hills. The rank grass, where it was not trampled, fairly swept our horses' necks. Again we found the same execrable, barren prairie, offering no clue by which to guide our way. As we drew near the hills, an opening appeared, through which the Indians must have gone if they had passed that way at all. Slowly we began to ascend. I felt the most dreary forebodings of ill success when, looking around, I could discover neither dent of hood, nor footprint, nor trace of lodgepole. We heard thunder muttering. Another storm was coming on. As we gained the top of the gap, we saw first a long, dark line of ragged clouds upon the horizon, while above them rose the peaks of the Medicine Bow Range, the vanguard of the Rocky Mountains. Then, little by little, the plain came into view, a vast green uniformity, forlorn and tenantless, though Laramie Creek glistened in a waving line over its surface. As yet the round projecting shoulder of a hill intercepted a part of the view. I rode in advance, when suddenly I could distinguish a few dark spots on the prairie, along the bank of the stream. "Buffalo," said I. "Horses, by God!" exclaimed Raymond, lashing his mule forward. More and more of the plain disclosed itself, with horses scattered along the river bank or feeding in bands over the prairie. Then, standing in a circle by the stream, swarming with their savage inhabitants, we saw the tall lodges of the Ogallala. Never did the heart of wanderer more gladden at the sight of home than did mine at the sight of that Indian camp. Chapter 14. The Ogallala Village. As soon as we discovered the village, we were seen in our turn. Keen eyes were constantly on the watch. As we rode down, the side of the village nearest us was darkened with a crowd of naked figures. Several men came forward to meet us. I could distinguish among them the green blanket of the Frenchman Reynal. When we came up, the ceremony of shaking hands had to be gone through, and then all were eager to know what had become of the rest of my party. I satisfied them on this point, and we moved together towards the village. "If you'd been here day before yesterday," said Reynal, "you'd have found the prairie black with buffalo as far as you could see. There were no cows, though, nothing but bulls. We made us around every day till yesterday. See the village there, don't that look like good living?" Long cords stretched from lodge to lodge, over which the meat cut by the squaws into thin sheets was drying in the sun. The village was smaller, and Reynal explained that old Le Borgne had felt too weak to pass over the mountains, and so had remained behind with all his relations, including Mato Tatonka and his brothers. The Whirlwind, too, had been unwilling to come so far because, as Reynal said, he was afraid. Only half a dozen lodges had adhered to him, the main body of the village setting their chief's authority at naught. "What chiefs are there in the village now?" asked I. "Well," said Reynal, "there's old Redwater, and the Eagle Feather, and the Big Crow, and the Mad Wolf, and the Panther, and the White Shield, and what's his name, the half-breed Cheyenne." By this time we were close to the village, and I observed that while the greater part of the lodges were large and neat, there was at one side a cluster of squalid, miserable huts. I made some remark about their wretched appearance, but I was touching upon delicate ground. "My squaw's relations live in those lodges," said Reynal very warmly, "and there isn't a better set in the whole village." "Are there any chiefs among them?" "Chiefs?" said Reynal. "Yes, plenty." "What are their names?" "Why, there's Arrowhead. If he isn't a chief, he ought to be. And there's the Hailstorm. He's nothing but a boy, to be sure, but he's bound to be a chief one of these days." We passed 2 lodges and entered the great area of the village. Superb, naked figures stood silently gazing on us. "There's the Big Crow's lodge yonder," said Reynal, "next to old Redwater's. He's a good Indian for the whites, and I advise you to go and live with him." "Are there many squaws and children in his lodge?" said I. "Only 1 squaw and 3 children. He keeps the rest in a separate lodge." So Raymond and I rode up to the entrance of the Big Crow's lodge. The squaw came out and took our horses. I put aside the leather flap that covered the low opening, and stooping, entered. There I could see the chief in the dim light, seated on a pile of buffalo robes. He greeted me with a guttural "How, Kola." I requested Reynal to tell him that Raymond and I were come to live with him. The Big Crow gave another low exclamation. The announcement may seem intrusive, but in fact every Indian in the village would have deemed himself honored that white men should prefer his hospitality. The squaw spread a buffalo robe for us. Our saddles were brought in, and scarcely were we seated before the place was thronged with Indians crowding in to see us. The Big Crow filled his pipe with the mixture of tobacco and shongsasha, or red willow bark. Round and round it passed, and a lively conversation went forward. Meanwhile, a squaw placed before us a wooden bowl of boiled buffalo meat. But, unhappily, this was not the only banquet destined to be inflicted on us. One after another, boys and young squaws thrust their heads in to invite us to feasts in different parts of the village. For half an hour or more we were engaged in passing from lodge to lodge, tasting in each the meat set before us, and inhaling a whiff or two from our entertainer's pipe. A thunderstorm that had been threatening now began in earnest. We crossed over to Reynal's lodge, though it hardly deserved the name, for it consisted only of a few old buffalo robes. Here we sat down, and the Indians gathered around us. "What is it," said I, "that makes the thunder?" "It's my belief," said Reynal, "that it's a big stone rolling over the sky." "Very likely," I replied, "but I want to know what the Indians think about it." So he interpreted my question, which produced some debate. At last old Mene Sila, or Redwater, who sat by himself at one side, looked up with his withered face and said he had always known that the thunder was a great black bird, and once he had seen it in a dream swooping down from the black hills with its roaring wings, and when it flapped them over a lake, they struck lightning from the water. "The thunder is bad," said another old man who sat muffled in his buffalo robe. "He killed my brother last summer." Reynal, at my request, asked for an explanation, but the old man remained doggedly silent. Some time after, I learned that the man who was killed belonged to an association which, among other mystic functions, claimed the exclusive power and privilege of fighting the thunder. Whenever a storm which they wished to avert was threatening, the thunder fighters would take their bows and arrows, their guns, their magic drum, and a whistle made out of the wingbone of the war eagle, and run out and fire at the rising cloud, whooping, yelling, whistling, and beating their drum to frighten it down again. One afternoon, a heavy black cloud was coming up, and they repaired to the top of a hill where they brought all their magic artillery to play against it. But the thunder, refusing to be terrified, darted out a bright flash which struck the old man's brother dead in the very act of shaking his long lance against it. The rest scattered and ran. The lodge of my host, Kongra Tonga, or the Big Crow, presented a picturesque spectacle that evening. A score or more Indians were seated in a circle, their dark, naked forms just visible by the dull light of the smoldering fire. The pipe glowed brightly as it passed from hand to hand. Then a squaw would drop a piece of buffalo fat on the embers. Instantly, a bright flame would dart its light to the very apex of the tall, conical structure where the tops of the slender poles gathered. It gilded the features of the Indians, as with animated gestures they sat telling their endless stories of war and hunting. For a moment, all would be bright as day. Then the flames would die out. Fitful flashes from the embers would illumine the lodge and then leave it in darkness. Then the light would wholly fade, and the lodge and all within it be involved again in obscurity. As I left the lodge next morning, I was saluted by howling and yelping as half the canine population of the village rushed to the attack. Being as cowardly as they were clamorous, they kept jumping about me at a distance, only one little cur, about 10 inches long, having spirit enough to make a direct assault. He dashed valiantly at the leather tassel trailing behind the heel of my moccasin and kept his hold, growling and snarling all the while, though every step I made almost jerked him over on his back. As I knew the eyes of the village were on me, I walked forward without looking to the right or left, surrounded by this magic circle of dogs. When I sat by Reynal's lodge, the dogs dispersed, except for one large white one running about before me, showing his teeth. I called him, but he only growled the more. He was fat and sleek, just such a dog as I wanted. "My friend," I thought, "you shall pay for this. I will have you eaten this very morning." I intended to give a feast, and a white dog is the dish the Dakota prescribe for all occasions of formality and importance. I consulted Reynal. He soon discovered that an old woman in the next lodge was owner of the white dog. I took a gaudy cotton handkerchief and, laying it on the ground, arranged some vermilion, beads, and other trinkets upon it. Then the old squaw was summoned. I pointed to the dog and to the handkerchief. She gave a scream of delight, snatched up the prize, and vanished into her lodge. For a few more trifles, I engaged 2 other squaws, each of whom took the white dog by one of his paws and led him behind the lodges. Having killed him, they threw him into the fire to singe, then chopped him up and put him into 2 large kettles to boil. Meanwhile, I told Raymond to fry in buffalo fat what flour we had, and to make a kettle of tea as an additional luxury. When feasting is in question, 1 hour of the day serves an Indian as well as another. My entertainment came off at around 11 o'clock. At that hour, Reynal and Raymond walked across the area of the village, to the admiration of the inhabitants, carrying the 2 kettles of dog meat slung on a pole between them. These they placed in the center of the lodge, and then went back for the bread and tea. Meanwhile, I had put on a pair of brilliant moccasins and a coat I had brought with me in view of such public occasions. I also made careful use of the razor, an operation no man will neglect who desires to gain the good opinion of Indians. Thus attired, I seated myself between Reynal and Raymond at the head of the lodge. Only a few minutes elapsed before all the guests had come in and were seated on the ground in a close circle. Each brought with him a wooden bowl. 2 officials, called soldiers by the white men, came forward with ladles made of the horn of the Rocky Mountain sheep and began to distribute the feast, assigning a double share to the old men and chiefs. The dog vanished with astonishing celerity, and each guest turned his dish bottom upward to show that all was gone. Then the bread was distributed, and finally the tea. As the soldiers poured it out into the same wooden bowls, I thought it had a curious and uninviting color. "Oh," said Reynal, "there was not tea enough, so I stirred some soot in the kettle to make it strong." Fortunately, an Indian's palate is not very discriminating. The tea was well sweetened, and that was all they cared for. Now, the feast being over, the time for speech-making was come. The big crow produced a flat piece of wood on which he cut up tobacco and shongsasha and mixed them in due proportions. The pipes were filled and passed. Then I began my speech, each sentence interpreted by Reynal as I went on, and echoed by the whole audience with the usual exclamations of approval. "I have come," I told them, "from a country far distant, that at the rate they travel they could not reach it in a year. How, how! There the Miniaska were more numerous than the blades of grass on the prairie. The squaws were far more beautiful than any they had ever seen, and all the men were brave warriors. How, how, how. I was assailed by twinges of conscience as I uttered these last words, but I recovered myself and began again. While I was living in the Meniasca lodges, I had heard of the Ogallala, how great and brave a nation they were, how they loved the whites, and how well they could hunt the buffalo and strike their enemies. I resolved to come and see if all that I heard was true. How. As I had come on horseback through the mountains, I had been able to bring them only a very few presents. How. But I had enough tobacco to give them all a small piece. They might smoke it and see how much better it was than the tobacco from the traders. How. I had plenty of powder, lead, knives, and tobacco at Fort Laramie. These I was anxious to give them, and if any of them should come to the fort before I went away, I would make them handsome presents. How. Raymond then cut up and distributed among them 2 or 3 pounds of tobacco, and the old Menisila began to make a reply. The following is the pith of it. He had always loved the whites. They were the wisest people on earth. He believed they could do anything, and he was always glad when any of them came to live in the Ogallala lodges. It was true I had not made them many presents, but the reason of it was plain. It was clear that I liked them, or I never should have come so far to find their village. Several other speeches of similar import were followed by an interval of smoking, laughing, and conversation. Old Menisila suddenly interrupted it with a loud voice. "Now is a good time," he said, "when all the old men and chiefs are here together to decide what the people shall do. We came over the mountains to make our lodges for next year. Our old ones are good for nothing. They are rotten and worn out. But we have been disappointed. We have killed buffalo bulls enough, but have found no herds of cows, and the skins of bulls are too thick and heavy for our squaws to make lodges of. There must be plenty of cows about the Medicine Bow Mountain. We ought to go there. It is sure to be farther west than we have ever been before, and perhaps the Snakes will attack us, for those hunting grounds belong to them. But we must have new lodges. Our old ones will not serve for another year. We ought not to be afraid of the Snakes. Our warriors are brave, and they are all ready for war. Besides, we have 3 white men with their rifles to help us." This speech produced a good deal of debate. I could only judge the meaning by the features and gestures of the speakers. At the end, the greater number seemed to have fallen in with Menisila's opinion. A short silence followed, and then the old man struck up a discordant chant, which I was told was a song of thanks for the entertainment I had given. "Now," said he, "let us go and give the white men a chance to breathe." So the company dispersed into the open air, and for some time the old chief was walking round the village singing his song in praise of the feast, after the custom of the nation. As the sun went down, the horses came trooping from the surrounding plains to be picketed before the dwellings of their respective masters. Soon within the great circle of lodges appeared another concentric circle of restless horses, and here and there fires glowed and flickered amid the gloom. I sat by the lodge of Reynal. The Eagle Feather, who was the son of Menisila and the brother of my host, the Big Crow, was seated there already, and I asked him if the village would move in the morning. He shook his head and said that nobody could tell, for since old Mato Tatonka had died, the people had been like children that did not know their own minds. They were no better than a body without a head. So I, as well as the Indians themselves, fell asleep without knowing whether we should set out in the morning towards the country of the Snakes. At daybreak, however, as I was coming up from the river after my morning's ablutions, I saw that a movement was contemplated. Some of the lodges were reduced to bare skeletons of poles. 1 or 2 chiefs had resolved on moving, and the example was followed by the rest of the village. As their preparations were completed, each family moved off the ground. I mounted and set out after them. As I gained the summit, the whole village came in view at once, straggling away for a mile or more over the plains. Everywhere glittered the iron points of lances. Here were the heavy-laden pack-horse, some wretched old woman leading them, and 2 or 3 children clinging on their backs. Here were mules or ponies covered from head to tail with gaudy trappings and mounted by some gay young squaw, grinning bashfulness and pleasure as the Meneaska looked at her. Boys with miniature bows wandered over the plains, little naked children ran along on foot, and numberless dogs scampered among the feet of horses. The young braves, gaudy with paint and feathers, rode in groups among the crowd, often trying the speed of their horses. Here and there you might see a rank of sturdy pedestrians stalking along in their white buffalo robes. These were the dignitaries of the village, the old men and warriors to whose age and experience that wandering democracy yielded a silent deference. At our encampment that afternoon I was attacked anew by my disorder. In half an hour the strength I had been gaining for a week vanished, and I became like a man in a dream. But at sunset I lay down in the Big Crow's lodge and slept, totally unconscious till the morning. The first thing that awakened me was a hoarse flapping and a sudden light that poured in upon me. The camp was breaking up, and the squaws were moving the covering from the lodge. I arose and shook off my blanket with a feeling of perfect health, but I soon found myself scarcely able to stand. Raymond had brought up Pauline and the mule, and I stooped to raise my saddle from the ground. My strength was unequal to the task. "You must saddle her," said I to Raymond. With painful effort I mounted. As we were passing over a great plain surrounded by long, broken ridges, I rode slowly in advance, with thoughts that wandered far from the time and place. Suddenly the sky darkened, and thunder began to mutter. Clouds were rising over the hills, as dark as the first forebodings of an approaching calamity, and in a moment all was wrapped in shadow. I looked behind. The Indians had stopped to prepare for the storm. Since the first attack of my disorder, rain had been injurious in the extreme. I had scarcely enough strength to keep my seat on horseback. Then, for the first time, it pressed upon me as a strong probability that I might never leave those deserts. Well, thought I, the prairie makes quick work. Better to die here in the saddle to the last than to stifle in the hot air of a sick chamber, and 1,000 times better than to drag out life in the helpless inaction of a lingering disease. So, drawing the buffalo robe over my head, I waited till the storm should come. Our encampment that afternoon was not far from a spur of the Black Hills. In order to move more rapidly, the Indians determined to leave at this place their stock of dried meat and other superfluous articles. Some even left their lodges and carried a few hides to make a shelter. Half the inhabitants set out in the afternoon with loaded pack horses towards the mountains. Here they suspended the dried meat upon trees, where the wolves and grizzly bears could not get at it. All returned at evening. As we moved over the plains the next morning, several young men rode about the country as scouts, and at length we began to see them occasionally on the tops of the hills, shaking their robes as a signal that they saw buffalo. Soon after, some bulls came in sight. Horsemen darted away in pursuit. Raymond suddenly became inspired. "This is the country for me," he said. "If I could only carry the buffalo that are killed here every month down to St. Louis, I'd make my fortune in one winter. I'd grow as rich as old Papin or Mackenzie. I call this the poor man's market. When I'm hungry, I've only got to take my rifle and go out and get better meat than the rich folks down below can get with all their money. You won't catch me living in St. Louis another winter." "No," said Reynal. "You had better say that after you and your Spanish woman almost starved to death there." "Your Spanish woman?" said I. "I never heard of her before. Are you married to her?" "No," answered Raymond. "The priests don't marry their women, and why should I marry mine?" This honorable mention of the Mexican clergy introduced the subject of religion. My two associates were indifferent to their future welfare. Raymond had never heard of the Pope. A certain bishop who lived at Taos or Santa Fe embodied his loftiest idea of an ecclesiastical dignitary. Reynal observed that a priest had been at Fort Laramie 2 years ago and had confessed all the men and given them absolution. "I got a good clearing out myself that time," said Reynal, "and I reckon that will do for me till I go down to the settlements again." Here he interrupted himself with an oath and exclaimed, "Look, look, the panther is running an antelope!" The panther, on his black and white horse, one of the best in the village, came at full speed over the hill in hot pursuit of an antelope. The attempt was mere sport and bravado, for very few horses can for a moment compete with this little animal. The antelope ran down the hill toward the main body of Indians. Sharp yells were given, and horsemen galloped out to intercept his flight. He turned sharply left and scoured away at such speed that he distanced all his pursuers, even the vaunted horse of the panther himself. A few moments after, a shaggy buffalo bull bounded from a hollow, and close behind came a slender Indian boy, riding without stirrups or saddle and lashing his eager little horse to full speed. He drew closer to his gigantic victim, though the bull, with his short tail erect and his tongue lolling out a foot from his foaming jaws, was straining his unwieldy strength to the utmost. A moment more and the boy was alongside. It was our friend, the Hailstorm. He dropped the rein on his horse's neck and jerked an arrow like lightning from the quiver at his shoulder. "I tell you," said Reynal, "that in a year's time that boy will match the best hunter in the village. There, he has given it to him, and there goes another. You feel well now, old bull, don't you, with 2 arrows stuck in your lights? There, he has given him another. Hear how the Hailstorm yells when he shoots. Yes, jump at him. Try it again, old fellow. You may jump all day before you get your horns into that pony." The bull sprang again and again, but the horse kept dodging. At length the bull followed up with a furious rush, and the Hailstorm put to flight, the shaggy monster following close behind. The boy clung in his seat like a leech, and secure in the speed of his little pony, looked round towards us and laughed. In a moment he was again alongside the bull, who was now driven to desperation. His eyeballs glared through his tangled mane, and the blood flew from his mouth and nostrils. Thus, still battling, the 2 enemies disappeared over the hill. Many of the Indians rode at full gallop towards the spot. We followed, and soon saw the bull lying dead on the side of the hill. The Indians were gathered around him, and several knives were already at work. The twisted sinews were cut apart, the ponderous bones fell asunder as if by magic, and in a moment the vast carcass was reduced to a heap of bloody ruins. The surrounding group of savages offered no very attractive spectacle. Some were cracking the huge thigh bones and devouring the marrow within. Others were cutting away pieces of liver and other approved morsels and swallowing them on the spot with the appetite of wolves. The faces of most of them, besmeared with blood from ear to ear, looked grim and horrible enough. My friend, the White Shield, proffered me a marrow bone, so skillfully laid open that all the rich substance within was exposed. Another Indian held out a large piece of the delicate lining of the paunch, but these courteous offerings I begged leave to decline. We encamped that night and marched westward the greater part of the following day. On the next morning we resumed our journey. It was the 17th of July. At noon we stopped by some pools of rainwater, and in the afternoon again set forward, being anxious to reach the hunting ground, kill the necessary number of buffalo, and retreat as soon as possible from the dangerous neighborhood. Late in the afternoon, we came upon a sandy stream of which the Indians could not tell the name, for they were very ill acquainted with that country. We moved farther upstream in search of grass and ground for encampment. The country was wild, the plains gashed with ravines along our flanks. Mene Seela consulted an extraordinary oracle to instruct him where the buffalo were. When he and the other chiefs sat down to smoke and converse, the old man picked up one of those enormous black and green crickets. Holding the bloated insect respectfully, the old Indian inquired, "Tell me, my father, where must we go tomorrow to find the buffalo?" The cricket twisted about his long horns in evident embarrassment. At last he pointed them, or seemed to point them, westward. Mene Seela, dropping him gently on the grass, laughed with great glee and said that if we went that way in the morning we should be sure to kill plenty of game. Towards evening we came upon a fresh green meadow traversed by a stream deep set among tall, sterile bluffs. The Indians descended its steep bank. I was the last to reach this point. Lances were glittering, feathers fluttering, and the water below was crowded with men and horses passing through, while the meadow beyond swarmed with the restless crowd of Indians. The sun was just setting and poured its softened light upon them through an opening in the hills. I remarked to Reynal that at last we had found a good camping ground. "Oh, it's very good," replied he ironically, "especially if there is a snake war party about, and they take it into their heads to shoot down at us from the top of these hills. It's no plan of mine camping in such a hole as this." The Indians also seemed anxious. On the tallest bluff sat a naked warrior on horseback looking over the neighboring country, and Raymond told me that many young men had gone out in different directions as scouts. The shadows had reached to the summit of the bluffs before the lodges were erected and the village reduced again to quiet and order. A cry was suddenly raised, and men, women, and children came running out with animated faces and looked eagerly through the opening in the hills westward. I could discern, afar off, some dark, heavy masses passing over a low hill. They disappeared, and then others followed. These were bands of buffalo cows. The hunting ground was reached at last, and everything promised well for tomorrow's chase. Chapter 15. The Hunting Camp. Long before daybreak, the Indians broke camp. The women of Mene Seela's lodge were, as usual, among the first ready, and I found the old man himself sitting by the embers of the decayed fire, warming his withered fingers. The preparations for moving were even more disorderly than usual. Some lodges were still standing untouched. At this, old Mene Seela grew impatient and walked to the middle of the village and harangued the people in a loud, sharp voice. Now, he said, when they were on an enemy's hunting grounds, was not the time to behave like children. They ought to be more active and united than ever. His speech had some effect. When the sun rose, the last of the village had left camp. This movement was to a better and safer position upstream, where the squaws prepared the camp, but not a single warrior dismounted. All were mounted on inferior animals, leading their best horses or confiding them to the care of boys. In small parties they rode rapidly over the plains westward. Having taken no food, I went into my host's lodge and sat in the center, as a gentle hint that I was hungry. A wooden bowl was set before me, filled with the nutritious preparation of dried meat called pemmican by the northern voyagers and wasna by the Dakota. Taking a handful to break my fast, I left the lodge just in time to see the last band of hunters disappear over the ridge. I mounted Pauline and galloped in pursuit, riding rather by balance than by any muscular strength that remained to me. From the hilltop I could overlook the desolate prairie, over which, far and near, little parties of naked horsemen were rapidly passing. I soon came up to the nearest, and we had not ridden a mile before all were united into one large, compact body. Each hunter whipped on his horse, as if anxious to be first. This is always the case, but especially in the present instance, because the head chief was absent and there were but few soldiers, a sort of Indian police, who assumed the direction of a buffalo hunt. We rode at a swift canter, straight forward, uphill and downhill, and through the wild sage bushes. For an hour and a half, the same red shoulders, the same long black hair rose and fell before me. Very little was said, though once I observed an old man reproving Raymond for having left his rifle behind him when there was some probability of encountering an enemy. As we galloped, the foremost riders vanished suddenly, as if diving into the earth. The arid soil was cracked into a deep ravine. Down we all went in succession and galloped along the bottom until we found a point where the horses could scramble out. Soon we came upon a wide, shallow stream, and as we rode over the hard sand bed and through the thin sheets of rippling water, many of the savage horsemen threw themselves to the ground, knelt to snatch a hasty draught, and leaping back to their seats, galloped on. Meanwhile, scouts kept in advance of the party, and now we began to see them on the ridges, waving their robes in token that buffalo were visible. These, however, proved nothing more than old straggling bulls. But at length we could discern several scouts signaling at once, no longer waving their robes boldly, but standing lower down so they could not be seen from the plains beyond. Game worth pursuing had evidently been discovered. The excited Indians now urged forward their tired horses. Pauline, who was still sick and jaded, began to groan heavily, and her yellow sides were darkened with sweat. The Indians, still about 100 in number, galloped in a dense body at some distance in advance, a cloud of dust flying in the wind behind them. I could not overtake them until they had stopped on the side of the hill where the scouts were standing. Here each hunter sprang in haste from the tired animal he had ridden and leaped upon the fresh horse he had brought. There was not a saddle or bridle in the whole party. A piece of buffalo robe girthed over the horse's back served in place of the one, and a cord of twisted hair lashed round his lower jaw answered for the other. Eagle feathers dangled from every mane and tail as marks of courage and speed. The rider wore only a light cincture at his waist and moccasins. He had a heavy whip with a handle of elk horn and a lash of knotted bull hide fastened to his wrist by a band. His bow was in his hand, and his quiver of otter or panther skin hung at his shoulder. Thus equipped, some 30 hunters galloped towards the left to make a circuit under the cover of the hills, that the buffalo might be assailed on both sides at once. The rest impatiently waited until time enough had elapsed for their companions to reach the required position. Then, riding upward in a body, we gained the ridge and came in sight of the buffalo on the plain beyond. They were a band of 400 or 500 cows, crowded near the bank of a wide stream that was soaking across the sandbeds of the valley. We could see our allies galloping out onto the plain. The wind blew from that direction. The buffalo, aware of their approach, had begun to move slowly in a compact mass. Numerous old bulls were scattered over the plain, among them one with a broken foreleg dangling uselessly. As I came near him, he tried to rush upon me, nearly throwing himself down in the awkward attempt. Looking up, I saw the Indians far in advance. I lashed Pauline, and we reached them just as each hunter struck his horse, and we rushed headlong upon the buffalo. We were among them in an instant. Amid the trampling and the yells, I could see their dark figures running hither and thither through clouds of dust, and the horsemen darting in pursuit. While we charged on one side, our companions attacked the bewildered and panic-stricken herd on the other. When the dust cleared, the buffalo could be seen scattering singly or in long files and small, compact bodies, while behind them the Indians rode at furious speed, yelling as they launched arrow after arrow into their sides. Carcasses were strewn over the ground. Here and there wounded buffaloes stood, their bleeding sides feathered with arrows. As I rode by, their eyes glared, they bristled like gigantic cats, and then feebly attempted to rush up and gore my horse. I had left camp that morning determined to remain a spectator, but amid the rush of horses and buffalo, the uproar and the dust, I lashed Pauline into pursuit. We plunged through the water and the quicksands, and clambering the bank, chased them through the wide sage. But neither her native spirit nor the blows of the knotted bullhide could supply the place of poor Pauline's exhausted strength. We could not gain an inch upon the fugitives. At last, however, they came upon a ravine too wide to leap, and as this compelled them to turn abruptly to the left, I contrived to get within 10 or 12 yards of the hindmost. At this she faced about, bristled, and made a show of charging. I shot and hit her in the neck. Down she tumbled into the ravine. Scores of carcasses lay on the plain, in the ravines, and on the sandy bed of the stream. Far in the distance, horsemen and buffalo were still scouring along, with clouds of dust rising behind. When the hunters began to return, the boys who had held the horses made their appearance, and the work of flaying and cutting began all over the field. I noticed my host, Kongra Tonga, beyond the stream, alighting by the side of a cow he had killed. Riding up, I found him drawing out an arrow, which, with the exception of the notch at the end, had entirely disappeared in the animal. In time, the hides and meat were piled upon the horses, and the hunters began to leave the ground. Raymond and I set out for the village. There were no landmarks, but Raymond seemed to have an instinctive perception of the point on the horizon towards which to direct our course. Antelope were bounding on all sides. Bands of them ran lightly up the rocky declivities and stood gazing down upon us. At length we mounted a grassy hill and saw the circle of lodges, dingy with storms and smoke, standing on the plain. I entered the lodge of my host. His squaw instantly brought me food and water and spread a buffalo robe for me. I lay down and fell asleep. In about an hour, the entrance of Kongra Tonga, with his arms smeared with blood, awoke me. He sat down in his usual seat. His squaw gave him a vessel of water for washing, set before him a bowl of boiled meat, and as he was eating, pulled off his bloody moccasins and placed fresh ones on his feet. Then, outstretching his limbs, my host composed himself to sleep. Each hunter consigned his horses to the squaws and entered his lodge with the air of a man whose day's work was done. The squaws flung down the load from the burdened horse, and vast piles of meat and hides were soon gathered before every lodge. It was darkening fast, and the village was illuminated by the glare of fires. The squaws and children searched the meat for the daintiest portions. Some of these they roasted on sticks before the fires, but often they dispensed with this superfluous operation. Several hunters sat down by the fire in Kongra Tonga's lodge to talk over the day's exploits. Mene Sila came in. Though he must have seen full 80 winters, he had taken an active share in the day's sport. He boasted that he had killed 2 cows that morning, and would have killed a third if the dust had not blinded him so that he had to drop his bow and arrows and press both hands against his eyes. The firelight fell upon his wrinkled face and shriveled figure as he sat telling his story with such inimitable gesticulation that every man in the lodge broke into a laugh. We remained encamped on this spot 5 days, during 3 of which the hunters were at work incessantly, and immense quantities of meat and hides were brought in. Great alarm, however, prevailed. All were on alert. The young men ranged the country as scouts, and the old men paid careful attention to omens, especially in their dreams. In order to convey to the enemy the impression that we were constantly on watch, piles of sticks and stones were erected on the surrounding hills to appear at a distance like sentinels. Often, even to this hour, that scene will rise before my mind like a visible reality. The tall white rocks, the old pine trees on their summits, the sandy stream that half encircled the village, and the wild sage bushes with their dull green hue and their medicinal odor. Hour after hour the squaws would pass and repass with their vessels between the stream and the lodges. No one was to be seen in the camp but women and children, 2 or 3 superannuated old men, and a few lazy and worthless young ones. Still, it presented a bustling scene. In all quarters, the meat, hung on cords of hide, was drying in the sun, and around the lodges the squaws, young and old, were laboring on the fresh hide stretched upon the ground, scraping the hair from one side and the still adhering flesh from the other, and rubbing into them the brains of the buffalo in order to render them soft and pliant. Towards the end of the stay, the hunters did not go out, but lay sleeping in their lodges, and most of the women were silently engaged in their heavy tasks. A few young men were playing a lazy game of ball in the area of the village, and when they became tired, some girls supplied their place with a more boisterous sport. At a distance, some children and half-grown squaws were playfully tossing one of their number in a buffalo robe, and a host of little naked boys were roaming about, engaged in various rough games or pursuing birds and ground squirrels with their bows and arrows. And woe to the unhappy little animals that fell into their merciless, torture-loving hands. A squaw from the next lodge, a notable housewife named Wea Washte, or the Good Woman, brought us a large bowl of wasna, and went into an ecstasy of delight when I presented her with a green glass ring. The sun went down, and half the sky was glowing fiery red, reflected on the little stream as it wound among the sage bushes. Some young men left the village and returned, driving in all the horses, hundreds in number and of every size, age, and color. The hunters came out, and each securing those that belonged to him, examined their condition and tied them fast by long cords to stakes driven in front of his lodge. It was half an hour before the bustle subsided. It was nearly dark. Kettles were hung over the fires around which the squaws were gathered with their children laughing and talking merrily. In the center of the village, a circle of old men and warriors sat with their white buffalo robes drawn close around their shoulders. As the pipe passed from hand to hand, their conversation had not a particle of the gravity and reserve usually ascribed to Indians. I sat down with them as usual. I had in my hand a dozen squibs and serpents, which I had made one day of gunpowder and charcoal and the leaves of Fremont's expedition rolled round a stout pencil. I waited till I could get hold of a large piece of burning bois de vache kept at hand for lighting pipes. With this I lighted all the fireworks at once and tossed them whizzing and sputtering into the air over the heads of the company. They all jumped up and ran off with yelps of astonishment and consternation. After a moment or two they ventured back one by one, and some of the boldest picked up the cases of burnt paper to examine them. From that time forward I enjoyed great repute as a fire medicine. The camp was filled with the low hum of cheerful voices, but from a large lodge lighted up like a gigantic lantern by the blazing fire within came a chorus of dismal cries and wailings, drawn out like the howling of wolves, and a woman almost naked crouched close outside, crying violently and gashing her legs with a knife till they were covered with blood. Just a year before, a young man belonging to this family had been slain by the enemy, and his relatives were thus lamenting his loss. Still other sounds might be heard, loud, earnest cries often repeated by young men setting out on a war party, standing at the top of a hill, calling on the Great Spirit to aid them. While I was listening, Rouleau, with a laugh on his careless face, directed my attention to a lodge where an old squaw was angrily scolding an old yellow dog, who lay on the ground with his nose resting between his paws and his eyes turned sleepily up to her face, as if pretending to give respectful attention, but resolved to fall asleep as soon as it was over. "You ought to be ashamed," she said. "I have fed you well and taken care of you ever since you were small and blind and could only crawl about and squeal instead of howling as you do now. When you grew old, I said you were a good dog. You were strong and gentle when the load was put on your back, and you never ran among the feet of the horses when we were traveling. But you had a bad heart. Whenever a rabbit jumped out of the bushes, you were always the first to run after him and lead away all the other dogs. You ought to have known it was very dangerous to act so. When you had gone far out on the prairie and no one was near to help you, perhaps a wolf would jump out of the ravine, and then what could you do? You would certainly have been killed, for no dog can fight well with a load on his back. Only 3 days ago you ran off that way and turned over the bag of wooden pins with which I fasten up the front of the lodge. Look up there, and you will see that it is all flapping open. And now, tonight, you have stolen a great piece of fat meat which was roasting before the fire for my children. I tell you, you have a bad heart and must die." So saying, the squaw went into the lodge, and coming out with a large stone mallet, killed the unfortunate dog at one blow. When it grew late, I walked across the village to the lodge of my host, Kongratonga. As I entered, I saw him by the blaze of the fire, reclining, half asleep. His couch was by no means an uncomfortable one. It consisted of buffalo robes laid together on the ground and a pillow made of whitened deerskin stuffed with feathers and ornamented with beads. At his back was a light framework of poles and slender reeds against which he could lean with ease when sitting. At the top of it, just above his head, hung his bow and quiver. His squaw, a laughing, broad-faced woman, was bustling about the lodge, pulling over the utensils and the bales of dried meat. Unhappily, she and her partner were not the only tenants of the dwelling, for 6 children were scattered about, sleeping in every imaginable posture. A buffalo robe was spread on the ground before my saddle. Wrapping myself in my blanket, I lay down. Had I not been extremely fatigued, the noise in the next lodge would have prevented my sleeping. There was the monotonous thumping of a drum, mixed with occasional sharp yells, and a chorus chanted by 20 voices. A grand scene of gambling was going on. The players were staking on the chances of the game their ornaments, their horses, and as the excitement rose, their garments and even their weapons. Gambling is not confined to the hells of Paris. The men of the plains resort to it as a relief to the monotony of their lives, which alternate between fierce excitement and listless inaction. I fell asleep with the dull notes of the drum still sounding in my ear, but these orgies lasted till daylight. I was soon awakened by one of the children crawling over me while another larger one was tugging at my blanket and nestling himself at a very disagreeable proximity. I immediately repelled those advances by punching the heads of these miniature savages with a short stick which I always kept by me for the purpose. And as sleeping half the day and eating much more than is good for them makes them extremely restless, this operation usually had to be repeated 4 or 5 times in the course of the night. My host was the author of another formidable annoyance. Indians think themselves bound to the constant performance of certain acts on which their success depends, whether in war, love, hunting, or any other employment. These medicines, which are usually communicated in dreams, are often absurd enough. Some Indians will strike the butt of the pipe against the ground every time they smoke. Others will insist that everything they say be interpreted by contraries. The spirits had told Kongra Tonga that he must sing a certain song in the middle of every night, and regularly at about 12 his dismal, monotonous chanting would awaken me. There were other voices of the night still more inharmonious. Twice or thrice, between sunset and dawn, all the dogs of the village, and there were hundreds, would bay and yelp in chorus, a horrible clamor like the howling of wolves. It may not be amiss to glance at Kongra Tonga in his character of husband and father. Both he and his squaw, like most other Indians, were very fond of their children, whom they indulged to excess, and never punished except in extreme cases when they would throw a bowl of cold water over them. Their offspring became sufficiently undutiful and disobedient under this system of education, which fosters that wild liberty and utter intolerance of restraint at the foundation of the Indian character. It would be hard to find a fonder father than Kongra Tonga. There was one urchin in particular, rather less than 2 feet high, to whom he would chant in a low tone some of the words of the war dance. The little fellow, who could just manage to balance himself by stretching out both arms, would lift his feet and turn slowly in time to his father's music, while my host would laugh with delight and look smiling up into my face to see if I were admiring this precocious performance of his offspring. In his capacity of husband, he was less tender. The squaw who lived in the lodge with him had been his partner for many years. She took good care of his children and his household. He liked her well enough, and as far as I could see, they never quarreled. But his warmer affections were reserved for younger and more recent favorites. Of these, he had at present only one who lived in a lodge apart from his. One day, while in this camp, he became displeased with her, pushed her out, threw after her ornaments, dresses, and everything she had, and told her to go home to her father. Having consummated this summary divorce, for which he could show good reasons, he came back, seated himself, and smoked with an air of utmost tranquility and self-satisfaction. That very afternoon, as I sat in the lodge with Kongra Tonga, I felt curious to learn about the various scars on his body. His arms were marked as if deeply gashed with a knife at regular intervals, and there were also scars on his back and breast. These were traces of the tortures these Indians inflict upon themselves at certain seasons. In part, it may be, to gain the glory of courage and endurance, but chiefly as an act of self-sacrifice to secure the favor of the spirits. The scars upon the breast and back were produced by running through the fresh, strong splints of wood to which heavy buffalo skulls are fastened by cords of hide, and the wretch runs forward with all his strength, assisted by 2 companions who take hold of each arm until the flesh tears apart and the skulls are left behind. Other of Kongra Tonga's scars were the results of accidents, but he had many received in war. He was one of the most noted warriors in the village. He had slain, as he boasted to me, 14 men, and though like other Indians he was a braggart and liar, yet in this statement common report bore him out. Being flattered by my inquiries, he told me tale after tale, true or false, of his warlike exploits, one among the rest illustrating the worst features of Indian character. Pointing towards the Medicine Bow Mountain, he said that he was there a few summers ago with a war party when they found 2 Snake Indians hunting. They shot one with arrows and chased the other up the mountain till they surrounded him, and Kongra Tonga seized him by the arm. 2 of his young men held him fast while he scalped him alive. They then built a great fire, and cutting the tendons of their captive's wrists and feet, threw him in, and held him down with long poles until he was burned to death. He garnished his story with descriptive particulars too revolting to mention. His features were remarkably mild and open, without the fierceness of expression common among these Indians, and as he detailed these devilish cruelties, he looked up into my face with the air of earnest simplicity a little child would wear. Old Menesila's lodge offered another illustration of the ferocity of Indian warfare. A bright-eyed, active little boy was living there who had belonged to a village of the Gros Ventre Blackfeet, a small but bloody and treacherous band in alliance with the Arapahoes. About a year before, Kongra Tonga and a party of warriors had found about 20 lodges of these Indians upon the plains a little to the eastward of our present camp, and surrounding them in the night they butchered men, women, and children, preserving only this little boy alive. He was adopted into the old man's family and was now fast becoming identified with the Ogallala children, among whom he mingled on equal terms. There was also a Crow warrior in the village, a man of gigantic stature and most symmetrical proportions. Having been taken prisoner many years before and adopted by a squaw in place of a son she had lost, he had forgotten his old nationality and was now both in act and inclination an Ogallala. It will be remembered that the scheme of the grand war party against the Snake and Crow Indians originated in this village, and though this plan had fallen to the ground, the embers of martial ardor continued to glow. 11 young men had prepared to go out against the enemy, led by a well-built, active little Indian called the White Shield, whom I had always noticed for the neatness of his dress and appearance. His lodge, too, though not large, was the best in the village, his squaw one of the prettiest, and altogether his dwelling was the model of an Ogallala domestic establishment. Once, when I was a visitor there, he took down his warlike equipments and displayed them with great pride and self-importance. He took a superb headdress of feathers from its case, put it on, and stood before me, perfectly conscious of the gallant air which it gave to his dark face and his vigorous, graceful figure. He told me that upon it were the feathers of 3 war eagles, equal in value to the same number of good horses. He took up also a shield gaily painted and hung with feathers. His quiver was made of the spotted skin of a small panther, common among the Black Hills, from which the tail and distended claws still hung. The White Shield concluded his entertainment by begging of me a little powder and ball, for he had a gun, but I was obliged to refuse, making him, however, a parting present of a paper of vermilion. The next morning the White Shield took a cold and was attacked with an inflammation of the throat. Immediately he seemed to lose all spirit, and though before no warrior had borne himself more proudly, he now moped about with a forlorn air. He sat down, close wrapped in his robe, before the lodge of Reynal, but when he found that neither he nor I knew how to relieve him, he arose and stalked over to one of the medicine men. This old impostor thumped him for some time with both fists, howled and yelped over him, and beat a drum close to his ear to expel the evil spirit. This treatment failing of the desired effect, the White Shield withdrew to his own lodge, where he lay disconsolate for some hours. That afternoon White Shield made another appearance, holding his throat with his hand. "I am a brave man," he said. "All the young men think me a great warrior, and 10 of them are ready to go with me to war. Last summer the Snakes killed my brother. I cannot live unless I revenge his death. Tomorrow we will set out, and I will take their scalps." But as he said this, he hung his head as if in a fit of despondency. That evening I saw him arrayed in his splendid war dress, his cheeks painted with vermilion. He rode round the village, singing his war song in a loud, hoarse voice amid the shrill acclamations of the women. Then, dismounting, he remained prostrate upon the ground in supplication. On the following morning I looked in vain for the departure of the warriors. Later, Raynal asked him why he did not go out. The White Shield answered in a gloomy tone, "One of my young men has had bad dreams. The spirits of the dead threw stones at him in his sleep." If such a dream had actually taken place, it might have broken up this or any other war party, but both Raynal and I were convinced at the time that it was a mere fabrication to excuse his remaining at home. The White Shield was a warrior of noted prowess. Very probably he would have received a mortal wound without the show of pain, and endured without flinching the worst tortures that an enemy could inflict upon him. The whole power of an Indian's nature would be summoned to encounter such a trial. Every influence of his education from childhood would have prepared him for it. The cause of his suffering would have been visibly and palpably before him, and his spirit would rise to set his enemy at defiance and gain the highest glory of a warrior by meeting death with fortitude. But when he feels himself attacked by a mysterious evil, before whose assaults his manhood is wasted and his strength drained away, when he can see no enemy to resist and defy, the boldest warrior falls prostrate at once. He believes that a bad spirit has taken possession of him, or that he is the victim of some charm. When suffering from a protracted disorder, an Indian will often abandon himself to his supposed destiny, pine away and die, the victim of his own imagination. The same effect will often follow a series of calamities or a long run of ill luck, and Indians have been known to ride into the midst of an enemy's camp or attack a grizzly bear single-handed to get rid of a life supposed to lie under the doom of fate. Thus, after all his fasting, dreaming, and calling upon the Great Spirit, the White Shield's war party came to naught. Chapter 16. The Trappers. The trappers Rouleau and Séraphin were on their way to the country ranged by the Arapahoes, a day's journey west of our camp. The Arapahoes are ferocious savages who of late had declared death to any whites who should venture within their territory. The occasion of the declaration was as follows. In the preceding spring, 1845, Colonel Kearny left Fort Leavenworth with several companies of dragoons, marched to Fort Laramie, passed along the foot of the mountains to Bent's Fort, and then turned eastward again to the point whence he set out. While at Fort Laramie, he sent a part of his command as far westward as Sweetwater, while he remained at the fort and dispatched messages to the surrounding Indians to meet him there in council. Then, for the first time, the tribes of that vicinity saw the white warriors, and were lost in astonishment at their regular order, their gay attire, the completeness of their martial equipment, and the size and strength of their horses. Among the rest, the Arapahoes came in considerable numbers to the fort. They had lately committed numerous murders, and Colonel Kearny threatened that if they killed any more white men, he would turn loose his dragoons upon them and annihilate their nation. In the evening, to add effect to his speech, he ordered a howitzer to be fired and a rocket to be thrown up. Many of the Arapahoes fell flat on the ground, while others ran away screaming. On the following day they withdrew to their mountains, confounded. For many months they remained quiet and did no farther mischief. At length, just before we came into the country, one of them killed 2 white men by base treachery. No sooner was the murder committed than the whole tribe were in a consternation. They expected every day that the avenging dragoons would come, little thinking that a desert of 900 miles lay between them and their enemy. A large deputation of them came to Fort Laramie, bringing a valuable present of horses in atonement. These Bordeaux refused. They then asked if he would be satisfied with their delivering up the murderer, but Bordeaux declined this offer also. The Arapahoes went back more terrified than ever. Weeks passed, and still no dragoons appeared. A result followed which those best acquainted with Indians had predicted. They imagined that fear had prevented Bordeaux from accepting their gifts, and that they had nothing to apprehend from the whites. From terror, they rose to the height of insolence. They called the white men cowards and old women. They were determined to kill the first white dog they could lay hands on. Now the Medicine Bow Mountain was perilous in the extreme. Old Mene Seela and many other Indians vainly endeavored to turn Rouleau and Séraphin from their purpose, but they only laughed at the danger. On the morning before they were to leave the camp, we could all see faint white columns of smoke rising against the dark base of the Medicine Bow. Scouts reported that they were from an Arapaho camp, abandoned only a few hours before. Still, the two trappers continued their preparations for departure. Séraphin was a tall, powerful fellow with a sullen and sinister countenance. His rifle had very probably drawn other blood than that of buffalo or Indians. Rouleau had a broad, ruddy face marked with as few traces of thought or care as a child's. His figure was square and strong, but the first joints of his feet were frozen off, and his horse had lately thrown and trampled upon him, by which he had been severely injured in the chest. But nothing could subdue his gaiety. He went all day rolling about the camp on his stumps of feet, talking, singing, and frolicking with the women. Rouleau had an unlucky partiality for squaws. He always had one whom he must bedizen with beads, ribbons, and all the finery of an Indian wardrobe, and though he was obliged to leave her during his expeditions, this hazardous necessity did not at all trouble him, for his disposition was the reverse of jealous. If at any time he had not lavished the whole of the precarious profits of his vocation upon his dark favorite, he devoted the rest to feasting his comrades. If liquor was not to be had, and this was usually the case, strong coffee would be substituted. As the men of that region are by no means remarkable for providence or self-restraint, whatever was set before them, however extravagant in price or enormous in quantity, was disposed of in one sitting. Like other trappers, Rouleau's life was one of contrast and variety. It was only at certain seasons and for a limited time that he was absent on his expeditions. For the rest of the year he would lounge about the fort or encamp with his friends in its vicinity, hunting or enjoying all the luxury of inaction. But once in pursuit of the beaver, he was involved in extreme privations and perils. Hand and foot, eye and ear must be always alert. Frequently he must devour his evening meal uncooked, lest his fire attract the eyes of some wandering Indian. And sometimes, having made his rude repast, he must leave his fire still blazing, and withdraw to a distance under cover of the darkness, that his disappointed enemy, drawn thither by the light, may find his victim gone. This is the life led by scores of men among the Rocky Mountains. I once met a trapper whose breast was marked with the scars of 6 bullets and arrows, one of his arms broken by a shot, and one of his knees shattered. Yet still he continued to follow his perilous calling. On the last day of our stay in this camp, the trappers were ready for departure. When in the Black Hills they had caught 7 beavers, and they now left their skins in charge of Reynal. Their strong, gaunt horses were equipped with rusty Spanish bits and rude Mexican saddles to which wooden stirrups were attached, while a buffalo robe was rolled up behind and a bundle of beaver traps slung at the pommel. These, together with their rifles, knives, powder horns, and bullet pouches, flint and steel, and a tin cup, composed their whole traveling equipment. They shook hands with us and rode away. Séraphin, with his grim countenance, was in advance, but Rouleau, clambering gaily into his seat, kicked his horse's sides, flourished his whip, and trotted briskly over the prairie, trolling forth a Canadian song at the top of his voice. Reynal looked after them with his face of brutal selfishness. "Well," he said, "if they are killed, I shall have the beaver. They'll fetch me $50 at the fort anyhow." This was the last I saw of them. We had been 5 days in the hunting camp, and the meat, which all this time had hung drying in the sun, was now fit for transportation. Buffalo hides also had been procured in sufficient quantities for making the next season's lodges, but it remained to provide the long poles on which they were to be supported. These were only to be had among the tall spruce woods of the Black Hills, and in that direction, therefore, our next move was to be made. Chapter 17. The Black Hills. We traveled eastward for 2 days, and then the gloomy ridges of the Black Hills rose up before us. The village passed along for some miles beneath their declivities, winding among small detached hills of distorted shapes. Turning sharply to the left, we entered a wide defile of the mountains, down the bottom of which a brook came winding, lined with tall grass and dense copses, amid which were hidden many beaver dams and lodges. We passed between 2 high precipices and rocks piled in disorder, with scarcely a tree, a bush, or a clump of grass. The restless boys wandered along their edges and clambered up and down their rugged sides, and sometimes a group of them would stand on a cliff and look down on the procession as it passed beneath. As we advanced, the passage grew more narrow. Then it suddenly expanded into a round, grassy meadow, completely encompassed by mountains, and here the family stopped as they came up in turn, and the camp rose like magic. The lodges were hardly pitched when, with their usual precipitation, the Indians set about accomplishing their object, obtaining poles for their new lodges. Half the population, men, women, and boys, mounted their horses and set out for the mountains. It was a strange cavalcade as they galloped over the shingly rocks and into the dark of the defile beyond. We passed between precipices, sharp and splintering at the tops, their sides beetling over the defile or descending in abrupt declivities, bristling with fir trees. On our left they rose like a wall, but on the right a winding brook with a narrow strip of marshy soil intervened. The stream was clogged with old beaver dams and spread frequently into wide pools. There were thick bushes and many dead and blasted trees along its course, though frequently nothing remained but stumps cut close to the ground by the beaver and marked with the chisel-like teeth of those indefatigable laborers. Over the open spots we galloped at full speed. I felt Pauline's saddle girth slipping and alighted to draw it tighter. The whole cavalcade swept past in a moment, the women with their gaudy ornaments tinkling as they rode, the men whooping, laughing, and lashing forward their horses. 2 black-tailed deer bounded away. Raymond shot at them from horseback. The sharp report was answered by another, equally sharp, from the opposing cliffs, and then the echoes, leaping from side to side, died away, rattling far amid the mountains. After 6 or 8 miles, all the declivities were covered with forests of tall, slender spruce trees. The Indians began to fall off to the right and left, dispersing with their hatchets and knives to cut the poles which they had come to seek. In the stillness of those lonely mountains, the stroke of hatchets and the sound of voices might be heard from far and near. I left my horse in Raymond's keeping and began to climb the mountain. I was weak and weary and made slow progress, but after an hour I gained the height whence the little valley seemed like a deep, dark gulf, though the inaccessible peak of the mountain was still towering to a much greater distance above. Objects familiar from childhood surrounded me. Crags and rocks, a black and sullen brook that gurgled with a hollow voice deep among the crevices, a wood of mossy, distorted trees and prostrate trunks flung down by age and storms, scattered among the rocks or damming the foaming waters of the brook. Wild as they were, these mountains were thickly peopled. As I climbed farther, I found the broad, dusty paths made by elk. The grass on the terraces was trampled by deer, there were tracks of wolves, and in some of the more precipitous parts of the ascent, the footprints of the Rocky Mountain sheep. I sat upon a rock. There was perfect stillness. No wind was stirring, and not even an insect could be heard. I remembered the danger of becoming lost in such a place, and fixed my eye upon a tall pinnacle that rose sheer upright from the woods below, sustaining aloft on its summit a large, loose rock. Such a landmark could never be mistaken, and feeling once more secure, I moved forward. A white wolf jumped up and leaped clumsily away, but he stopped for a moment and turned back his keen eye and grim, bristling muzzle. I longed to take his scalp, but before I could fire, he was gone. Soon I heard a rustling sound and saw the branching antlers of an elk. I was in a hunter's paradise. Such are the Black Hills in July, but they wear a different garb when winter sets in, when the fir trees are bent to the ground by the load of snow. At that season, the trappers often build their cabins in the midst of these solitudes and live in abundance and luxury on the game that harbors there. I have heard them tell how, with their tawny mistresses and perhaps a few young Indian companions, they had spent months in total seclusion. They would dig pitfalls and set traps for the wolves, sable, and martens, and though through the whole night the awful chorus of the wolves would resound from the frozen mountains, yet within their massive walls of logs they would lie in careless ease before the blazing fire, and in the morning shoot the elk and deer from their very door. Chapter 18. A Mountain Hunt. The camp was full of newly cut lodge poles. Some, already prepared, were stacked together, white and glistening, to dry and harden in the sun. Others were lying on the ground, and the squaws, the boys, and even some of the warriors were busily peeling the bark and paring them with their knives to the proper dimensions. Most of the hides were dressed and scraped thin enough for use, and many squaws were fitting them and sewing them with sinews to form the coverings for the lodges. Men were wandering among the bushes that lined the brook, cutting sticks of red willow or shongsasha for smoking. Reynal's squaw was hard at work with her awl and buffalo sinews upon her lodge, while her proprietor, having just finished an enormous breakfast of meat, was smoking a social pipe with Raymond and myself. He proposed at length that we go on a hunt. "I'll take my squaw's old yellow horse. You can't whip her more than 4 miles an hour, but she is good for the mountains as a mule." I mounted the black mule which Raymond usually rode. She was a powerful animal, gentle and manageable by nature, but of late her temper had been soured by misfortune. About a week before, I had offended some one of the Indians, who, out of revenge, went secretly into the meadow and gave her a severe stab in the haunch. The wound, though partially healed, still galled her extremely, and made her even more obstinate than the rest of her species. The morning was a glorious one, and I was in better health. We ascended a rocky hollow in the mountain. Soon we were out of sight of the camp. I had never passed such execrable ground. The black mule grew indignant, and even the redoubtable yellow horse stumbled and groaned as she cut her feet and legs among the sharp rocks. Little was visible except beetling crags and the bare, shingly sides of the mountains. At length we came upon a forest tract and soon wished ourselves back among the rocks. If one is anxious to place himself in a situation where the hazardous and the ludicrous combine equally, let him get upon a vicious mule and try to drive her through the woods down a slope of 45 degrees. Let him have a long rifle, a buckskin frock with long fringes, and a head of long hair. These later appendages will be caught every moment and twitched away in small portions by the twigs, which will also whip him smartly across the face, while the large branches above thump him on the head. His mule will alternately stop short and dive violently forward. At one time he will clasp her affectionately to avoid the blow of a bough. At another he will throw himself back and fling his knee against her neck to keep it from being crushed between a tree and the ribs of the animal. At last Reynal and I emerged into the channel of a brook, and rode a while at ease over the white pebbles and the rippling water, shaded from the glaring sun by an overarching green transparency. These halcyon moments were of short duration. The friendly brook, turning sharply to one side, went brawling and foaming down into an abyss, so once more we betook ourselves to the detested woods. When next we came out from their shadow, we found ourselves on a high, jutting point of the mountain. Before us stretched a long, wide desert valley. Reynal gazed intently. He began to speak at last. "Many a time I have hunted for gold through the Black Hills. There's plenty of it here. I have dreamed about it 50 times, and I never dreamed yet but what it came out true. Look over yonder at those black rocks. Doesn't it look as if there might be something there?" It won't do for a white man to be rummaging too much about these mountains. The Indians say they are full of bad spirits. Well, for all that, I would like to have one of those fellows up here from down below with his witch hazel rod, and I'll guarantee that it would not be long before he would light on a gold mine. We passed mountain after mountain and valley after valley. We explored deep ravines, yet no game could be found. So we resolved to go out on the plains and look for an antelope. Moving down the long valley, we came upon what seemed a wide, shallow ditch, encrusted with white clay, dried and cracked in the sun. Reynal called to me to stop, and then, alighting, picked up a stone and threw it into the ditch. To my amazement, it fell with a dull splash, breaking at once through the thin crust and spattering a yellowish, creamy fluid into which it sank and disappeared. A stick 6 feet long lay on the ground, and with this we sounded the insidious abyss close to its edge. It was just possible to touch the bottom. Places like this are numerous among the Rocky Mountains. The buffalo in his heedless walk often plunges into them unawares. Down he sinks, one snort of terror, one convulsive struggle, and the slime calmly flows above his shaggy head, the languid undulations of its sleek and placid surface alone betraying how the powerful monster writhes in his death throes below. We found a point where we could pass, and soon after Reynal saw 4 black specks out on the plains which he pronounced to be buffalo. He put the yellow horse to such a gallop as he was capable of executing, while I set spurs to the mule, who soon far outran her plebeian rival. When we had galloped a mile, a large rabbit sprang up under the feet of the mule, who bounded violently aside in full career. Weakened as I was flung to the ground, and my rifle, falling close to my head, went off with a shock. I lay motionless, and Reynal, supposing me to be shot, rode up and began to curse the mule. Recovering myself, I arose and anxiously examined the rifle. It was badly injured, but not unserviceable. I mounted the mule again, and the brute began to rear and plunge, but being well prepared, I soon reduced her to submission. Then, taking the rifle from Reynal, we galloped forward as before. Approaching the buffalo, we stopped where a gentle swell of the plain concealed us, and while I held his horse, Reynal ran forward with his rifle. A few minutes elapsed. I heard the report of his piece and saw the buffalo running away at full speed. When we ingloriously descended into the village and rode among the lodges, the Indians looked in vain for the fresh meat that should have hung behind our saddles, and the squaws uttered various suppressed ejaculations to the great indignation of Reynal. Our mortification was increased when we rode up to his lodge. Here we saw his young Indian relative, the Hailstorm, his light, graceful figure reclining on the ground with his friend the rabbit, making an abundant meal from a wooden bowl of wasna. Near him lay the fresh skin of a female elk, which he had just killed only a mile or 2 from the camp. No doubt the boy's heart was elated with triumph, but he betrayed no sign of it. He even seemed totally unconscious of our approach, and his handsome face had all the tranquility of Indian self-control. It was about 2 months since I had known the Hailstorm. When I first saw him, he was just emerging from the habits and feelings of the boy into the ambition of the hunter and warrior. No young hunter had been so active or fortunate as he. All this success had produced a marked change. As I first remembered him, he shunned the society of the young squaws, and was bashful and sheepish in their presence. But now he began to assume the airs and arts of a man of gallantry. He wore his red blanket dashingly over his left shoulder, painted his cheeks every day with vermilion, and hung pendants of shells in his ears. If I observed aright, he met with very good success in his new pursuits. The Hailstorm and the rabbit were inseparable. They ate, slept, and hunted together, and shared with one another almost all that they possessed. If there be anything that deserves to be called romantic in the Indian character, it is to be sought in friendships such as this, which are common among many of the prairie tribes. Slowly, hour after hour, that weary afternoon dragged away. I lay in Reynal's lodge, overcome by the listless torpor that pervaded the encampment. The day's work was finished, or if it were not, the inhabitants had resolved not to finish it. A profound lethargy had sunk upon the village. I could hear the low laughter of some girl from within a neighboring lodge, or the small, shrill voices of restless children. The spirit infected me. I was fit only for musing and reverie. When evening came, the circle at Renald's domicile was composed entirely of his squaw's relatives when Raymond and I sat down with them. As the pipe passed among the men, a lively conversation went forward, more merry than delicate, and at length 2 or 3 of the elder women began to assail Raymond with various pungent witticisms. Some of the men took part, and an old squaw concluded by bestowing on him a ludicrous and indecent nickname, at which a general laugh followed. Raymond grinned and giggled and made several futile attempts at repartee. Knowing the impolicy and even danger of suffering myself to be placed in a ludicrous light, I maintained a rigid, inflexible countenance and wholly escaped their sallies. In the morning, I found, to my great disgust, that the camp was to retain its position for another day. To escape its languor and monotony, I set out to explore the surrounding mountains, accompanied by my faithful friend, my rifle, the only friend indeed on whose prompt assistance in time of trouble I could rely. Most of the Indians in the village, it is true, professed goodwill towards the whites, but the experience of others and my own observation had taught me the extreme folly of confidence and the utter impossibility of foreseeing to what sudden acts the strange, unbridled impulses of an Indian may urge him. When among his people, danger is never so near as when you are armed and on the alert to meet it at any moment. Nothing offers so strong a temptation to their ferocious instincts as the appearance of timidity, weakness, or security. Many deep and gloomy gorges opened from the sides of the hills, which were shaggy with forests wherever the rocks permitted vegetation to spring. I began to ascend one glen stretching up between steep cliffs far into the bosom of the mountain. A thread of water trickled through it, scarcely warmed or gladdened by a ray of sunshine. After advancing for some time, I conceived myself to be alone, but coming to a part of the glen free of trees and undergrowth, I saw at some distance the black head and red shoulders of an Indian. It was Mene Seela, my best friend in the village. I approached noiselessly and saw him seated alone, immovable as a statue, his face turned upward and his eyes seeming to be riveted on a pine tree springing from a cleft in the precipice above. The crest of the pine was swaying to and fro, and its long limbs waved slowly up and down, as if the tree had life. Looking for a while at the old man, I was satisfied that he was engaged in an act of worship, or prayer, or communion of some kind with a supernatural being. I longed to penetrate his thoughts, but could do nothing more than speculate. I knew that though the intellect of an Indian can embrace the idea of an all-wise, all-powerful spirit, the supreme ruler of the universe, yet his mind will not always ascend into communion with a being that seems so vast, remote, and incomprehensible, and when danger threatens, when his hopes are broken and trouble overshadows him, he is prone to turn to some inferior agency, such as a guardian spirit, on whom he relies for succor and guidance. To him all nature is instinct with mystic influence. Among those mountains not a wild beast was prowling, a bird singing, or a leaf fluttering that might not tend to direct his destiny. He watches nature as the astrologer watches the stars. His guardian spirit is usually embodied in some living thing, a bear, a wolf, an eagle, or a serpent. Mene Seela, as he gazed intently on the old pine tree, might believe it to enshrine the fancied guide and protector of his life. It was no part of good sense to disturb him. Silently retracing my footsteps, I descended the glen to a point where I could climb the side of the mountain. Looking up, I saw a tall peak rising among the woods. Something impelled me to climb. I had not felt for many a day such strength. An hour and a half of slow labor brought me to the summit, and I walked along the sunny verge of a precipice and seated myself on its extreme point. Looking between the mountain peaks to the westward, The pale blue prairie was stretching to the farthest horizon like a serene and tranquil ocean. Chapter 19. Passage of the Mountains. When I took leave of Shaw at Labonte's camp, I promised to meet him at Fort Laramie on the 1st of August. The Indians, too, intended to pass the mountains and move towards the fort. When our camp got in motion late one afternoon, I rode with 4 young Indians at the rear, and the moving swarm stretched before me in the ruddy light of sunset or the deep shadow of the mountains far beyond my sight. It was an ill-omened spot they chose to encamp upon. When they were there just a year before, a war party of 10 men, led by the Whirlwind's son, had gone out against the enemy, and not one had ever returned. I was astonished when I came to the camp at the confusion of howls, shrieks, and wailings that rose from the women, many of whom were gashing their legs deeply with knives. A warrior who had lost a brother led his 2 best horses to the middle of the village and gave them away to his friends, upon which songs of praise mingled with the cries of the women. The next morning we entered the mountains. They were mere piles of black and broken rocks, without trees or vegetation. As we passed among them, I noticed Raymond riding by the side of a young squaw, to whom he was addressing various compliments. The old squaws watched his proceedings in great admiration, and the girl herself would turn aside her head and laugh. Just then his mule thought proper to display her vicious pranks, and began to rear and plunge most furiously. Raymond at first stuck fast in his seat, but a moment after I saw the mule's hind legs flourishing in the air and my unlucky follower pitching head foremost over her ears. There was a burst of screams and laughter from all the women, in which his mistress herself took part, and Raymond was assailed by such a shower of witticisms that he was glad to ride forward out of hearing. Not long after, as I rode near him, he was pointing towards a detached rocky hill. From behind it, a long file of elk came out at full speed and entered an opening in the mountain. They had scarcely disappeared when whoops and exclamations came from 50 voices around me. The young men leaped from their horses, flung down their heavy buffalo robes, and ran towards the foot of the mountain. Reynal also galloped in the same direction. Come on, he called. Do you see that band of bighorn up yonder?" I could see a large number of small white objects moving upwards among the precipices. Anxious to see the sport, I galloped forward and ascended among the loose rocks as far as my horse could carry me. I fastened her to a pine tree and ran to the top of the opening, where I saw some 50 or 60 sheep clattering upwards among the rocks. The naked Indians bounded up in pursuit. In a moment the game and hunters disappeared. I turned and saw the valley below alive with Indians on horseback and on foot. A little farther all were stopping. The camp was preparing and the lodges rising. I descended, and soon after Reynal and Raymond returned. They bore between them a sheep which they had pelted to death with stones. One by one the hunters came dropping in. Although 60 or 70 men were out in pursuit, not more than half a dozen animals were killed. Of these, only one was a full-grown male. He had a pair of horns, the dimensions of which were almost beyond belief. I have seen among the Indians ladles with long handles capable of containing more than a quart cut out from such horns. Through the whole of the next morning we moved forward among the hills. On the following day the heights closed around us and the passage of the mountains began in earnest. I went forward with the panther, a noble-looking fellow. As he suffered his ornamented buffalo robe to fall in folds about his loins, his stately and graceful figure was fully displayed, and while he sat his horse in an easy attitude, the long feathers of the prairie cock fluttering from the crown of his head, he seemed the very model of a wild prairie rider. He had not the same features as other Indians. Unless his face greatly belied him, he was free from the jealousy, suspicion, and malignant cunning of his people. A white man must be conscious that an impassable gulf lies between him and his red brethren. After breathing the air of the prairie for a few months or weeks, he begins to look upon them as a troublesome and dangerous species of wild beasts. Yet in the countenance of the panther, I read points of sympathy. We were excellent friends. and as we rode forward through rocky passages, deep dells, and little barren plains, he occupied himself very zealously in teaching me the Dakota language. After a while, we came to a grassy recess where gooseberries grew. These offered such a temptation that my companion stopped to gather the fruit. That morning's march led through a wilderness of mountains and pine forests to a small meadow set among steep mountains where the village encamped. When I arrived, the squaws were setting up the lodges. They were drawing the heavy coverings of skin over the bare poles, screaming at one another. Horses were rearing and plunging, and the dogs were yelping, eager to be disburdened of their loads. Small children ran about, and boys scrambled among the rocks and stood with their little bows in their hands, looking down upon the throng. In contrast, a circle of old men and warriors sat in the midst, smoking in profound indifference and tranquility. The disorder at length subsided. The horses were driven away to feed, and the camp assumed an air of listless repose. The heat was almost insupportable. Each lodge was a hothouse. The camp was silent as death. Nothing stirred except now and then an old woman passing from lodge to lodge. The girls and young men sat under the pine trees upon the surrounding heights. The dogs lay panting, too languid even to growl at the white man. At a cool spring among the rocks, girls discussed the latest gossip or laughed and threw water at the intruding Meniaska. The minutes seemed lengthened into hours. I lay under a tree, studying the Ogallala tongue with the aid of my friend the panther. Later, I lay by a deep, clear pool. A shoal of fishes of about a pin's length were playing in it, sporting, as it seemed, very amicably. But on closer observation, I saw that they were engaged in cannibal warfare. Now and then, one of the smallest would disappear down the maw of his conqueror. Every moment, however, the tyrant of the pool, a goggle-eyed monster about 3 inches long, would emerge with quivering fins from under the shelving bank. The small fry at this would suspend their hostilities and scatter in a panic. Soft-hearted philanthropists, thought I, may sigh long for their peaceful millennium, for from minnows to men, life is incessant war. Evening approached at last. The crests of the mountains were still bright in sunshine, while our deep glen was completely shadowed. I left the camp and climbed a neighboring hill. The sun was still glaring through the stiff pines on the ridge of the western mountain. In a moment he was gone, and as the landscape darkened, I turned again towards the village. As I descended, the howling of the wolves and the barking of foxes came up out of the dim woods from far and near. The camp was glowing with a multitude of fires and alive with dusky, naked figures whose tall shadows flitted weird and ghost-like among the surrounding crags. I found a circle of smokers seated in their usual place, that is, on the ground before the lodge of a certain warrior who seemed to be generally known for his social qualities. I sat down to smoke a parting pipe with my savage friends. That day was the 1st of August, on which I had promised to meet Shaw at Fort Laramie. The fort was less than 2 days' journey distant, and that my friend need not suffer anxiety on my account, I resolved to push forward as rapidly as possible to the place of meeting. The next morning was chill, damp, and dark when the camp began to stir. The lodge coverings fluttered and rustled as the squaws pulled them down. All was alive with the bustle of preparation. When the village got under way, they moved with more than their usual precipitation down the eastern descent of the mountain, coming very soon to a rough and difficult defile. The whole swarm poured down together, filling the rocky passageway like some turbulent mountain stream. The mountains before us were on fire, and had been so for weeks. The view in front was obscured by a vast, dim sea of smoke, while on either hand rose the cliffs, bearing aloft their crests of pines. The sharp pinnacles and broken ridges were faintly traceable as through a veil. The scene was grand, but with the savage multitude, the armed warriors and the naked children, the gaily apparelled girls pouring impetuously down the heights, it would have formed a noble subject for a painter. We passed over a burnt tract where the ground was hot beneath the horses' feet and between the blazing sides of 2 mountains. Before long, we found a succession of little valleys watered by a stream, along the borders of which grew abundance of gooseberries and currants, and the children and many of the men straggled from the line of march to gather them. After passing through a line of trees, the Indians filed out upon the plains. I knelt down by the stream to drink, and carelessly left my rifle among the grass. My thoughts being otherwise absorbed, I rode some distance before discovering its absence. I turned about and galloped back in search of it, watching every warrior as he rode by me, and discovering my rifle in the hands of one of them, who immediately gave it up to me. Having no other means of acknowledging the obligation, I took off one of my spurs and gave it to him. He was greatly delighted and held out his foot for me to buckle it on. As soon as I had done so, he struck it with all his force into the side of his horse, which gave a violent leap. The Indian laughed and spurred harder than before. At this the horse shot away like an arrow amid the screams and laughter of the squaws. The Indian had no saddle and nothing in place of a bridle except a leather string around the horse's jaw. The animal was of course wholly uncontrollable and stretched away at full speed till he and his rider vanished behind a distant swell. I never saw the man again, but I presume no harm came to him. An Indian on horseback has more lives than a cat. The village encamped on the scorching prairie. The coverings of the lodges were raised a foot or more from the ground for circulation of air. Reynal lay aside his trapper's dress and assumed the scanty costume of an Indian. Since I was going ahead, a small boiled puppy was served as a parting feast, to which was added, by way of dessert, a bowl of gooseberries from the mountains. "Look there," said Reynal, pointing out of the opening of his lodge. "Do you see that line of buttes? Well, do you see the farthest one with the white speck on the face of it? Do you think you ever saw it before?" "It looks to me," said I, "like the hill near Laramie Creek." "You've hit it," answered Reynal. "Go and bring the animals, Raymond," said I. "We'll camp there tonight and start for the fort in the morning." The mare and mule were soon before the lodge. We saddled them, and in the meantime a number of Indians collected about us. The virtues of Pauline, my strong, fleet, and hardy little mare, were well known in camp, and several of the visitors were mounted upon good horses which they had brought me as presents. I promptly declined their offers, since accepting would have involved the transfer of Pauline into their barbarous hands. Raymond and I then rode straight toward the white-faced bluff, whose pale ridges swelled gently against the horizon like a cloud. Late that afternoon, half spent with heat, thirst, and fatigue, we passed through the huge, dilapidated old cottonwood trees that bordered Laramie Creek. The rapid and foaming waters were filled with fish playing and splashing in the shallows. As we gained the farther bank, our horses turned eagerly to drink, and we, kneeling in the sand, followed their example. We had not gone far before the scene began to grow familiar. "We are getting near home, Raymond," said I. We passed on towards Chugwater, riding at full gallop, for big drops had begun to patter down. When we came in sight of the poplar saplings that grew about the mouth of that little stream, we leaped to the ground, threw off our saddles, turned our horses loose, and drawing our knives, slashed among the bushes to cut branches for making a shelter against the rain. Bending down the taller saplings as they grew, we piled the young shoots on them and thus made a convenient penthouse. But our labor was needless. The storm scarcely touched us. Half a mile on our right, the rain was pouring down like a cataract, and the thunder roared over the prairie like a battery of cannon, while we, by good fortune, received only a few heavy drops from the skirt of the passing cloud. It was dark the next morning when I awoke and called Raymond. We rode for some time, and when the sun rose, glowing like a fiery ball of copper, we were within 10 miles of the fort. At length, from the summit of a sandy bluff, we could see Fort Laramie. It seemed to me the very center of comfort and civilization. We rode at speed, approaching it, entering the water of Laramie Creek with our feet raised to the saddle behind us. Thus, kneeling on horseback, we passed dry shod through the swift current. As we rode up the bank, 3 men appeared at the gateway and came forward to meet us. In a moment I distinguished Shaw. Henry Chatillon followed, with his face of manly simplicity and frankness, and Delorier came last with a broad grin of welcome. Chapter 20. The Lonely Journey. On the day of my arrival at Fort Laramie, Shaw and I were lounging on 2 buffalo robes in the large apartment assigned to us. Henry Chatillon also was present, busy about the harness and weapons, and 2 Indians were crouching on the floor, eyeing us with their unwavering gaze. "I have been well off here," said Shaw, "but there is no good shongsasha to be had for love or money." I gave him a small bag containing some of excellent quality which I had brought from the Black Hills. One of the Indians cut and mixed the bark and tobacco in due proportions. As we smoked, we deliberated on our future course, to travel southward along the foot of the mountains to Bent's Fort. On the 4th of August, we set out early in the afternoon, bidding a final adieu to Fort Laramie. Again, Shaw and I were riding side by side on the prairie. For the first 50 miles, we had companions, Trochet, a trapper, and Rouville, a nondescript in the employ of the Fur Company, who were going to join the trader Bissonnette near the head of Horse Creek. We rode only 6 or 8 miles that afternoon before we came to a brook traversing the barren prairie. All along its course grew copses of wild cherry trees loaded with ripe fruit. Here we encamped, and being too indolent to pitch our tent, we flung our saddles to the ground, spread a pair of buffalo robes, lay down, and began to smoke. Meanwhile, Delorier busied himself with his frying pan, and Raymond stood guard over the band of grazing horses. Delorier had an active assistant in Rouville, who professed great skill in the culinary art, and seizing upon a fork, began to lend his aid in cooking supper. Indeed, according to his own belief, Rouville was a man of universal knowledge, and he lost no opportunity to display his manifold accomplishments. He had been a circus rider at St. Louis, and once he rode round Fort Laramie on his head, to the utter bewilderment of the Indians. He was also noted as the wit of the fort, and contributed more that night to the liveliness of the camp than the rest of the party put together. At one instant he would kneel by Delorier, instructing him in the true method of frying antelope steaks. Then he would dilate upon the correct fashion of braiding a horse's tail, telling apocryphal stories how he had killed a buffalo bull with a knife, having first cut off his tail when at full speed. At last he snatched up a volume of Shakespeare that was lying on the grass and halted and stumbled through a line or two to prove he could read. He went gamboling about the camp, chattering like some frolicsome ape, and whatever he was doing at one moment, the presumption was a sure one that he would not be doing it the next. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, we reached the top of a considerable hill and saw the windings of Horse Creek on the plains below. We could distinguish the camp of Bissonnette among the trees along the stream. Rouville's face assumed just then a ludicrously blank expression. We inquired what was the matter, when it appeared that Bissonnette had sent him to Fort Laramie with the sole object of bringing back tobacco. Our rattle-brained friend had entirely forgotten and had ridden a dangerous 100 miles for nothing. Descending to Horse Creek, we forded it, and on the opposite bank a solitary Indian sat on horseback. He said nothing, but turned and led the way towards the camp of Bissonnette. The stream, with its thick growth of trees, enclosed on 3 sides a wide green meadow where about 40 Dakota lodges were pitched in a circle, and beyond them a few lodges of the friendly Cheyennes. Bissonnette lived in the Indian manner. Riding up to his lodge, we found him with his squaw. Rosy children were scrambling about in printed calico gowns. "It will do you no harm to stay here a day or 2 before you start for the Pueblo." We accepted the invitation and pitched our tent on the rising ground above the camp and close to the trees. The next day, the camp was in commotion with a new arrival. A single Indian had come with his family from the Arkansas. He wore an expression of unusual dignity and importance and gave out that he had brought great news to tell the whites. Soon after the squaws had pitched his lodge, he sent his little son to invite the white men and the more distinguished Indians to a feast. The Stabber, for that was our entertainer's name, had killed an old buffalo on his way. This veteran's boiled tripe, tougher than leather, formed the main item of the repast. For the rest, it consisted of wild cherries and grease boiled together in a large copper kettle. When the pipes were circulating, the stabber began, with much gesticulation, to tell his story. He had seen 6 great war parties of whites on the Arkansas. He had never believed that the world contained half so many white men. They had large horses, long knives, and short rifles, and some of them were dressed alike in the most splendid war dresses he had ever seen. Soon after seeing this, our host had met an Indian who had lately come from among the Comanches, who had told him that all the Mexicans had gone out to a great buffalo hunt, that the Americans had hid themselves in a ravine, and that when the Mexicans had shot away all their arrows, the Americans fired their guns, raised their war whoop, rushed out, and killed them all. We could only infer from this that war had been declared with Mexico and a battle fought in which the Americans were victorious. When, some weeks after, we arrived at the Pueblo, we heard of General Kearny's march up the Arkansas and of General Taylor's victories at Matamoros. As the sun was setting that evening, a crowd gathered on the plain to try the speed of their horses. 50 or 60 Dakota were present, wrapped from head to foot in robes of whitened hide. There were also Cheyennes wearing gaudy Mexican ponchos. Mingled among the Indians was a number of Canadians, chiefly in the employ of Bissonnette, men who love the campfire better than the domestic hearth. They are contented and happy in the midst of hardship, privation, and danger. Their cheerfulness is irrepressible, and no people on earth understand better how to daff the world aside and bid it pass. Besides these were 2 or 3 half-breeds, who are, according to the common saying, half Indian, half white man, and half devil. Antoine Le Rouge was the most conspicuous among them, with his loose trousers and fluttering calico shirt. A handkerchief was bound round his black snaky hair, and his small eyes twinkled with a mischievous luster. He raced upon a fine cream-colored horse, darting out like lightning from among the crowd, stretching forward over his horse's neck and plying his heavy Indian whip with might and main. He came back victorious, exultingly patting the neck of his quivering and panting horse. As I lay asleep about midnight, Raymond woke me, saying that something was going forward that I should see. The great number of Indians were visible through the darkness gathered about a fire. From their midst proceeded a loud, measured chant which would have killed Paganini outright, broken occasionally by sharp yells. I gathered the robe about me and walked to the spot. As I was pushing my way among the dark throng, a chief interposed himself, and I was given to understand that a white man must not approach their solemnities too closely. By passing round to the other side, I could see clearly what was going forward. The Society of the Strong Hearts were engaged in one of their dances. This warlike association was composed of young braves of the highest mettle from both the Dakota and Cheyenne nations. Its fundamental principle is to never retreat from any enterprise once begun. The tutelary spirit of the Strong Hearts is the fox. The dancers were circling the fire, each brightly illumined at one moment and at the next drawn in blackest shadow. They imitated with the most ludicrous exactness the motions and voice of their sly patron, the fox. Then a startling yell would be given. Many warriors would leap into the ring, and with faces upturned towards the starless sky, they would stamp and whoop and brandish their weapons like so many frantic devils. The next afternoon we set out for the Pueblo, a distance of some 300 miles, and we supposed the journey would occupy about a fortnight. During this time we all hoped that we might not meet a single human being, for should we encounter any, they would in all probability be enemies, in whose eyes our rifles would be our only passports. For 2 or 3 days we were passing over an arid desert with an abundance of strange insects and reptiles. Huge crickets, black and bottle green, and wingless grasshoppers of the most extravagant dimensions tumbled about our horses' feet, and lizards without number dared among the few tufts of short grass. Most curious was the horned frog. I caught one of them and consigned him to the care of Delorier. He traveled the whole way to Boston, where he was deposited under a glass case, where he sat for some months in great tranquility, alternately dilating and contracting his white throat to the admiration of his visitors. One morning, in the middle of winter, he gave up the ghost and he now occupies a bottle of alcohol in the Agassiz Museum. The number of prairie dogs was astounding. The plain was covered for miles with the little mounds which they make at the mouth of their burrows, and their small, squeaking voices yelped at us as we passed, their tails jerking emphatically with every shrill cry. As the danger drew nearer, they would wheel about, toss their heels into the air, and dive in a twinkling into their burrows. Snakes, apparently the prairie dogs' worst enemies, bask among their holes. Small owls also make their abode with the prairie dogs, though on what terms they live together I could never ascertain. One morning, only 2 or 3 rods from camp, I saw Shaw stop his mule, level his gun, and fire at some object in the grass. Delorier next jumped forward and began to dance about, belaboring the unseen enemy with a whip. Then he stopped and drew out of the grass an enormous rattlesnake, with his head completely shattered by Shaw's bullet. As Delorier held him out at arm's length with an exulting grin, his tail, which still kept writhing about, almost touched the ground, and his body at the largest part was as thick as a stout man's arm. He had 14 rattles, but the end of his tail was blunted, as if he could have boasted of many more. We came upon several traces of the Arapahoes as we continued south. As we forded the South Fork of the Platte, the ashes of some 300 fires were visible among the scattered trees. The place, however, had been for some months deserted. A few miles farther south, we found the trail of 2 or 3 lodges which had evidently passed the day before. Then, early the next morning, we made a startling discovery. We passed a large deserted encampment. There were about 50 fires still smoldering on the ground. The Indians must have left within 2 hours of our reaching it. Henry Chatillon examined the encampment and the trail with a very professional and businesslike air. "Supposing we had met them, Henry," said I. "We give them all we've got, and then I believe they no kill us. Perhaps," added he, "perhaps we no let them rob us. Maybe we have a chance to get into a ravine or under the bank of a river. Then we fight them." About noon of that day, we reached Cherry Creek. Here was an abundance of wild cherries, plums, gooseberries, and currants. The stream, however, was dried up with the heat, and we had to dig holes in the sand to find water. 2 days after, we left the banks of the creek and crossed the high ridge which separates the waters of the Platte from those of the Arkansas. Now, in place of the burning plains, we passed through rough and savage glens and among hills crowned with a dreary growth of pines. We encamped among these solitudes on the 16th of August, and on the next day pushed through an extensive tract of pine woods. That night we encamped among ravines and hollows, through which a little brook was foaming angrily. Before sunrise in the morning, the snow-covered mountains were beautifully tinged with a delicate rose color. A noble spectacle awaited us as we moved forward. 6 or 8 miles on our right, Pike's Peak and his giant brethren rose out of the level prairie, as if springing from the bed of the ocean. From their summits down to the plain, they were involved in a mantle of clouds, in restless motion. Through that morning and the next morning, we were passing down the banks of Boiling Spring Creek, finally reaching a hill from which a welcome sight greeted us. The Arkansas ran along the valley below, among woods and groves, and closely nestled in the midst of wide cornfields and green meadows where cattle were grazing, rose the low mud walls of the Pueblo. Chapter 21. The Pueblo and Bent's Fort. The Pueblo was a wretched species of fort, being nothing more than a large square enclosure surrounded by a wall of mud, miserably cracked and dilapidated. The slender pickets were half broken, and the gate dangled on its wooden hinges. 2 or 3 squalid Mexicans with their broad hats were lounging in front of it. They disappeared as we rode up, and a light, active little figure came out to meet us. It was our old friend Richard. He had come from Fort Laramie on a trading expedition to Taos, but finding that the war would prevent his going farther, he was quietly waiting till the conquest of the country should allow him to proceed. Richard led the way into the area of the fort. Here his large Santa Fe wagon stood. A few squaws and Spanish women and a few Mexicans as mean and miserable as the place itself were sauntering about. Richard conducted us to the state apartment of the pueblo, a small mud room very neatly finished considering the material, and garnished with a crucifix, a looking-glass, and a picture of the Virgin. There was a room beyond where 3 Spanish girls, one very pretty, were baking cakes at a mud fireplace in the corner. They brought out a poncho, which they spread on the floor. We sat down in Turkish fashion. Richard told us that 3 weeks before, General Kearny's army had left Bent's Fort to march against Santa Fe. While we were discussing these matters, the doorway was darkened by a tall, shambling fellow who took a leisurely survey of the premises before he entered. He wore brown homespun trousers, too short for his legs, and a pistol and bowie knife stuck in his belt. His head and one eye were enveloped in a huge bandage of linen. He came slouching in and sat on a chest. 10 more of the same stamp followed, coolly arranged themselves about the room, and began to catechize us about whence we had come and what we meant to do next. A few days before, the man with the bandaged head had been pushing through the young willows when he came upon a grizzly bear, which, having just eaten a buffalo, had lain down to sleep off the meat. The bear rose on his hind legs and gave the intruder a blow with his paw that laid his forehead entirely bare, clawed off the front of his scalp, and narrowly missed one of his eyes. Fortunately, he was not in a very pugnacious mood, and when the man's companions raised a shout, the bear walked away, crushing down the willows in his leisurely retreat. These men belonged to a party of Mormons who, out of a well-grounded fear, had postponed leaving the settlements until the rest of the emigrants were gone. On account of this delay, they did not reach Fort Laramie until it was too late to continue their journey. Hearing that there was good land at the head of the Arkansas, they had crossed, under the guidance of Richard, and were preparing to spend the winter at a spot about a half-mile from the pueblo. The clouds were resting upon the very treetops the next morning as we crossed the river to visit the Mormon settlement. After about a half-hour's riding, we saw the white wagons of the Mormons drawn up among the trees. Axes were sounding, trees were falling, and log huts rising along the edge of the woods. As we came up, the Mormons left their work, seated themselves in the timber around us, and began earnestly to discuss points of theology, complain of the ill usage they had received from the Gentiles, and lament the loss of their great temple of Nauvoo. After an hour, we rode back to our camp, happy that the settlements had been delivered of such blind and desperate fanatics. The following morning, we left for Bent's Fort. We had discharged Raymond earlier, so our party was now reduced to 4. The trail between Bent's Fort and the settlements, a distance computed at 600 miles, was in a dangerous state. For since the passage of General Kearny's army, great numbers of hostile Indians, chiefly Pawnees and Comanches, had gathered about some parts of it, becoming numerous and audacious against parties of travelers. Eventually, many men would be killed and great numbers of horses and mules carried off, but when we were there in the month of August, the danger had not become so great. We supposed that we might wait at Bent's Fort half the winter without finding a party to go down with us. Thus far, fortune had befriended us. We resolved, therefore, trusting a continuance of her favors, to set out with Henry and Delorier and run the gauntlet of the Indians as best we could. Bent's Fort stands on the river about 75 miles below the pueblo. At noon of the 3rd day, we arrived and pitched our tent under a tree. We found the fort a scene of dull and lazy tranquility. A few invalid officers and soldiers sauntered about the area where the glaring sun was reflected by the high white walls around it. We were received by Mr. Holt, who had been left in charge of the fort. He invited us to dinner, where we found a table laid with a white cloth. As we lay smoking back at our camp after supper, 3 men approached from the fort. They rode up and sat near us. The foremost was a tall, well-formed man with a face and manner such as inspire confidence at once. The next man was a sprightly, active fellow about 5 1/4 high, but very strong and compact. His face was swarthy as a Mexican's and covered with a close, curly black beard. The last was a large, strong man who dragged his long limbs over the ground as if he were too lazy for the effort. He had a sleepy gray eye, a retreating chin, an open mouth, and a protruding upper lip. The first two men had just come from California with a large band of horses. Monroe, the taller of the two, was an excellent fellow, open, warm-hearted, and intelligent. Jim Gurney, the short man, was a Boston sailor who had come in a trading vessel to California and had taken the fancy to return across the continent. Already an expert mountain man, he presented the extraordinary phenomenon of a sailor who could manage a horse. The third man, named Ellis, was an Oregon emigrant who had fallen homesick. They requested that they might unite with our party to make the journey to the settlements. We readily assented. Chapter 22. Tête Rouge, the Volunteer. The next morning we came to the fort to make arrangements for the journey. After completing these, we sat and smoked with some Cheyenne Indians. In a few minutes we saw a little figure approach us in military dress. He had a small, round countenance, garnished about the eyes with crow's feet, and surmounted by an abundant crop of red curls, with a little cap resting on the top of them. Altogether, he had the look of a man more conversant with mint juleps and oyster suppers than with the hardships of prairie service. He came up to us and entreated that we take him home to the settlements, saying that unless he went with us, he should have to stay all winter at the fort. We liked our petitioner's appearance so little that we excused ourselves from complying with his request. At this he begged us so hard to take pity, looked so disconsolate, and told so lamentable a story that at last we consented, though not without many misgivings. Henry Chatillon, after various abortive attempts to pronounce his name, coolly christened him Tête Rouge in honor of his red curls. He had been clerk of a Mississippi steamboat and agent in a trading establishment. In the spring, thinking that a summer's campaign would be an agreeable recreation, he had joined a company of St. Louis volunteers. "There were 3 of us," said Tête Rouge, "me and Bill Stevens and John Hopkins. We thought we would just go out with the army, and when we had conquered the country, we would get discharged and take our pay, and go down to Mexico. They say there's plenty of fun going on there. Then we could go back to New Orleans by way of Veracruz." But fighting Mexicans was a less amusing occupation than he had supposed, and his pleasure trip was disagreeably interrupted by brain fever, which attacked him when about halfway to Bent's Fort. He jolted along the rest of the journey in a baggage wagon. When they came to the fort, he was taken out and left there with the rest of the sick. Tête Rouge's sick chamber was a little mud room where he and a companion, attacked by the same disease, were laid with nothing but a buffalo robe between them and the ground. He woke one morning and, turning to his companion, saw his eyes fixed upon the beams above with the glassy stare of a dead man. At this, the unfortunate volunteer lost his senses outright. His mind, originally none of the strongest, was so much shaken that it had not quite recovered its balance when we came to the fort. We asked if he had a gun. He said they had taken it from him during his illness. "But perhaps," he observed, looking at me with a beseeching air, "you will lend me one of your big pistols if we should meet any Indians." I next inquired if he had a horse. He declared he had a magnificent one. His horse did exhibit the outline of a good horse, but his eyes were sunk in the sockets, and every one of his ribs could be counted. To Tête Rouge's astonishment, we recommended that he exchange the horse if he could for a mule. Fortunately, the people at the fort were so anxious to get rid of him that they sacrificed a tolerable mule for the broken-down steed. A man soon appeared at the gate, leading a mule, which he placed in the hands of Tête Rouge, who tried various flatteries and blandishments to induce her to come forward. The mule stood fast as a rock, looking straight forward with immovable composure. Being stimulated by a blow from behind, she walked nearly to the other side of the fort before she stopped again. Hearing the bystanders laugh, Tête Rouge tugged hard at the rope. The mule jerked backward, spun herself round, and made a dash for the gate. Tête Rouge, who clung manfully to the rope, went whisking through the air till he let go. The mule galloped away over the prairie, being brought back by a Mexican who mounted a horse and went in pursuit of her with his lasso. The quartermaster's assistant, an official with a face as sour as vinegar, was as anxious as the rest to get rid of Tête Rouge, so he produced a rusty key, opened a door into a half-subterranean apartment, and loaded Tête Rouge up with 40 days' rations. He next made earnest appeals for the donation of a gun, but totally without success, a circumstance which did not greatly disturb us, since in the event of a skirmish he would be more apt to do mischief to himself or his friends than to the enemy. So we saddled our horses and were preparing to leave when we discovered that our new associate was in fresh trouble. A man was holding the mule for him while he tried to put the saddle on her back, but she kept stepping sideways and moving round and round till he was almost in despair. At length, with assistance, he clambered into the black war saddle on which he was to have carried terror into the ranks of the Mexicans. "Get up," said Tête Rouge. "Come now, go along, will you?" The mule walked deliberately out the gate. Chapter 23. Indian Alarms. We began our journey for the settlements on the 27th of August, and certainly a more ragamuffin cavalcade never was seen on the banks of the upper Arkansas. Of the large and fine horses with which we had left, not one remained. We had supplied their place with the rough breed of the prairie, as hardy as mules and almost as ugly. We had also a number of the latter detestable animals, several of which were worn down and fast becoming footsore. Our saddles and equipment were worn and battered, and our weapons had become dull and rusty. The dress of my friend and I corresponded with the dilapidated furniture of our horses. Shaw had for an upper garment an old red flannel shirt, while I was attired in a time-worn suit of buckskin. Thus, happy and careless as so many beggars, we crept slowly from day to day along the monotonous banks of the Arkansas. Tête Rouge gave constant trouble, for he could never catch his mule, saddle her, or indeed do anything without assistance. Every day he had some new ailment to complain of. One moment he would be woebegone, and the next would be visited with a violent flow of spirits, to which he could only give vent by incessant laughing, whistling, and telling stories. When other resources failed, we amused ourselves by tormenting him, a fair compensation for the trouble he cost us. Tête Rouge rather enjoyed being laughed at, for he was an odd compound of weakness, eccentricity, and good nature. Perched on his mule, he enveloped himself in a buffalo robe coat which would have contained 2 men of his size. For some reason he wore it inside out and never took it off. It was fluttering all over with tatters, and the hide was so old and rotten that it broke out every day in a new place. Just at the top of it, a large pile of red curls was visible, with his little cap set jauntily upon one side. His seat in the saddle was no less remarkable. He pressed one leg close against his mule's side and thrust the other out at an angle of 45 degrees. His trousers were decorated with a military red stripe of which he was extremely vain, but they were much too short. 4 or 5 times a day his blanket would fall to the ground from the back of his saddle. Every few minutes he would drop his pipe, his knife, his flint and steel, or a piece of tobacco, and scramble down to pick them up. In doing this he would contrive to get in everybody's way. A storm of anathemas would be showered upon him, half in earnest, half in jest. Only a day or 2 after leaving Bent's Fort, Henry Chatillon and Ellis came back from hunting. They were driving 3 dragoon horses which had escaped from the march. One was in tolerable condition, but the others were much emaciated and severely bitten by the wolves. Reduced as they were, we carried 2 to the settlements, and Henry exchanged the 3rd with the Arapahoes for an excellent mule. The day after, a long trail of Santa Fe wagons came trailing slowly past. They belonged to a trader named Magoffin, whose brother and others came and sat with us in the grass. Their news was that the trail was in a very dangerous state. They had repeatedly detected Indians prowling at night, and the large party which had left Bent's Fort a few weeks before us had been attacked, and a man named Swan had been killed. His companions had buried his body, but the Indians had dug up and scalped him, and the wolves had shockingly mangled his remains. As an offset to this intelligence, they gave us the welcome information that the buffalo were numerous a few days' journey from there. The next afternoon, we passed a train of clumsy ox wagons loaded with stores for the troops. The drivers gathered around us in a crowd. Many were mere boys, fresh from the plow. They confirmed all that the Santa Fe men had told us. In passing between the Pawnee Fork and the Cache, their sentinels had fired every night at real or imaginary Indians. Some of them advised us to turn back, and others to hasten forward as fast as we could. They next gave us a more definite piece of intelligence. A large village of Arapahoes was encamped on the river. We came upon the lodges of the Arapahoes the next day, seeing them on the distant horizon like the teeth of a saw. In 2 or 3 hours, we came opposite their camp. There were 200 lodges in a grassy meadow, while for a mile around some 1,500 horses and mules grazed. The whole was visible because the vast expanse was unbroken by hills and there was not a bush to intercept the view. Tête Rouge begged Delorier to stop the cart and hand him a military jacket. In this he invested himself, then assumed a martial posture in the saddle, set his cap over his left eye with an air of defiance, and earnestly entreated somebody to lend him a gun. Being called upon to explain these proceedings, Tête Rouge observed that he knew from experience what effect the presence of a military man in his uniform always has upon the mind of an Indian. He thought the Arapahoes ought to know there was a soldier in the party. Meeting Arapahoes here on the Arkansas was very different from meeting them among their native mountains. There was another favorable circumstance. General Kearny had seen them a few weeks before as he came up the river with his army, and told them that if they ever again touched the hair of a white man's head, he would exterminate their nation. This placed them for a time in an admirable frame of mind. Thinking it best to visit the village openly, as if unsuspicious of any hostile design, Shaw and I, with Henry Chatillon, forded the shallow river. Our horses jumped down the bank, and wading through the water or galloping over the hard sand beds, soon reached the other side. Here we saw several Indians not far off. One of them waited until we came up, and stood for some moments in perfect silence before us, looking at us askance with his little snake-like eyes. Henry explained by signs what we wanted, and the Indian led the way towards the village without speaking a word. The language of the Arapahoes is so difficult that no white man, it is said, has been able to master it. Even Maxwell the trader resorts to sign language. With this sign language, Henry Chatillon was perfectly acquainted. Approaching the village, we found the ground strewn with piles of waste buffalo meat. The lodges resembled those of the Dakota in everything but cleanliness. We entered the circular area of the camp, and instantly hundreds of men, women, and children came flocking to look at us. The dogs set up a discordant baying. We dismounted at the lodge of the chief and sat down before the entrance, with the trail ropes from our horses held fast. The chief came out and shook us by the hand. He was a mean-looking fellow, very tall, thin-visaged and sinewy, with scarcely a vestige of clothing. We were soon shut in by a dense wall of savage faces crouching on the ground and peering over each other's shoulders to get a view of us. I searched in vain to discover one manly or generous expression. All were wolfish, sinister, and malignant. The chief called for a wooden bowl of meat, and having tasted of it, as a matter of form, I opened a bundle of presents: tobacco, knives, vermilion, and other articles. At this there was a grin on every countenance. I wished to get an Arapaho shield, and displaying a large piece of scarlet cloth, together with some tobacco and a knife, I offered a trade. After some delay, a tolerable shield was produced. They were very anxious to know what we meant to do with it, and Henry told them we were going to fight their enemies, the Pawnees. This instantly produced a visible impression in our favor, which was increased by the distribution of the presents. The sun was just set when we returned to our little cart on the opposite bank, finding a considerable number of Indians there. 4 or 5 were seated in a row, looking like so many half-starved vultures. Tête Rouge was holding a close colloquy with another. Finding his signs and gesticulations of no avail, he tried to make the Indian understand by repeating English words very loudly and distinctly again and again. The Indian sat with his eye fixed steadily upon him, and it was clear that he perfectly understood and despised his military companion. The exhibition was more amusing than politic, and Tête Rouge was directed to finish what he had to say as soon as possible. Thus rebuked, he crept under the cart and sat down. Henry Chatillon stooped to look at him and remarked in his quiet manner that an Indian would kill 10 such men and laugh all the time. That night each man spread his buffalo robe upon the ground with his loaded rifle laid at his side or clasped in his arms. Our horses were picketed so close that one of them repeatedly stepped over me as I lay. We were not in the habit of placing a guard, but every man was anxious and watchful. There was little sound sleeping, and some one of the party was on his feet during the greater part of the night. Chapter 24. The Chase. The country before us thronged with buffalo, and a sketch of the manner of hunting them will not be out of place. There are 2 methods commonly practiced, running and approaching. The chase on horseback, which goes by the name of running, is the more violent and dashing mode. That is when the buffalo are in one of their wild moods, for otherwise it is tame enough. A skillful hunter, well mounted, will sometimes kill 5 or 6 cows in a single chase, loading his gun again and again as his horse rushes through the tumult. With a bold and well-trained horse, the hunter may ride so close as to touch the buffalo with his hand. Nor is there much danger in this, as long as the buffalo's strength and breath continue unabated. But when he can no longer run, when his tongue lolls out and the foam flies from his jaws, then the hunter better keep a respectful distance. The distressed brute may turn upon him. His horse will leap aside, and if the hunter is thrown, there is no hope for him. When he sees his attack defeated, the buffalo resumes his flight, but if the shot is well directed, he soon stops. For a few moments he stands still, then totters and falls heavily upon the prairie. The method of approaching, being practiced on foot, has many advantages. One neither breaks down his horse nor endangers his own life. He must be cool, collected, and watchful, must understand the buffalo, observe the features of the country and the course of the wind, and be well skilled in using a rifle. The Arapahoes did not attempt mischief that night, or if they did, our wakefulness deterred them. The next day was one of activity and excitement. For about 10 o'clock, the man in advance shouted the gladdening cry of "Buffalo! Buffalo!" The temptation was irresistible, and Shaw and I rode down upon them. The plain was alive with buffalo, all moving rapidly as we drew near, and far off beyond the river the swelling prairie was darkened with them to the very horizon. We stopped for a nooning near a grove of trees by the river. "Tongues and hump ribs tomorrow," said Shaw, looking with contempt at the venison steaks which Delorier placed before us. Our meal finished, we lay down to sleep a while, till a shout from Henry Chatillon aroused us, and we saw him standing on the cart wheels, stretching his tall figure while he looked towards the prairie. Following the direction of his eyes, we saw the hunters of the Arapaho camp chasing a band of buffalo. When we reached the ground, we found it strewn with carcasses, while the remnants of the herd were flying away in terror, with the Indians still in pursuit. Many of the hunters, however, remained on the spot, among them the chief of the village. He had alighted by the side of a cow into which he had shot 5 or 6 arrows, and his squaw was giving him a draught of water from a canteen, either purchased or plundered from some volunteer soldier. Recrossing the river, we had gone scarcely a mile when we saw the vast host of buffalo, crowded so densely together in many places that their rounded backs presented a surface of uniform blackness. Shaw was riding at some distance in advance with Henry Chatillon. I rode forward. "Keep down that hollow," said Henry, "and then they won't see you till you get close." The hollow ran obliquely towards the buffalo, and we cantered along the bottom until it became too shallow. Then we bent close to our horses' necks and came out of it and rode directly toward the herd. On its outskirts, numerous grisly old bulls held guard. They glared at us in anger and astonishment, walked toward us, then, turning slowly around, retreated at a trot, which broke into a clumsy gallop. In an instant, the main body caught the alarm. The buffalo crowded away from our approach, and a gap opened in the side of the herd. We entered it, still restraining our excited horses. The tumult was thickening. Buffalo crowded away from us, half hidden by clouds of dust, rushing along in terror and confusion. That countless multitude of powerful brutes, ignorant of their own strength, were flying in panic from two feeble horsemen. "Take that band on the left," said Shaw. "I'll take these in front." He sprang off, and I lashed my horse's flank with all the strength of my arm. Away she darted. In a moment I was in the midst of the dust clouds, stunned by the trampling of the flying herd. I was drunk with the chase. Suddenly the buffalo seemed to sink into the earth before me. We had run upon a ravine, and it was impossible to stop. So, half sliding, half plunging, down went the little mare. She came down on her knees in the loose sand. I was pitched against her neck and nearly thrown over her head among the buffalo, who amid dust and confusion came tumbling in all around. The mare was on her feet in an instant and scrambling like a cat up the opposite side. With a violent effort she clambered out and gained the hard prairie above. The buffalo were less crowded now, and I could see nothing but bulls who run at the rear to protect their females. As I passed, they would lower their heads and try to gore my horse, but Pauline ran faster than they. I soon began to distinguish cows amid the throng. I pulled close to one. Dropping the reins, I fired, holding the muzzle of the gun within a foot of her shoulder. Quick as lightning, she sprang at Pauline. The little mare dodged the attack, and I lost sight of the wounded animal amid the tumult. The crowd rushed onwards. The dust and tumult passed away, and on the prairie, far behind the rest, I saw a solitary buffalo galloping heavily. In a moment, I and my victim were running side by side. My firearms were all empty, and I had in my pouch nothing but rifle bullets, too large for the pistols and too small for the gun. I loaded the gun, however, but as often as I leveled it to fire, the bullets would roll out of the muzzle and the gun returned only a report like a squib as the powder harmlessly exploded. I rode in front of the buffalo and tried to turn her back, but her eyes glared, her mane bristled, and lowering her head, she rushed at me with the utmost fierceness and activity. Again and again I rode before her, and again she repeated her furious charge. But little Pauline was in her element. She dodged her enemy at every rush, until at length the buffalo stood still, exhausted with her own efforts, her tongue lolling from her jaws. Riding to a little distance, I dismounted, thinking to gather a handful of dry grass to serve the purpose of wadding and load the gun at my leisure. No sooner were my feet on the ground than the buffalo came bounding in such a rage towards me that I jumped back again into the saddle with all possible dispatch. After waiting a few minutes more, I made an attempt to ride up and stab her with my knife, but Pauline was near being gored in the attempt. At length, bethinking me of the fringes at the seams of my buckskin trousers, I jerked off a few of them, and reloading the gun, forced them down the barrel to keep the bullet in its place. Then, approaching, I shot the wounded buffalo through the heart. Sinking to her knees, she rolled over lifeless on the prairie. To my astonishment, I found that instead of a cow, I had been slaughtering a stout yearling bull. No longer wondering at his fierceness, I opened his throat and, cutting out his tongue, tied it at the back of my saddle. My mistake was one which a more experienced eye than mine might easily make in the dirt and confusion of such a chase. Then, for the first time, I had leisure to look at the scene around me. The prairie in front was darkened with the retreating multitude, and on either hand the buffalo came filing up in endless columns from the low plains upon the river. The Arkansas was 3 or 4 miles distant. I turned and moved slowly towards it. We encamped close to the river. The night was dark, and as we lay down we could hear, mingled with the howlings of wolves, the hoarse bellowing of the buffalo, like the ocean beating upon a distant coast. Chapter 25. The Buffalo Camp. No one in the camp was more active than Jim Gurney, and no one half so lazy as Ellis. Between these two there was a great antipathy. Ellis never stirred in the morning until he was compelled, but Jim was always on his feet before daybreak, and this morning, as usual, the sound of his voice awakened the party. "Get up, you booby! Up with you now, you're fit for nothing but eating and sleeping. Stop your grumbling and come out of the buffalo robe." Jim's words were interspersed with numerous expletives. Ellis drawled out something in a nasal tone from among the folds of his buffalo robe, then rose into a sitting position, stretched his long arms, yawned hideously, and finally, raising his tall person erect, stood staring about him to all four quarters of the horizon. Delorier's fire was soon blazing. When we sat down to breakfast, the prairie was still in the dusky light of morning, and as the sun rose, we were mounted and on our way again. The morning was a bright and gay one, and the air so clear that on the farthest horizon the outline of the pale blue prairie was sharply drawn against the sky. Shaw was in the mood for hunting. He rode in advance of the party. We moved forward until about noon, when we stopped by the side of the Arkansas. No sooner were the horses turned loose to feed than Henry, asking Monroe to go with him, took his rifle and walked quietly away. Shaw, Tête Rouge, and I sat by the cart to discuss the dinner which Delorier placed before us, and we had scarcely finished when we saw Monroe walking towards us. Henry, he said, had killed 4 fat cows and had sent him back for horses to bring in the meat. Shaw and Monroe took horses and left camp, and after a short while all 3 came back, the horses loaded with the choicest parts of the meat. Delorier seated himself before the pile of meat and worked industriously for some time to cut it into thin, broad sheets for drying, an art in which he had all the skill of an Indian squaw. Long before night, the meat was hung upon cords of rawhide to dry in the sunshine and pure air of the prairie. We meant to remain at this place long enough to prepare provisions for our journey to the frontier, until the meat should be dry enough for transportation. So we pitched our tent and made arrangements for a permanent camp. Our tent was within a rod of the river, if the broad sand beds with a scanty stream coursing here and there deserve to be dignified with the name of river. The vast flat plains were almost level with the sand beds, and they were bounded in the distance by low, monotonous hills. Yet, far from being dull and tame, the scene was often a wild and animated one, for twice a day, at sunrise and at noon, the buffalo came issuing from the hills to drink at the river. Our horses were tired, and we now usually hunted on foot. While we were lying on the grass after dinner, smoking, talking, or laughing at Tête Rouge, one of us would observe out on the plains certain black objects slowly approaching. He would inhale a parting whiff from the pipe, then, rising lazily, take his rifle, pouch, and powder horn, and with his moccasins in his hand, walk across towards the opposite side of the river. The water was nowhere more than 2 feet deep, and the farther bank was about 5 feet high. Tall grass grew along its edge. Looking through it, the hunter can discern the huge, shaggy back of the bull swaying as he advances towards the water. The hunter crouches under the bank within 15 or 20 yards of the point where the buffalo path enters the river. Here he sits, hearing the heavy tread of the approaching bull. The moment after, he sees a motion among the grass, and an enormous black head is thrust out, the horns just visible amid the mass of tangled mane. Half sliding, half plunging, down comes the buffalo upon the riverbed. He steps out in full sight. Just before him, a runnel of water is gliding, and he bends his head to drink. You may hear the water as it gurgles down his capacious throat. He raises his head, and the drops trickle from his wet beard. He stands with an air of stupid abstraction, unconscious of the lurking danger. Noiselessly, the hunter cocks his rifle. As he sits upon the sand, his knee is raised and his elbow rests upon it, that he may level his heavy weapon with a steadier aim. The stock is at his shoulder. His eye ranges along the barrel. Still he is in no haste to fire. The bull, with slow deliberation, begins his march over the sands to the other side. He advances his foreleg and exposes a small spot, denuded of hair, just behind the point of his shoulder. Upon this the hunter brings the sight of his rifle to bear. Lightly and delicately his finger presses the hair trigger. The spiteful crack of the rifle responds to his touch, and instantly in the middle of the bare spot appears a small red dot. The buffalo shivers. Death has overtaken him. He cannot tell from whence. Still he does not fall, but walks heavily forward as if nothing had happened. Yet before he has gone far out on the sand, you see him stop. He totters, his knees bend under him, and his head sinks forward to the ground. Then his whole vast bulk sways to one side. He rolls over on the sand and dies with a scarcely perceptible struggle. Henry knew all the peculiarities of the buffalo. He had studied them as a scholar studies his books. They were a kind of companion to him, and as he said, he never felt alone when they were about him. He was one of the most modest of men, yet it was clear that he looked upon his preeminence as a hunter as too palpable and well-established to be disputed. But whatever may have been his estimate of his skill, it was below that which others place on it. The only time I ever saw scorn darken his face was when two volunteer soldiers who had just killed a buffalo for the first time undertook to instruct him as to the best method of approaching. Henry always seemed to think he had a prescriptive right to the buffalo, and to look upon them as belonging to him. Nothing excited his indignation so much as any wanton destruction committed among the cows, and in his view shooting a calf was a cardinal sin. Henry Chatillon and Tête Rouge were of the same age, about 30. Henry was twice as large and about 6 times as strong. Henry's face was roughened by winds and storms. Tête Rouge's was bloated by cherry cobblers and brandy toddy. Henry talked of Indians and buffalo, Tête Rouge of theaters and oyster cellars. Henry had led a life of hardship and privation. Tête Rouge never had a whim he would not gratify. Henry, moreover, was the most disinterested man I ever saw, while Tête Rouge, though equally good-natured in his way, cared for nobody but himself. Yet we would not have lost him on any account. He served as our jester, and camp would have been lifeless without him. His appetite was inordinate. He was eating from morning till night. Half the time he would be at work cooking some private repast. His rueful and disconsolate face became jovial and rubicund, his eyes stood out like a lobster's, and his spirits were elated by food. Being mortally afraid of Jim Gurney, he kept close to our tent. As he had seen an abundance of low, fast life and had a considerable fund of humor, his anecdotes were extremely amusing, especially since he never hesitated to place himself in a ludicrous point of view, provided he could raise a laugh by doing so. Tête Rouge, however, was sometimes rather troublesome. He had an inveterate habit of pilfering provisions. He set ridicule at defiance and would never have given over his tricks even if they had drawn upon him the scorn of the whole party. Now and then, indeed, something worse than laughter fell to his share. On these occasions he would exhibit much contrition, but half an hour after we would generally observe him stealing round to the back of the cart and slyly making off with the provisions laid by for supper. We had been 2 days at this camp when a storm came upon us. About sunset the sky grew as black as ink, and the long grass at the edge of the river bent and rose mournfully with the first gusts of the approaching hurricane. But it was not until night that the storm broke. It blew a gale, and torrents roared over the boundless prairie. Our tent was filled with mist and spray beating through the canvas and saturating everything within. We could only distinguish each other at short intervals by the dazzling flashes of lightning. At length the cap of the tent gave way before a furious blast, the pole tore through the top, and in an instant we were half suffocated by the cold and dripping folds of the canvas. Seizing upon our guns, we placed them erect to lift the saturated cloth above our heads as the storm pelted down with merciless fury. Before long, a pool 3 inches deep gathered beneath us, so for a considerable part of the night we sat in a cold bath. In spite of all this, Tête Rouge's flow of spirits did not fail him. He laughed, whistled, and sang in defiance of the storm, and that night paid off the long arrears of ridicule which he owed us. While we lay in silence, Tête Rouge, intoxicated with animal spirits, cracked jokes at our expense by the hour. After 4 days we prepared to leave this camp. We had about 500 pounds of dried meat, and the California men had some 300 more. This consisted of the fattest and choicest parts of 8 cows, a small quantity only being taken from each, and the rest abandoned to the wolves. The pack animals were laden, the horses saddled, and the mules harnessed to the cart. Even Tête Rouge was ready at last, and slowly moving from the ground, we resumed our journey eastward. Chapter 26. Down the Arkansas. In the summer of 1846, the wild and lonely banks of the upper Arkansas beheld for the first time the passage of an army. General Kearny, on his march to Santa Fe, adopted this route in preference to the old trail of the Cimarron. When we were on the Arkansas, the main body of the troops had passed. Price's Missouri regiment, however, was still on its way, and about this time we began to meet 1 or 2 companies at a time moving along the trail. No men ever embarked upon a military expedition with a greater love for the work before them than the Missourians, but if discipline and subordination are the criterion of merit, they were worthless soldiers indeed. Yet when their exploits have rung through all America, it would be absurd to deny that they were excellent irregular troops. Their victories were gained in the teeth of every established precedent of warfare, and were owing to the military qualities in the men themselves. Doniphan's regiment marched through New Mexico more like a band of free companions than like the paid soldiers of a modern government. When General Taylor complimented him on his success at Sacramento and elsewhere, the colonel's reply very well illustrates the relations which subsisted between the officers and men of his command. "I don't know anything of the maneuvers. The boys kept coming to me to let them charge, and when I saw a good opportunity, I told them they could go. They were off like a shot, and that's all I know about it." At the Battle of Sacramento, Doniphan's frontiersmen fought under every disadvantage. The Mexicans had chosen their position. They were drawn up across the valley that led to their native city of Chihuahua. Their whole front was covered by entrenchments and defended by batteries, and they outnumbered the invaders 5 to 1. An eagle flew over the Americans, and a deep murmur rose along their lines. The enemy's batteries opened. Long they remained under fire, but when at length the word was given, they shouted and ran forward. Doniphan's volunteers, who gained this victory, had passed with the main army, but Price's soldiers, whom we now met, were men from the same neighborhood, similar in character, manners, and appearance. One morning, as we were descending upon a wide meadow where we meant to rest for an hour or two, we saw a body of these horsemen approaching at a distance. "We are going to catch it now," said Shaw. "Look at those fellows. There'll be no peace for us here." And in truth, about half the volunteers had straggled from the line of march and were riding over the meadow toward us. "How are you?" said the first who came up, alighting from his horse and throwing himself upon the ground. The rest followed close, and a score of them soon gathered about us, some lying at full length, some sitting on horseback. They all belonged to a company raised in St. Louis. There were some ruffian faces among them, and some haggard with debauchery, but on the whole they were extremely good-looking men. Except that they were booted to the knees, they wore their belts and military trappings over the ordinary dress of citizens. Besides their swords and holster pistols, they carried slung from their saddles the excellent Springfield carbines loaded at the breech. They inquired the character of our party and were anxious to know if their horses would stand the journey to Santa Fe. All this was well enough, but then a worse visitation came upon us. "How are you, strangers? Where are you going, and where are you from?" said a fellow who came trotting up with an old straw hat on his head. He was dressed in the coarsest brown homespun. His face was rather sallow, and his tall figure, though strong and sinewy, had a lean, angular look. More of the same boorish appearance were close behind him. Their company was raised in one of the frontier counties, and we soon had abundant evidence of their rustic breeding. They pushed between our visitors to stare at us with unabashed faces. "Are ye the captain?" asked one fellow. "What's your business out here?" asked another. "Where do you live when you're to home?" said a third. As each newcomer repeated the same questions, the nuisance became intolerable. Our military visitors were soon disgusted at the concise nature of our replies. But while we sat smoking, not in the best humor, Tête Rouge's tongue was not idle. So we placed him on the ground before us and told him that he might play the part of spokesman. He was delighted, and we soon had the satisfaction of seeing him gabble at such a rate that the torrent of questions was in a great measure diverted from us. At length, however, our visitors went straggling away as they had come, and we, to our great relief, were left alone again. No one was more relieved than Delorier, for dinner was getting colder every moment. He spread a well-whitened buffalo hide upon the grass, placed in the middle a juicy hump of a fat cow, ranged around it the tin plates and cups, and announced that all was ready. Tête Rouge was the first to take his seat. He sat with his short legs crossed on the grass before him. He had a cup of coffee by his side and his knife ready in his hand. And while he looked upon the fat hump ribs, his eyes dilated with anticipation. Delorier sat opposite him, and the rest of us by this time had taken our seats. "How is this, Delorier? You haven't given us bread enough." At this, Delorier's placid face flew into a paroxysm of contortions. He grinned with wrath, chattered, gesticulated, and hurled forth a volley of incoherent words in broken English at the astonished Tête Rouge. It was just possible to make out that he was accusing him of having stolen and eaten 4 large cakes which had been laid by for dinner. Tête Rouge stared at his assailant for a moment in dumb amazement, with mouth and eyes wide open. At last he found speech and protested that the accusation was false, and that he could not conceive how he had offended Mr. Delorier or provoked him to such ungentlemanly expressions. The tempest of words raged, but Tête Rouge, from his greater command of English, had a manifest advantage over Delorier, who, after sputtering and grimacing a while, jumped up and vanished, jerking out between his teeth one furious "Sacré enfant de garce," a Canadian title of honor usually applied with the cut of the whip to refractory mules. We stayed at that meadow 2 more days, hunting buffalo from horseback, and then moved on to a part of the country where we were bound in common prudence to use every precaution. We mounted guard at night, and no one ever slept without drawing his rifle close to his side. One morning our vigilance was stimulated by finding traces of a large Comanche encampment. Fortunately, it had been abandoned nearly a week. On the next evening we found the ashes of a recent fire, which gave us some uneasiness. At length we reached the cache, a place of dangerous repute, and it had a dangerous appearance, consisting of sand hills broken by ravines and deep chasms. Here we found the grave of Swan, killed in this place probably by the Pawnees 2 or 3 weeks earlier. His remains, more than once violated by the Indians and the wolves, were suffered to remain undisturbed in their wild burial place. For several days we moved forward, meeting detached companies of Price's regiment. Horses would often break loose from their camps. One night we went out, and after an hour's chase 9 horses were caught. One was equipped with saddle and bridle. Pistols were hanging at the pommel of the saddle, a carbine was slung at its side, and a blanket rolled up behind. The next afternoon 3 horsemen overtook us at a gallop and claimed the horses as belonging to themselves and others of their company. Our own horses now showed signs of fatigue, and we gave them a day's rest. At noon on the 14th of September, a very large Santa Fe caravan came up, and Tête Rouge went to visit them. He soon came back with half a dozen biscuit in one hand and a bottle of brandy in the other. I inquired where he got them. "Oh," said Tête Rouge, "I know some of the traders. Dr. Dobbs is there besides." I asked who Dr. Dobbs might be. "One of our St. Louis doctors," replied Tête Rouge. I had been suffering my old disorder. Tête Rouge, in answer to my inquiries, declared that Dr. Dobbs was a physician of the first standing. Without at all believing him, I resolved to consult this eminent practitioner. Walking over to the camp, I found him lying sound asleep under one of the wagons. It was 5 months since I had seen so cadaverous a face. A Mexican stood near, and I made him a sign to touch the doctor. Up sprang the learned Dobbs, and sitting upright, rubbed his eyes and looked about him in bewilderment. I apologized for waking him and asked his professional advice about my malady. "Your system, sir, is in a disordered state," said he solemnly after a short examination. I inquired what might be the particular species of disorder. "Evidently a morbid action of the liver," replied the medical man. "I will give you a prescription." Repairing to the back of one of the covered wagons, he scrambled in and at length produced a box from which he extracted a folded paper. "What is it?" said I. "Calomel," said the doctor. Under the circumstances, I would have taken almost anything. There was not enough to do me much harm, and it might possibly do good. So at camp that night I took the poison instead of supper. Some traders passing that camp warned us not to follow the main trail along the river, unless, as one of them observed, "you want to have your throats cut." The river at this place makes a bend, and a smaller trail known as the Ridge Path leads directly across the prairie a distance of 60 or 70 miles. We followed this trail and encamped that night in a deep hollow with steep banks. The moon was full and bright, but as the black clouds chased over it, we were at one moment in light and at the next in darkness. As the evening advanced, a thunderstorm came up and struck us with such violence that the tent would have blown over if we had not interposed the cart to break the force of the wind. At length it subsided to a steady rain. I lay awake through nearly the whole night. Late in the night, Shaw came silently into the tent and called Henry out in a low, quick voice. "What is it?" I asked. "Indians, I believe," whispered Shaw. "But lie still. I'll call you if there's a fight." He and Henry went out together. I took the cover from my rifle, put a fresh percussion cap upon it, and being in much pain, lay down again. In about 5 minutes, Shaw returned. "All right," he said, as he lay down to sleep. In the morning I learned the intruders were nothing but wolves creeping among our horses. Chapter 27. The Settlements. The next day was extremely hot, and we rode from morning till night without seeing a tree, a bush, or a drop of water. Our horses and mules suffered much more than we, but as sunset approached they pricked up their ears and mended their pace. Water was not far off. When we came to the descent of the broad, shallow valley, an unlooked-for sight awaited us. The stream glistened at the bottom, and along its banks were pitched a multitude of tents, while hundreds of cattle were feeding over the meadows. Troops and long trains of wagons were moving over the opposite ridge. These were the Mormon battalion in the service of the government, together with a considerable number of Missouri volunteers. There was something very striking in the half-military, half-patriarchal appearance of these armed fanatics, thus on their way to found, it might be, a Mormon empire in California. We were much more astonished than pleased at the sight before us. To find an unoccupied camping ground, we were obliged to pass a quarter up the stream, and here we were soon beset by a swarm of Mormons and Missourians. The United States officer in command came also to visit us and remained some time. In the morning, the country was covered with mist. We were always early risers, but before we were ready, the voices of men driving in the cattle sounded all around us. As we passed above their camp, we saw the tents falling and the ranks rapidly forming, and, mingled with the cries of women and children, the rolling of the Mormon drums and the clear blast of their trumpets. From that time to the journey's end, we met almost every day long trains of government wagons laden with stores for the troops crawling at a snail's pace towards Santa Fe. The character of the country was changing every day. At Cow Creek, we found ripe grapes and plums. At the Little Arkansas, we saw the last buffalo, a miserable old bull roaming over the prairie, melancholy and alone. We had left behind us the great arid deserts. The plains before us were carpeted with rich herbage sprinkled with flowers. We found plenty of prairie hens and bagged them by the dozens without leaving the trail. In 3 days we saw the forests and meadows of Council Grove and rode beneath the resounding arches of these noble woods, ash, oak, elm, maple, and hickory, festooned with enormous grapevines, purple with fruit. We rode out again into the broad light of the open prairie. The whole intervening country was a succession of green prairies relieved by trees clustering around some spring or following a stream along some fertile hollow. These are the prairies of the poet and the novelist. We had left danger behind us. Diamond Spring, Rock Creek, Elder Grove, and other camping places were passed in quick succession. At Rock Creek, we found a train of wagons under the charge of an emaciated old man in his 71st year. Some restless American devil had driven him into the wilderness at a time of life when he should have been seated at his fireside with his grandchildren on his knees. Not long after, we came to a small trail leading to Fort Leavenworth. We had passed the same road on our outward journey. The young wild apple trees, then flushed with blossoms, were hung with ruddy fruit. The vines were laden with purple grapes, and the slender twigs of the swamp maple, then tasseled with small red flowers, now hung out a gorgeous display of leaves stained by the frost with burning crimson. At length, we saw the roof of a white man's dwelling. A few moments after, we were riding into Westport. Westport had beheld strange scenes, but a rougher-looking troop than ours was never seen, even there. We were visited by people who came to purchase our horses and equipments. This matter disposed of, we hired a wagon and drove to Kansas Landing. Here we were again received by our old friend, Colonel Chick, and seated under his porch, we looked down once more on the eddies of the Missouri. The passage to St. Louis occupied 8 days, during a third of which time we were fast aground on sandbars. We passed the steamer Amelia, crowded with a roaring crew of disbanded volunteers, swearing, drinking, gambling, and fighting. At length we reached the crowded levee of St. Louis. Repairing to the planter's house, we caused diligent search to be made for our trunks, which were at length discovered stowed away in the farthest corner of the storeroom. In the morning, transformed by the magic of the tailor's art, we hardly recognized each other. Henry Chatillon came to take leave of us. No one would have taken him for a hunter fresh from the Rocky Mountains. He was very neatly and simply dressed in a suit of dark cloth. We took leave of him with regret. Shaw had given him a horse at Westport. My rifle is now in his hands, and perhaps at this moment its sharp voice is startling the echoes of the Rocky Mountains. On the next morning we left town, and after a fortnight of railroads, coaches, and steamboats, saw once more the familiar features of home.
This has been a presentation of BBC Audiobooks America.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.